Great Plays, The Silver King.
I held it truth with him who sings on one clear harp of diverse tones, that men may rise on stepping stones of their dead selves to higher things.
The Silver King by Henry Arthur Jones and Henry Herman is the most famous English melodrama of the 19th century. An instantaneous hit from the moment of its respective openings in both London and New York, it continued to be a popular success throughout the world for over 30 years and is estimated to have netted a theatrical fortune of between $3 and $4 million. In dealing with the play of the sentimental 80s, we may be excused, perhaps, for indulging in a few moments of sentimental reminiscence. Miss Lucille Wall, a leading lady of today, is discussing the play with Mr. Harry Cooper Cliff, a leading man of yesterday and today.
Well, Harry, I've played with you a good many times, but I don't think I'm up to this.
What do you mean, Lucille?
Why, attempting to tell you anything about the Silver King.
Oh, you wouldn't be the first modern young leading lady who's tried to teach an old actor new tricks.
Oh, now, Harry. Well, anyway, I've been studying my part, and I've dug up a few facts about the play.
So?
Yes. It was first produced in London on November the 16th, 1882, at the Princess Theatre, where it ran for 289 performances.
A tremendous hit from the very first night of its opening.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who played the hero, Wilfred Denver?
Mr. Wilson Barrett.
That's right. And the spider?
Mr. E.S. Willard.
Yes. And who followed him in the role with the original London company?
Oh, now, Harry.
I did.
What?
Yes. And do you know who created the role of Old Coombe, the receiver of stolen goods?
Yes, Clifford Cooper.
Yes. And do you know who he was?
No.
My father.
Why, Harry, of course. Clifford Cooper.
Yes.
Harry Cooper Cliff.
That's it.
And that means that today you're playing the same part that was created by your father at the Princess Theatre in 1882.
Yes. Sort of carrying on the torch, what?
Oh, and what a flame. What a flame.
In those good old days, the authors wrote parts that you could get your teeth into. Parts you could really act.
Yes, and the acting in those days was more, well, robust.
It had to be. The theaters were larger, and you had to have the voice to fill them. No twiddle-twaddle about the intimate drama in those days.
No, oratory is what the actors required.
Yes, and what the audience wanted.
And still want, I sometimes think, Harry. Of course, it has to be streamlined a bit for our modern audiences. And that reminds me, Harry, among our listeners today are several who saw the original 1883 New York production of The Silver King.
Oh, really?
But one listener in particular we're very, very proud of. Mr. Arthur Wallach, son of the famous actor-manager Lester Wallach, and the only living founder of the Lambs Club. Mr. Wallach arranged with Henry Arthur Jones for the New York production of the play at Wallach's Theatre on January the 27th, 1883. Last week, on April the 15th, Mr. Wallach was 91 years old.
Good gracious.
Mm-hmm. So to him today, in honor of his 91st birthday, we wish to dedicate our radio performance of The Silver King.
Oh, that's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
And he didn't forget you members of the cast either.
Oh?
We asked him if he had any message for you, and a humorous twinkle came into his keen eyes, and a warm smile glowed on his face, and he said, "Tell them I hope they do well."
Oh, really? Well, I hope we do.
So now, for Mr. Arthur Wallach, The Silver King. Our opening scene is the Skittle Alley at the Wheat Sheaf, Clerkenwell. Old Jakes is addressing the landlord, Mr. Tubbs.
What cheer, Mr. Tubbs?
Oh, you must give Mr. Denver a little extra time tonight, Mr. Jakes. Oh, there's a good many public houses between Epsom and here.
Yes, but he'll be home early tonight. He promised the missus he would. And I want to catch him and pop him off to bed quiet afore she sets eyes on him, do you see?
He's been going at a pretty pace lately, ain't he?
Well, he's a bit wild, but there ain't no harm in him. Bless him. It's the blood. He's got too much nature in him. That's what it is. His father was just like him when he was a young man. Larking, hunting, drinking, fighting, steeplechasing, any mortal spree under the sun. Out all night and as fresh as a daisy in the morning. And his grandfather, old Squire Denver, just such another. There was a man for you, if you like. The last 10 years of his life, he never went to bed sober one night.
Not one?
Yes, he did, one night, when the groom locked him in the stable by mistake, and then he was ill for months afterwards.
He could take his lotion pretty regular, eh?
And Master Will is a chip of the old block. He'll make a man yet.
Yes, I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm drunk as a fool. I've lost every cursed halfpenny I've got in the world. I'm all right.
Oh, bad luck again, Master Will.
The devil's own luck, Jakes. Put everything on pedicate. And I'm ruined, Jakes.
Oh, no, Master Will, don't say that. Come, Master Will, you'd better come home.
No, I won't go home. I've got no home. I've drunk it up.
Oh, for mercy's sake, Master Will, don't talk like that.
Jakes, don't let her come here. Find me like this. Tell her I'm not to be found. Tell her any lie that comes handiest, but don't let her see me. Be off now. Be off.
Oh, poor Master Will, ruined. What'll become of the poor missus and the dear little one?
There's always one way out of it. If it wasn't such a coward's trick, I'd do it.
If you don't know what to do with that revolver, I'll take care of it for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Baxter. I do know what to do with it. Much obliged for your advice.
Oh, Tubbs, how do?
How do, Harry?
Henry Corkin, Esquire, from you, Tubbs, if you please.
Oh, Henry, is it?
That blue ribbon for a win in the place landed £500.
No.
Look there. Champagne for everybody. Come, gentlemen all, drink my health.
The spider at last. My dear boy, I'm so glad you've come.
If you accost me again in a public place, I'll wring your neck for you, you old weasel.
But my dear boy, business is business, and it's a big fortune for us all. A sack full of diamonds in Hatton Garden. No risk, no danger, all as safe and easy as saying your prayers.
How do we get in?
Cut through the wall of the next house. That young corker to the bar there is Geoffrey Ware's clerk. He sleeps in the house we want to get into.
You hold your infernal cackle. Don't you see that man watching us? It's Baxter, the detective.
Baxter, the detective?
Yes, you fool. Don't look at him. He means to follow me up. I'll throw him off the scent directly.
Now, gentlemen, let's be merry. Drink up. Look here, I made my money like a gentleman, and I'll spend it like a gentleman.
Just relieve that young fool of those notes while I draw off Baxter's attention. You'll be able to get hold of him when you've picked his pockets.
You'll be there as soon as it's dusk. 114 Hatton Garden.
Where's the ancient Briton?
He'll be on the spot.
Right. Ah, so you want to have a finger in our pie, do you, Sam Baxter? That's right. Follow me up. I'll lead you a pretty dance tonight. Hi, boy. Get me a hansom.
Hey, gentlemen, float if I don't stand you another bottle of champagne. I've got money enough. Here, what's this? Somebody stole me money.
What? Nonsense, Henry. There ain't no thieves here.
Yes.
Steal again.
I felt it's gone. Somebody's got it. Somebody must have it.
Now, come, gentlemen. No larks with the poor young fella. If you've got his money, give it back to him.
I'm ruined, you know, I'm ruined.
Why, of course. That man must have it.
Which?
Why, Baxter. The man with the billycock hat and check trousers. I saw him sneaking round your elbow. He's got it.
Which way did he go?
This way, come on. I'll help you catch him. Oh, I should know the rascal again when I see him. Come on.
Come on, gentlemen, help me find him. I'm ruined. I'm ruined.
There's another man ruined. Cheer up. We'll go to the dogs together. Tubbs, give me some brandy.
You've had enough, Mr. Denver.
I'm the best judge of that. It's a free country. Anybody can drink himself to death at life.
All right, it's your funeral. There, what is it?
There you are, my fine fellow. I think my plan's working pretty well. I think Nellie had better married me after all. Stick to it. I'll bring you to the gutter. I'll see you in the workhouse yet before I've done with you. Well, Will, how are you?
I'm 3 parts drunk and the rest mad, so keep out of my way, Geoffrey Ware.
Nonsense, Will. I never saw you looking so bright and sober. I'm very glad for Nellie's sake.
Whose sake?
Mrs. Denver, excuse the slip of the tongue. She was once engaged to me, you know.
She knew better than to marry her, didn't she?
Yes, it seems she did, for she married you.
Yes, and she'll stick to me through thick and thin. Why, you sneaking cur. You think my wife can't see through you?
Oh, come, Will. I don't bear you any grudge for taking away my sweetheart. I'm only too glad to see what a nice, kind, sober husband she's got.
I warned you once, and take a fool's advice and keep out of my way. The devil's in me tonight, and he'll break out directly.
Oh, well, take care of yourself, dear boy, for my sake. Give my kindest regards to Nellie.
You cur!
Will.
Nellie, you here, you in this place.
Yes. Isn't the wife's place by her husband's side?
Not when he's such a husband as I am. You go home, my darling. You go home. I'll come by and by.
No, my poor Will. Come now.
Nell, I've lost every sixpence I've got in the world. Tomorrow you and the chicks will be starving. Nell, my bonny girl, look at me. What made you marry a drunken brute like me?
Because I loved you. I love you still. Oh, never mind the past, dear. Come home and make a fresh start tomorrow.
Oh, I can't. I must go on.
Oh, don't say that, dear. You must stop yourself for my sake.
Sweetest, truest wife a man ever had. And married to such a wretch as I am. Don't you come here. You only make me think of what a brute I've been to you.
Will, I've just put our little sissy and Ned to bed. And they said, God bless, dear father.
Don't teach them that. Don't teach them to pray for me. Teach them to curse and hate me. Go away, Nell. Go home, my girl. Go home. No. Tubbs, give me some brandy. Don't keep me waiting. Another brandy, Mr. Denver?
Have you suffered enough?
Geoffrey Ware, that you should see me here.
Has he dragged you deep enough into the mire? Or will you go deeper still, to rags and to the gutter? Nellie, you once promised to be my wife.
Yes, and I repented even before I promised. I never loved you, and you know it. You worried me into a consent, and when I found out my mistake, I told you of it and married a better man.
Yeah. And there stands the better man.
Another brandy.
Look at him. A pattern husband.
Another brandy.
Respectable, sober.
Oh, what harm have I ever done to you?
You married him. I swore that day I'd ruin him, and I've kept my word. Good evening, Mrs. Denver.
Stop, you cur, and answer to me.
Dear fellow, you're drunk, you know.
Will, he's not worth
Let
it.
me get at him. Let me go.
Master
No, Will, he's not worth it.
What are you going to do, Master
I'm going to
Will?
kill that man. I'll shoot him like a dog.
Will, stop! Oh, will nobody stop?
We follow Coombe and Corket.
You say you don't know the numbers of the notes, eh?
Yeah, only got them off the bookmaker this afternoon. I never took the numbers.
Ah, that's lucky. Well, you see, the man got off with your money.
Yes, but I say you won't split on me, will you? I borrowed that money to put it on Blue Ribbon.
Borrowed the money.
Yes, £80 off my governor, Mr. Ware.
Oh, I see. Without his knowing. Ah, that's awkward. That's very awkward.
I got the straight tip. I knew Blue Ribbon was immoral, and I meant to put the money back. Honor bright, I did.
Of course you did. You was actuated by very honourable intentions.
And I shall be found out tomorrow and have to go to quad.
Ah, that's a pity. And the worst of it is the judges are so unfeeling to parties as borrows their governor's money without mentioning it to their governors.
Are they?
Oh, brutal. Especially to young men as borrows their governor's money to put on horses.
You don't say so. I say, how long do you think I shall get?
Well, if you happen to get a nice, kind, feeling judge with his stomach in good working order, you may get off with, say, 7 years.
7 years?
Yes, but don't you reckon on that. because there was a young fella tried at the Old Bailey a week or two since for borrowing money just as you've done. Handsome, pleasant young man he seemed to be, just like you.
Yes? And what did he get?
Well, he got 14 years.
14 years?
Yes, I felt quite sorry for him.
What can I do?
But now look here. I've took a bit of a fancy to you, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll lend you £80.
You will? You're a brick.
Yes, providing you'll oblige me in a little matter.
I'll do anything for you. You're a jolly kind old man, and no mistake.
Now, you... You live at 114 Hatton Garden, don't you?
Yes?
Who sleeps in the house besides you?
Only me governor and the old porter.
Your governor spends his evenings out, don't he?
Comes in about 12 as a rule.
Well, now, a friend of mine wants to spend half an hour in your governor's sitting room tonight.
What?
He's a photographer, and he's taking night views of London. Now, could you let us into the house and keep the old porter out of the way?
I say, what's up?
Never you mind. Will you help us, or will you go to quad tomorrow?
I'll help you.
Ah, that's a very sensible young man. Now, dear boy, you stroll on just in front of me. Now, don't you get out of my sight. That's it.
If I once get out of this mess, I'll never get into another.
Yeah, now, that's all done neat and clean. Now to Mr. Geoffrey Ware's. If the ancient Briton can't work in off the leads, this young gentleman will open the front door for us. And all we've got to do is to walk upstairs.
All clear?
Yes, Captain. Mr. Ware is going out for the evening.
Light. Turn on that lantern. Give me my tools. You'll find them in that pocket.
Beauties, ain't they? I was a week making them jimmies.
Well, it was time well spent. What the plague did you want me for tonight? I was just starting for Lady Blanche Winter's dinner party.
What the blazes has that got to do with me? If you're above your business, say so, and I'll crack the crib myself.
Give me the plan.
The safe's just the other side of this wall here.
Shut up. Not so much cackle. Now, Cripps look alive. Because I must be at Lady Blanche's dance at 12.
Oh, blow, Lady Blanche.
What's that row?
What? My dear boy, there's that tipsy fella down at the door, playing deuce and Tommy. Swears he'll pull the house down if we don't let him come up.
What's he want?
Mr. Ware won't take our word he's out. What can we do?
Send him up here.
What?
Yes,
Here?
tell him Mr. Ware's at home and send him up. Where's my chloroform pad? Ah, here it is. I'll soon quiet him. Cripps, out with that light. Stand here behind the door.
Right. There he is. You'll find Mr. Ware in that room.
Now, you hound, come out and settle accounts with me. Come out and show your face. Where are you?
A whiff of that does it. That revolver. Take it away from him. Put it on the table. Lie there, you brute. You won't trouble us anymore. Put that revolver down, Cripps, anywhere on the table. Now look alive. Show me a light.
Yeah, where are you? I say, clear out of this, all of you. Here's my governor coming back. He's left something. Crikey, here he is.
Hello? Well, what are you doing here? Who are these men? What business have you here?
We are friends of your clerk. He insisted on our coming here to spend the evening with him. But if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment.
Wait a bit. I want this thing cleared up. Oh, these are burglar's tools. A revolver. Help! Murder! Thieves!
Take that, you fool, since you won't be quiet.
My dear boy.
He's killed him.
This is
He's
terrible.
killed him. He's all swing for this.
You will if you don't keep your mouth shut.
We must risk the ledge. Come on out the window. We mustn't be seen coming out of the door.
Come on, Spider, or else they'll follow you for this.
I'm going to step too far this time. The fool. Why wouldn't he let me pass?
I thought I heard a noise like a shot. I must have been dreaming. Hello, who's this? Why, it's Mr. Denver. How did he get in here? Mr. Denver, wake up, sir.
Drunk again. Dear Mr. Denver, wake up, sir.
All right. Don't be in a hurry. Where am I?
You're in Mr. Ware's room at Hatton Garden, sir.
Oh, yes, of course I am.
Shall I light you downstairs, sir?
No, I'll go soon.
Who is it? Leaker?
Yes, it's Leaker, sir.
You know me, Leaker?
Yes, I know you, sir. I'd better let him stay. He won't do any harm. I'll leave you the candle, sir. You can go home when you've quite woke up. Good night, sir. I'm going to bed. Mind you latch the street door when you go out. Good night.
That's the street door. All right, Leaker. What am I doing here? Well, this won't do. Get home. Get home, you drunken scoundrel. Oh, my head. What's the matter with my head? Oh, what place is this? Oh, Geoffrey Ware's room. I remember. What's that? Why, that's Geoffrey Ware. What's he doing here on the floor? Get up, will you? What's this? Blood. He's shot. My God, I murdered him. No. Let me think. What happened? Oh, yes, I remember now. I came in at that door. He sprang at me, and we struggled. My revolver, let me look at my revolver. One barrel fired. He's dead. Dead. I've killed him. I've killed him.
Will he never come?
Mrs.
Well, Jakes?
I can't see nothing of him, Mrs.
You don't think he's carried out his threat?
Oh, not he, Mrs. Don't you fear. Mr. Will won't do no harm. Now, don't you sit up any longer, Mrs.
Oh, I'm used to it, Jakes. I'm used to it. Oh, but I'm forgetting, Jakes. You must be very tired. Go and get some sleep.
Very well, Mrs., if you wish it.
Yes, there's a good Jakes. Good night.
Not good night, Mrs. It's good morning.
Oh, it was the dawn of a new and happy life. Will!
Don't touch me. You don't know what I am. Keep away from me.
Oh, Will, not that. Not that. Oh, for mercy's sake, say it's not true.
Oh, if I could. Yes, it's true. I've killed him.
Oh.
Fool.
How did it happen?
I don't know. I was mad, dazed. I went to his room. It was dark. I called out for him. He sprang upon me from behind the door. We struggled. I suppose my revolver must have gone off, and then... Oh, I don't know what happened.
Oh.
The next thing I remember was Leaker, the porter, woke me and left me. I looked around the room, and there he was. Dead, shot by me.
Oh, my poor Will.
Don't touch me, I say. There's blood upon my hands.
What time was it when it happened?
I don't know. A little before 12, I think.
You mustn't stay here. This will be the first place they'll search. You must go to one of the big railway stations and take a ticket for a long distance. Then you must leave the train at the first station and so throw them off the scent.
Oh, my wife. Why don't you hate me?
Because you never had so much need of my love and of my prayers as you have now. Oh, we're wasting time. What money have you?
Not a shilling in the world.
Nor I. Oh, you will be lost, and all for want of a few pounds.
No, Mrs., he shan't. I've saved up a little money against a rainy day.
Oh, Jake.
And Master Will is as welcome to it as if it was his own.
Quick, get the money. Oh, wait.
Yes.
Your master must have some disguise. Think, what can he have?
Yes, Mrs. There's my poor brother Frank's things. They sent them to me when he died. How will they do?
Sailor's clothes. They'll do. Quick, get them and put them into the portmanteau. And Jake's, his topcoat and hat. Hurry, it's life or death.
Yes, Mrs.
Oh, Will, you must save yourself for my sake.
I shan't escape. They'll soon run me down now.
No, you must escape. You shall. Oh, how I will pray for it this night. And you will do your utmost for my sake.
Yes, I will.
Here you are, Master Will.
Oh.
You'll find poor Frank's clothes inside. He was about your figure. And here's the money. There's nearly £40.
I can't take your savings, Jakes.
Don't say mine, Master Will. It all came from you. And if the last drop of blood in my old heart could save you, you should have that as well.
Quick, dear, you must take it.
Give me a few pounds. Then I'll shift for myself. Here, you keep the rest. For her. You'll take care of her, won't you, Jakes?
You needn't ask me that, Master Will.
Oh, Will, that ever we should part like this. What's that?
They've come for me.
A chap with a billy-top hat and check trousers.
Must be a detective. What shall I do?
Wait, quick. We'll try to keep him.
Goodbye. Oh, my wife, forgive me. Forgive me.
Go for your life.
the tap room of the Checkers, a wayside inn. Denver, now clean-shaven but travel-stained and in sailor's clothes, has limped in exhausted. Two tradesmen are bickering with the parish clerk.
When you've quite finished with that paper, Mr. Parkin.
When I've quite finished with it, Mr. Binks, I'll hand it over to you.
Yes, Parkin, don't be greedy. Let's all have the benefit of the news.
I'm reading about a murder as was committed in Hatton Garden, London, last night.
Ah, I like a good murder. It's very pretty reading.
Have they found out who done the murders you're reading about, Mr. Parkin?
Oh, yes, a party by the name of Denver. There ain't no doubt about it.
Ah, that's a pity. It takes away all the interest and excitement.
Parkin gets more hoggish over the paper every day.
Read it out loud, Parkin, then we can all hear it.
Very well, gentlemen, if it's the wish of the company.
I think it's my turn to read out loud tonight, Mr. Parkin. You read out the horrible affair at Camberwell last night, and the revolting tragedy the night afore.
Well, Mr. Binks, and if I did, am I not the clerk of this parish?
Yes, Mr. Parkin. But because we're obliged to listen to you on Sundays, when you've got us in church and we can't help ourselves, is no reason why you should bully-rag us on weekdays when we got the right of reply.
Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Binks, that the Lord Bishop of this diocese has particularly admired my reading of the Psalms.
Very likely, Mr. Parkin. But then the Psalms is one thing, and the Daily Telegraph's another.
Gentlemen, I'm in your hands.
Go on, Mr. Parkin, read out. Let's hear all about the murder.
Wilfred Denver, a young fellow of good connections who has lately been leading a life of gambling and dissipation, and who had returned from the Derby in a drunken frenzy, aggravated, it is said, by heavy betting losses.
Wheeler!
I really cannot read, sir, if you interrupt.
Who asked you to read? You talking about the Hatton Garden murder?
Yes, sir, we are.
Oh, I know Hatton Garden very well. Have they discovered anything fresh?
No, that's only the morning paper. The evening paper ain't come yet.
They hope they catch the man before long.
Oh, I expect they'll soon run him down.
Yes, I expect so.
Stranger in these parts, eh?
Yes. No, I know them little.
Sailor, eh?
Yes.
Oh, where might you be making for,
I'm
sir?
going to join my ship.
And where might that be, mate?
She's Oh, what the devil's that got to do with you? Waiter! Show me to a private room where these men can't pester me.
Pester him? Why, what's the matter with him, man?
Pester him, indeed. I wonder who he
He's a
is.
madman, that's what he is. Did you notice how he said?
Perhaps he's escaped from somewhere.
Right
Let's go
this
put
way,
Mrs.
sir.
Buttons on our guard. He's a dangerous character to have about the act.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
You look tired.
Yes, my girl, I am.
What's the matter with your foot?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, that's a fib. You're quite lame.
No, I walked a good bit today. I'm dead beat.
Never mind. You'll be better tomorrow.
Yes, I shall be better tomorrow. Bring me some water, will you?
Yes, sir. Anything else?
You get the London evening paper here?
Yes, sir. It generally comes about this time.
Let me have it the moment it comes. Don't look at me. There's a good girl. Now, go out, shut the door. Don't let me be disturbed.
Poor fellow. I wonder who he is.
How long will it last? Wonder if anyone saw me jump from the train. Must be about 8:15. Yesterday at this time I was innocent. Yesterday he was alive. I could laugh and play the fool. And now... Oh, God, put back the universe and give me yesterday. Too late. Heaven work out some way of escape for me. Not for my own sake, not to shield me from the just consequences of my crime, but for the sake of my dear wife and innocent children.
Yes, sir. There you are.
Thank you, my girl.
You ain't a bit like a sailor.
Why not? What makes you think that?
Oh, sailors are always hearty and jolly and want to kiss me. I know you've hurt your foot. I wish you'd let John the ostler see it. He's as good as a doctor for sprains. He'll tell you what to bathe it with.
No, let me alone. That's all I want. Well?
Paper, sir.
Oh, thank you. What's this? Terrible railway calamity. 7:35 express from Euston. That's the train I was in. A collision. The 3 front carriages with all their occupants were burning for upwards of an hour. Nothing was left of them but cinders. Amongst the ill-fated passengers was Wilfred Denver, who committed the murder in Hatton Garden last night. What's this? And was thus paid the last penalty of his crime in the very act of flying from justice. Paid the last penalty of his crime. And I'm dead. Dead to all the world. Merciful Father, thou hast heard my prayer and given me life. My wife, she will see this and think me dead. Better so. Better so than to be tied to a murderer. Yes, my darling, I have done you harm enough. Now I'll set you free. How far is it to the station?
A mile, sir.
There's a late train down to Bristol, isn't there?
Yes, sir, the down night mail.
Order a horse and conveyance to meet it at once.
Yes, sir.
I'll reach Bristol tonight. Wilfred Denver is dead. Tomorrow, I begin a new life.
3 years have elapsed. The spider still flourishes on his ill-gotten gains. Nellie Denver and her 2 children are living in dire poverty, but still served faithfully by loyal old Jakes. Wilfred Denver has changed greatly in 3 years. Grave and subdued, his hair almost white, he has come back to find some trace of his loved ones. The bleak winter wind seems to chill all hope of success. He pauses near a schoolhouse to watch the children romping out.
Why are you crying, my dear?
The girls won't play with me. They won't speak to me.
Why, how's that? What makes them so cruel? Come, tell me all about it. You're not afraid of me, are you?
No, I like you.
That's right. I thought we should get on together. Now tell me all your troubles. Why won't they play with you?
You won't tell anybody, will you?
No, I promise you. It'll be a secret.
They say my father killed a man. Oh, that makes you turn away from me.
No, my dear, don't think that. Tell me quick. What's your name?
Sissy Denver.
Sissy Denver. My own child.
Why are you crying?
Never mind me. Where do you live?
In here.
In there? In that wretched hole. Who else lives with you, Sissy?
Mother and Ned and our old Jakes. You don't know old Jakes. I do love him.
God bless him. Where are the others, Sissy?
I dare say Jakes has gone to get some work, and Mother isn't at home. We can't pay our rent, and she's gone to ask the gentleman to let us stop on for a few days. Ned's in there. He's asleep. He's been very ill.
Ill? Not dangerously ill?
Yes, but he's getting better. And if he could have nice things to eat, he'd...
So he shall. Everything that money can buy. Here, take this purse, and you'll find plenty of money in that.
Is that for Mother? Oh, that's kind. What will you do without it?
Well, I've got plenty more at home. And now, I wonder if you'll give me a kiss.
Oh, yes, that I will.
I had a little girl of my own once. When I kiss you, it seems as if she came back to me again.
She's dead, then?
Yes. Dead. To me.
I know I should have been very fond of you if you'd been my father.
God bless you, my darling. You mustn't mind when your schoolfellows speak unkindly of your dead father.
I won't. I don't believe it's true. I don't believe he was a bad man. Because if he had been, Jakes and Mother wouldn't have been so fond of him.
Always think that, my dear. Always think that. Here, dear. This scarf will keep a little of the cold out.
Oh, isn't it pretty?
There now. Run to find your mother. Give her that purse.
Oh, yes, that I will. She's gone to Mr. Skinner's, that nice big house across the street.
Run on, then, my brave little queen.
Hello? What are you doing here? And let's have a look at your face. Master Will! It's Master Will come back from the dead. Oh, say it's really you, Master Will.
Yes, it is I. Come back, as you say, from the dead. My wife, is she well? How is she? Has she suffered much? Does she ever speak of me?
Oh, Master Will, I can't tell you what she had to go through. It's been a terrible fight for her, but she's borne up like an angel. Oh, sir, you've come back at the right time. We're nearly starving.
Starving? Well, it's all over now. I'm rich, Jakes. I'm rich. When I left England, I went to the silver mines of Nevada. I had to struggle hard at first and could only send you a few dollars. I was almost starving myself. But one morning I struck a rich vein of silver. Today I'm richer than I can count. Then I sent you $1,000. But none of it reached you.
No, sir. You see, we've changed our home so often, and she always took care not to leave our address for fear...
For fear, yes. My wretched story should follow you, I see.
Oh, sir, don't say any more about that. That's all past now. And Miss Nellie, she'll go mad with joy.
No! No, she mustn't know, Jakes.
Not know? Not tell
No,
her,
not
Master
yet, not yet. Listen, Jakes. I've come back to England with one thought, with one resolve. To make her happy. When that happens to me, that I will do.
Surely, Master Will, you are safe after all these years.
I'm known as John Franklin, Kensington Gardens, London. But I shall never be safe till I stand in the dock to answer for my crime. I shall be safe then. I've started 100 times to give myself up, but I've always been held back by the thought that I was not myself that night. But it will come, Jakes.
What'll come, sir?
Detection. If I were to join her, suspicion would be aroused at once. I might be discovered, dragged from her side, tried, condemned, and hanged.
Oh, Master Will, if the missus could but know, if she could.
Not yet,
know.
Jakes. Now listen. You shall take her from this poverty and put her in her old home with everything that money can buy. And then, when I have made her rich, cheerful, contented, I'll ask myself whether I may dare to throw the shadow of my life across her happiness. In the meantime, promise me, swear to me that she shall not know.
Why, of course, Master Will, if you wish it.
God bless you, my dear old Jakes, for all your kindness. God bless you. I shall never be able to repay you.
6 months elapse. Nellie and the children have been moved back into their old home at the Grange. But old Jakes is having difficulty keeping his happy secret.
You know, Mrs., all this money is, as you may say, yours.
Mine, Jake?
Yes. You see, my Uncle Samuel left particular instructions in his will. Well, never mind about my Uncle Samuel. We'll drop the subject. Well, aren't you happy now you're back in your old home, Mrs.?
Yes, Jake. I am happy.
Quite happy, Mrs.?
Yes, Jake. Happier than I ever hoped to be.
There's something, Mrs., I can see. There's something you miss. Now, ain't there? Tell the truth.
Yes, Jake. There is.
What is it, Mrs.? I've ordered them to lay out the garden just as it used to be, and to plant a new chestnut tree where the old one was blown down.
Oh, Jake, can't you see what it is? I'm back in my old home without the man who made it all dear to me, without my will. Oh, I love him still. Yes, I love him as much today as the day I married him in the church yonder. Huh. It was under this tree I promised to be his wife. Oh, Jake, I remember it as if it were yesterday. Everything here, every tree, every brick in the old house, every little nook and corner brings back to me his dear, handsome face until I can sometimes hardly stop myself from running all through the grounds and fields and calling out, Will, come back to me. Come back to me if it were but for a moment. Now you know what it is. I miss my old home, my husband's love. And you can't give that back to me, Jake. No. No, not that. Not that.
Can't I? Oh, yes, I can. And I will, too, this very day. I've wrote and told him I can't keep his secret no longer. He's on his way to you now as fast as the train can bring him.
Oh, look at these flowers, Jake, for Mama. Aren't they pretty? Oh, Jake, it was kind of you to bring us to this beautiful home.
No, it's not me, little missy. It isn't me as is doing it at all. Now run along and give the flowers to your mother.
Oh, yes, Uncle Jake.
Jakes. Master Will.
Is anybody about? May I come in?
Oh, yes, come in, Master Will. Miss Nellie's gone to give her poor people their dinner, and I'm all alone.
You're sure I shan't be seen?
Oh, no fear, sir. I'll keep a good lookout.
How is she? Is she quite well and happy? And the children?
Oh, yes, they're all quite well. Oh, Master Will, don't hide it from her no longer. Tell her you're alive. You wait here. I'll go and fetch her to you.
Jakes, you mustn't go.
Oh, Master Will. When you brought her back here and spent all that money to make the old place just like it used to be when she was a girl, you thought you was going to make her happy, didn't you?
Have I not made her happy? What more can I do?
Why, sir, don't you see? Home ain't four walls, and the ceiling and the furniture. Home's the place where them as loves us is. And it was you what made this place home for her. And she's breaking her heart 'cause it's her home no longer.
Jakes, I will tell you why my wife must not know that I'm alive. When I have told you, you must never speak of it again. Last night I went down to the river, to a place owned by that man, Coombe.
What, the man as was going to turn the missus out?
Yes. I've been following him up for the last 6 months, ever since I recognized him as the man that showed me into Geoffrey Ware's room that night. I've caught at the straw of a hope that I might find out something that might give me a right to believe that I did not shed that man's blood.
Oh, how happy it would make her.
And so, night after night, I go to that place on the river and watch and watch and watch. I've tried to get in, all in vain. Seems a hopeless task. Well, when I got back last night, I found your letter waiting for me, begging me to make myself known to my wife. I read the letter again and again. The more I tried to persuade myself that for her dear sake I must keep silence, the more my heart cried out, I must have her. I will have her. If I die for it, she shall be my own again. Oh, Jakes, I was so happy. I couldn't sleep for joy of it. And when at last I put my head on my pillow, my one thought was, tomorrow I'll tell her I'm alive. Tomorrow I'll take her in my arms and call her my wife again.
And so you shall, Master Will. Let me fetch her to you.
I fell asleep, Jakes. Do you know what a murderous sleep is like? It's the waking time of conscience. I fell asleep last night, and I dreamed a great bony hand came out of the sky. The hand gripped me as a hawk grips a wren, set me on the gallows, and I felt the plank fall from my feet, and I dropped. I awoke.
For mercy's sake, Master Will.
And I knew that the dream was sent for a message to tell me that though I should fly to the uttermost ends of the earth, as high as the stars are above, or as deep as the deepest sea is below, there is no hiding for me. No rest, no hope, no shelter, no escape.
Jakes, who's that? Oh, it's you. You've come to see us in our new home. But you're crying. What's the matter? Are you unhappy?
Not now, Sissy. No, not now.
Jakes, do you know the kind gentleman?
No, Missy, no.
I'm so glad you've come. You'll come and live with us, will you?
What would you do with me?
Oh, you'll play with Ned and me. We've got a rocking horse and soldiers and, lots of things.
What games we could have, couldn't we?
Oh, yes. Oh, do stay, will you? Do.
And your mother?
Oh, I know she'd be glad to have you. She's always wondering and talking about you. Who are you?
Who am I?
Yes, tell me. Tell me true.
Well, I'm a king.
But what king are you?
I'm the Silver King. At least that's what men call me. But I must go now. Goodbye, Sissy.
Oh, no, you mustn't go. Mama does want to see you so badly. Wait here. I'll go and fetch her. Mama!
Mama? Master Will, won't you stay?
No, Jakes. Let me go. Not a word for her sake. Let me go.
Come on, Mama.
Yes, darling.
Where is he, Jake?
Where is he?
Where's who, Mrs.?
The gentleman who was here who gave the purse to Sissy.
Oh, yes, Mrs. There was a gentleman here, but as he was rather pressed for time, he had to go to catch his train, and the train's gone.
Oh, Jake, that's the story. Train's only just started, but I heard the whistle and I can see the smoke.
Jake, why don't you tell me the truth?
It'll come out. It'll come out.
Who is this man? This gentleman who gave the purse to Sissy?
How should I know?
Jake, I will take no more money from you, no more food, no more shelter, till I know where it comes from. Who is he, Jake? Who is he, I say?
Oh, Mrs., can't you guess?
Jake, I knew it. I knew it. Oh, he's alive. Sissy, oh, my darling, kiss me. Kiss me. Your father is alive.
Meantime, Denver, disguised as ragged old deaf Dickie, watches Coombs's wharf in an endeavor to prove his innocence. We go now to the thieves' hideout inside Coombs' wharf. The spider is expected.
The spider.
Where is the Venerable Coombe?
Here, my dear boy. I'm delighted to see you.
Reciprocated, Mr. Coombe. There's something magical in the grasp of your hand. It's horny and dirty, but what of that? It's honest. The shake of an honest hand does me good. Now, Coombe, sharp's the word. Let's get to business.
Well, I'll send off Dickie first.
Boil me down into mock turtle soup.
What's the matter, Cripps?
Why, the deaf chap would be just the man to keep this here crib.
Yes, we ought to have somebody here. What's the fellow like?
Well, he's deaf, but he's a hidget. The police would never be able to get anything out of him, and he could never tell any lies about us.
Ah, that's the sort of a man we want. Bring him in. Let's have a look at him.
Here. Hey, you. Hey, Dickie. Come in here. Here, come in here.
What's your name?
Eh?
What's your name?
Yes, Governor.
What's your confounded name, you thick-headed doddy-dod?
He's round at the public house. Dickie, go fetch him, Governor.
Oh, this man would be a perfect treasure in the witness box.
Dickie, go there if you like, Governor.
I should like to see him under cross-examination.
Dickie, take him an answer.
No answer. Listen, you want work, don't you?
Eh?
Work!
Oh, work. Oh, yes, Governor. Dickie work very hard, scrub floor, run my stiffet. Dickie, do what you tell him.
Coombe, this man is like you. He'll do anything for an honest living.
Well, shall we have him?
Dickie, be as faithful as a dog. Give poor Dickie a chance, Governor.
He's as safe as anybody we can get. All right, Coombe. Give him a trial.
Eh? What did you say, Governor?
No, he'll tell you. I can't shout any more.
You can come on here as porter and sleep on the premises. Look, 15 shillings a week.
Eh?
15 shillings.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Dickie's so glad. Dickie's so glad.
All right, now come this way. I'll show you where you've got to sleep.
Eh?
Sleep.
Oh,
Sleep. Come on.
Dickie stay here always. Dickie's very fond of Mr. Coombe. Thank you.
Pips, I want you to make me some keys to fit these molds.
Oh,
Who the plague is that?
I know. It's the Duke of New York. He must have followed Dickie.
You better let him in, or else he'll kick up a row.
Hello, dear boys. Oh, Spider old chummy. Bless you, bless you.
Bless yourself. Pray for some brains. What do you want here?
LSD, especially the ale.
What have you done with the last 20 pounds?
Blowed it.
Why, it's our young friend Henry Corkin.
Dear old Father Christmas.
Now, Coombe, have you stowed away your March hare?
Yes, I've took him up to the cockloft and I've given him some bread and cheese and left him. He seems happy enough.
In business. Sharp. Where's the money box?
How much?
180.
What? Only 180 for all that plate? I'd better have left it in Sir George's sideboard. I shall miss it the next time I dine with him. Now, my venerable chum, just one word with you about Lady Blanche's jewels. Where are they?
Well, you see, my dear boy, I didn't like to leave 'em here, so I took 'em to my own place, you know, my shop in the Gray's Inn Road. I thought they'd be safer there.
Now, Coombe, you're telling lies, you know. Lies. And setting a bad example for Cripps here. Those jewels are worth 6,000 pounds. And once more for the last time, where are they?
Don't get in a temper, Spider. I tell you, I may have a customer for 'em next week, and we'll settle for 'em then.
No, we won't settle for them then. We'll settle for them now.
Yes, we'll settle for him now.
Yes, we'll settle for him
You
now.
infernal jackanapes, what business is it of yours?
Every business of mine, Mr. Spider. I means to have 50 quid out of this.
Oh, you do you?
Yes, and if you don't give it me, I'll let on about Eton Gardens 4 years ago.
If you say half a word more,
Half a word
Oh,
more.
now, come,
You
my
don't
dear boys, no more.
Stow it, Spider, stow it.
I've given you rope enough, Mr. Crockett.
Don't you talk about rope, Spider. If he comes to hang in, it won't be me, it'll be you.
Curse you, will you never give me peace until I kill you?
Yes, like you killed Geoffrey Ware.
Innocent! Innocent, thank God!
Who is that? Who is that?
Who is it? Wilfred Denver!
What?
Stand from that door! You
Stop
me!
him! Stop him!
Stop me! The whole world shall not stop me now!
Denver, unaware that he's being followed by the spider, rushes off to the grange to clasp Nellie in his arms and tell her of the proof of his innocence.
Is it my will? My will? Oh, this face, this white hair. Oh, my will alive.
Nell,
Oh, Will, don't speak. Don't say a word. Only let me look at you. Oh, let me cry, or else my heart will break. Oh, don't stop me, Will. Don't stop me. Oh, my darling.
that's right. Have a good cry and ease your heart. Oh, Nell, I've such news for you. I never killed that man. I am innocent.
Oh, Will, is it true?
Yes, my own. Do you think I'm changed?
Yes. Yes and no. Changed and not changed. But you're always the same to me. You're always my Will.
Nellie. Our children, our little Ned and Sissy, where are they?
I was waiting for you to ask that.
Oh, gently, Missy. Gently, Master Ned. That's my old rheumatic arm. Now, don't pull it out of joint, you young Turk.
Ned. Sissy, do you know me? I'm your father. Put your arms around my neck. Both of you. Quite close. That's it, my darlings.
I know who that little girl was that you lost.
Well, tell me, who was she?
Why, me, wasn't she?
Yes. I've found her now. I shall never lose her again.
No, we'll never let you go away again, shall we, Mama?
No, indeed, darling.
But you're crying. And Jake's, you too. What's there to cry for?
Don't you take no notice of me, Missy. I'm not crying. I'm only laughing the wrong way.
Look, Will. That man.
Jakes, take my children away. Go into the house, Nell. I'll come to you when I've sent this man away.
No, let me stay. I'd rather stay.
Mr. John Franklin?
Denver, sir. Come, Nell. I have no business with this man.
Mrs. Franklin, I hold your husband's life in my hands. If you value it, I beg him to hear me. Hear what I have to say.
Oh, Will, are you in danger? Oh, yes, let us hear what he has to say.
What I have to say must be said to him alone.
We'll listen to him, for my sake.
Remain within sight, within call.
Yes, please.
Now, sir.
Look here, Mr. Franklin.
Denver.
I thought I'd better not mention that name. I don't want to get you into any trouble.
I'll take care you don't do that.
You appear to misunderstand me.
Not at all. I understand you perfectly. I've watched you night and day for the last 5 months.
What do you know? What have you seen?
Enough for my purpose.
And you mean to use it?
I do.
Take care, I warn you. Don't quarrel with me. I'll give you a chance, and if you're wise, you'll take it before it's too late.
Go on.
We're both in a devil of a mess. I want to make a mutual concession. Silence for silence.
And the alternative?
You fight me, and I'll fight you. You proclaim me a thief and get me a possible 5 or 7 years. I proclaim you a murderer and get you hanged. Take care, it's an edged tool we're playing with. It cuts both ways, but the handle is in my hands, and the blade is toward you. You'd better remain John Franklin. Wilfred Denver is dead. Let him remain so.
You lie! Down to your very soul, you lie! Wilfred Denver is alive, and today all the world shall know it. Nell.
Yes, Will.
There stands the murderer of Geoffrey Ware.
Oh.
He wants to bargain with me. Shall I hide myself or shall I fight him? Give him his answer, Nell.
You shall fight him.
You have your answer. Go.
I shall go straight from here and give information to the police that Wilfred Denver is alive.
I will save you that trouble. I shall surrender myself at once.
And I'll save you that trouble.
Baxter!
Mr. Baxter, do your duty and arrest the murderer of Geoffrey Ware.
Very well. I'll do my duty and arrest the murderer of Geoffrey Ware.
What do you mean?
I mean that your dear friend, Mr. Henry Corkett, has turned Queen's evidence.
And you believe him?
Yes. I always believe what's told me, especially when it's proved.
And what proof have you of this tale?
The evidence of your other friends, Mr. Coombe and Mr. Cripps. Thanks to Mr. Corkett, I've bagged a lot of them, and they all tell the same tale. Is that enough, Spider?
The blackguards. Hang the lot.
Well, no. I think that may happen to you, but I fancy they'll get off.
Oh, don't let 'em off, Master. Hang the lot of 'em.
Mr. Wilfred Denver, I believe.
That is my name.
I shall want you as a witness against this man.
I shall be ready to come when called upon. But I've no desire for revenge. My only wish is to clear my name.
That is already done. Come, Spider. I want to catch the up train. I've got a call to make on Lady Blanche Winter in town this morning.
Are these handcuffs necessary?
Well, yes, I think so, if you don't mind. Take care of him, Bob.
Yes, sir.
You've had a very narrow escape, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Baxter. Come, Nell. Let us kneel and give thanks in the dear old home where I wooed you and won you in the happy, happy days of long ago.
Oh, my darling.
Home at last.
Been listening to the famous old English melodrama, The Silver King. The play was adapted and directed by Joseph Bell. The research was done by Blevins Davis. We also wish to thank Mr. Robert Camel and Mr. Arthur Wallach for their invaluable reminiscences. The cast was as follows: the modern girl, played by Lucille Wall; Wilfred Denver, Charles Webster; Nellie Denver, Peggy Allenby; Captain Skinner, the Spider; Richard Gordon; Elia Coombe, Harry Cooper Cliff; Daniel Jakes, William Shelley; Geoffrey Ware, George Gall; Henry Corkett, Eustace Wyatt; Tubbs, Harry Neville; Parkin, John McGovern; Brownson, William Podmore; Susie, Barbara Weeks; Sissy Denver, Marilyn Erskine; and Baxter the detective, Eric Dressler. The orchestra was under the direction of Joseph Honte. On Saturday, April 30th, the Great Play Series will be scheduled at 5:15 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Your announcer is Jack Costello. This is an NBC educational feature of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 11. Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 11, presents The King of the Moon by Joseph Schul. The production is directed by Harry W. Junkin and stars Ian Martin, the brilliant young character actor who delighted Broadway with his performance of Finian in Finian's Rainbow. Here is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 11, The King of the Moon. Our play starts in a suburban garden in Dublin with a lot of things all growing green, which, considering the ancestry of the man bending over the scallions, is only logical. His name is in keeping, too. It's Michael Ryan.
'Tis a sad thing to be over 50, never to have seen the world, never to have been the great things you might have been. The passers-by see nothing but a pot-bellied businessman weeding in his garden after supper. A man with the dreams gone out of him.
Michael, must you be pottering about in that garden all evening?
Now, Margaret, who is it was complaining yesterday about the weeds?
No, they could wait another day. I sent the twins off to the movies, and Michael's gone to a dance with that young Roberts girl. And I don't like sitting all alone on the veranda with a dull book.
All right, then come and sit down here and watch me. Oh, you're interfering with me train of thought at the moment.
Michael, are you sure you didn't leave anything at the office today?
Of course I'm sure, and for the third time.
Very well, I merely asked. Now, where'll I sit?
On the customary part of yourself, I presume. I suppose that bench will hold you.
But you've added a few pounds yourself, and you're an old bear.
It's my family responsibilities and contending with a nagging wife.
Oh.
Now, will you get on with that book and leave me to weed into things?
Is there trouble at the office? Have you been quarreling with Tim again?
I have been quarreling with Tim for 29 years. It's not a thing I give a thought to now.
Oh, Michael, answer me seriously now. Is there nothing you left behind you at the office? Nothing at all?
Woman, I will tear up a fistful of fine new carrots and heave them at you if you ask me that again. Now, don't...
Very well, I'm lost in my book. But before you bury your nose in the weeds again, you might take a look at the setting sun. You know, a touch of beauty would do no harm to your warped soul.
I have looked. There's no need for making it a hindrance to my work. I can feel God's beauty warm on the back of my neck and seeping down into my heart. And the voices of the earth come to me through the fingertips.
Well, I've a poet for a husband tonight.
No, not a poet. But a man that might have been many things 28 years ago, who knows?
Who knows what?
Who? Nothing. Get on with your book. "28 years ago, in the spring, and me 25 and 2 years out of the army and into the insurance business with Tim, while the world and its far places and the great things to be done swum round in my head and filled my heart with dreams. I can still remember the sing of the blood in my veins that morning. The morning I go whistling down to the office and pore over my insurance cards and gather the lot of them together and throw them out of the window and go crashing in on Tim as he sat at his desk. Tim!
Must you rattle the fillings out of me teeth every time you come in?
I've come to tell you of my decision.
Have you now?
I have. I woke up this morning with it fully formed in my head. I quit.
Oh, is that all?
Now, you're a good friend, Tim, and you were a good officer, and taking me into the business was kindly meant. I appreciate that.
Go on.
But I have been turning things over very seriously in my mind since we had the fight yesterday.
Which one?
The one over the accident policy.
That wasn't much of a fight.
No, but when it was over and I walked out of here and I caught myself feeling the slightest possible of tremors about how you took it when I called you a pig-headed reactionary.
Oh, that was good of you indeed.
It dawned on me suddenly that I was a mite worried about what you'd think. I was on the verge of becoming careful about what I said. And, oh, Tim, boy, beyond that lies the region of terror. The time when I look upon you as the boss, when I'm afraid of being fired, a slave to my paycheck, and no longer a free man. Oh, it's a horrible vista.
Horrible.
But a distant one. I'm free yet. I'm as good a man as you are and not the one to shrink from saying so.
That I'll grant you.
Though I may have but $150 in the bank while you've 10,000.
Oh, that'll adjust itself in time. Stay with the business long enough and we'll both have $150 in the bank.
I gather that you're willing to have me go, that you impugn my ability.
I do nothing of the kind. I'm firing you again.
Oh, no, I've had the first word on that score.
And this time you'll stay fired for a couple of months till I'm good and ready to take you back.
That, of course, is ridiculous and a left-handed invitation to stay, which I cannot accept. I have quit definitely and for good.
And what are you going to do?
Tim, how should I know and what should I care what I'm going to do? I'm young and strong with the health bounding in me and the wide world before me. There's gold in Africa and coffee in Brazil and diamonds heaven knows where else. There's great railways to be owned and ships to be sailed and the very kingdoms of the stars but a step away from our science. We may see a man of this earth, a king of the moon, before we die. And am I not as good a man as any? I'll wear no man's collar, Tim, not even yours. Though of all of them, I've found it the least abrasive.
Is that so?
Ah, now, I'm grateful to you, boy. I'm friends with you, and I hope I always will be. But I'm off to freedom in my own way.
Go ahead. And one of these days, as I've warned you before, I'll be sick of your nonsense.
Nonsense? And you with your bottom glued to a swivel chair and your nose to the grindstone already. Goodbye to you, Tim. So there I am out on the streets, a free man of my free will and the ways of the world thrown open to me. Ah, the shops are good to look at and the tall buildings and the fine cars, and I'd own them all someday. And I'm striding along with a good free stride and looking back and I forget what was you.
Mind where you're going.
And there was me first glimpse of herself. She'd come out of the drugstore wearing the red hat jaunty on her head, and I still say it's the best hat she ever had, and a jar of cold cream in her hand. And now she's sitting on the sidewalk with a red hat over one eye and the cold cream oozing out onto the pavement beside her, and me standing over her, looking sheepish.
You always charge up the street with your eyes in the back of your neck.
Oh, there now. Up you get.
Let me alone.
There you are.
How will you look at my dress?
Oh, now, sure, it was an accident which I shall regret to my dying day, and you exaggerate. I was merely glancing back over my shoulder.
Oh, you clumsy lout.
You know, it's a pretty hat, and maybe it does belong over that eye, but it gives you the suggestion of a skull.
Well,
Now, if you were to push it back a little...
Indeed.
There, that's better. Now, turn around and I'll give you a bit of brushing off on your back.
I beg your pardon.
Well, very well, do it yourself.
Thank you. And now, if you will indicate the direction in which you're going, I'll move off in the other.
There's another thought which occurs to me.
Well, I haven't the time to hear it.
I'll be delighted to buy you a bucket of cold cream if you'll allow me to pour out my apologies across the table.
What?
I mean to see if maybe a small steak and a double banana split could win a smile of you where I have failed.
That is impudence heaped upon injury. And no matter how I meet strange men, I never accept a first invitation from them. And further apologies should be addressed to Dublin 54298, Miss Margaret Dillon, and the best day is Thursday. Good morning.
So there I am with the lands of the world beckoning and the seas and the ships to take me there, and I chained to the town and the street and the back bedroom at Mrs. Silverstein's for 48 hours, all because it's Tuesday. And Thursday morning, bright and early, I'm rushing for the telephone.
International Hardware and Plymouth Stores Incorporated.
There wouldn't be a Miss Margaret Dillon at that place, would there?
Sure, but she's busy with the president.
The president... Thank you very much. Six times it was in 2 hours of a fine spring morning before she answered, and allowed herself to be coaxed to a movie with Douglas Fairbanks climbing over housetops and jumping from cliffs and filling the brain with thoughts of the adventures that might be had. And a fine, full-blooded quarrel we have on the way home, with me telling her of the road fever in me veins and her thinking it scandalous that I have no job and no ambition, and preaching the cause of the sedentary that end up with automobiles and duodenal ulcers, and generally revealing a disgusting narrowness of viewpoint. And we decided to continue the argument on the following Tuesday, though she saw very little point in it since she'd already said the last word.
So for the Tuesday, I decide to try dancing. And we come to a restaurant where there's a little music. And we sit down, and she's wearing the red hat, and her eyes are blue beneath it. And she finds a smile for me, and the chains I'd felt settling upon me were jingling like silver bracelets, and in spite of my best efforts, it was a pleasant sound. And I couldn't forbear telling her I was glad to see her, and I'd been thinking of her, and she said she'd been worrying about me and my wild ideas. And then, almost on the waiter's heels, came that great oaf Tim.
Hello there, Michael. Michael, it's good to see you.
And I'm glad to see you, Tim.
And in such good company.
Yes.
I've been wondering about you and waiting for you to come round again.
I'm still of the same mind as when I left, Tim. Are you looking for someone?
No.
Well, perhaps I'll find a table for you then.
It seems a very crowded place tonight.
Yes, it does. Well, Tim, I'll be seeing you around one of these days.
Aren't you going to introduce me to the young lady?
I had not thought of it. However, Miss Dillon, this is Mr. Moran.
Delighted, Miss Dillon.
How do you do, Mr. Moran?
Michael and Miss Dillon. Would you take it amiss if I were to join you? Feeding alone is a most distasteful business to a sociable man.
As the act of a gentleman and a favour to a friend, will you get the devil out of here?
Would you mind, Miss Dillon?
Not at all, Mr. Moran, not at all.
Not at all, and she looks at him with a great, deep smile she'd never given me, and he plants himself at the table and has the impudence to dance with her, and the evening's ruined except once in a while when I get her away from his endless babble for a dance, and then it's worse.
I think you're rude and stupid, and I cannot see how you've ever kept a friend judging by the way you treat Mr. Moran. You've not said a civil word to him all evening.
If he'd had the barest scrap of decency, he'd never have butted in on us. And beating your eardrums in with his talk about the insurance business. Who wants to hear about insurance?
I do. It's very interesting.
It's not the insurance that's interesting you.
We'll sit down now.
And then we're going home at the end of a lovely evening, still the three of us, and him lying himself black in the face about where he lived so that he could walk with us all the way to her house, and only leaving us at the gate when I kick him in the shin. And, well, I knew he'd made a careful note of the address.
You know, Mr. Moran is very nice.
I can only say for him that sold to a glue factory and boiled down, he'd make the world's finest adhesive. The only satisfaction I've got is knowing that he has a 3-mile walk home.
Oh, he hasn't. He said he lives only a little way from here.
He's a liar, among other things.
Well, at least he's a man with ambition. And I'm ashamed of you for leaving your job with him and all the fine chances he offered you.
I'd have fleets of automobiles where he has one and towns where he has houses before I'm finished.
And how are you going to get them?
Oh, Margaret, the ways to success are endless to the man with brains and hands and courage.
And every one of them requires work.
I'm not afraid of work. I look about, see the world and what it has to offer, and shape it to my hands. Will you come dancing on Thursday?
Nope.
Why not?
Because you cannot afford the money until you get yourself work and stop dreaming your way through life.
I am not dreaming my way through life. My plans are definite.
Definite?
That's what they are. I'll wear no man's collar and settle down into the first comfortable rut in which I happen to find myself.
And I'll not waste the time of anyone who'd walk out of a job in such prospects with a fine man like Mr. Moran. Good night, Mr. Ryan.
So there I am, walking home in the moonlight, free as the air again, and taking a savage kick at every stone on the road as I pass. And the next morning it's still spring, and the world is as wide as ever, and there are grand opportunities for a young man in Duluth and San Francisco and London and Auckland, and fortunes to be made in India and gold in Africa and the pampas waving in South America and all the world to be seen, and I not have to see it. Ah, that Tim. 30 years old he is, getting on for middle age and solid in his rut as a mid-course. But it comes to me suddenly that he is 6 feet tall with curly hair and blue eyes and such. And there is the possibility that a woman might see something in him. And so after a bit of that sort of thinking, I get up from my chair in the garden and walk downtown and go in and knock on his door with my pride rising in my throat like a wet sponge. And he says, "Come in," and there he is with his feet on the table and a thumb to his mouth, as though he'd been biting it. Good morning, Tim.
Where did you meet her?
Who?
And what have you been doing to her?
I have no idea of whom you are speaking.
Go on. I'm a reasonable man and never too fixed in my viewpoint to change it. Now, I've always been of the opinion that you were a harmless lunatic.
What?
But Miss Dillon seems to have it so firmly fixed in her head that the only worthwhile people in the world are the dreamers and the men with imagination that...
What did you say?
I said that you've thrown a spell over Miss Dillon, which inclines her to believe that you've courage instead of being lazy and brains instead of the gift of the gab, and she's made a reluctant convert of me. I'm merely growing old before me time by staying here and trying to build up a business. I'm going to leave it.
What?
And see what the world offers in the way of large opportunities and adventure.
But what's going to happen to the business?
To this business, anything that happens will be an improvement. It can go to blazes.
Oh, and I suppose you'll be bragging to Miss Dillon of your great resolve.
I'll be informing her of it on Thursday night.
So you've been after her already?
You've known her for exactly 1 week. That's a start which can be overtaken.
We'll see about that. Where does Miss Dillon work?
In that office there, but you can't be going in there. That's the president's office.
Aha.
Michael, you cannot come in here. The president...
Hang your old president. I think it only right to tell you that your shameless feminine duplicity has resulted in the wrecking of not one life, but of 2.
What?
I cannot go back to the business even if I wanted to, because Tim has now decided to close it up and go off hunting ivory in Africa or seals in Lapland.
Has he indeed? And what have I to do with it?
Everything you belaboured to me, you praised to him. And he now thinks I was right where I know I was wrong, and is off to do as I am now not going to do.
I have become entangled with 2 madmen, and the sooner you're both out of my life, the better.
Dine in with him tomorrow evening is no way to get him out of your life.
That's no concern of yours. And you have no cause to be interested in the fact that we'll be dining at the Moresby at 8:15. And now, will you leave me to my work before the president comes in here and throws you out?
The Moresby, 8:15. Well, good evening to you both.
Good evening, Michael.
And why the devil should you be happening along here at this minute?
The Moresby is a public eating place, and I'm prepared to pay my bill. I am also prepared to join you, if invited.
We're expecting me grandfather, who makes noises with his soup, and his older sister, who is a suffragette. You won't find the company entertaining.
Perhaps if Miss Dillon did not object, I might fill in the time until they arrive.
Oh, sit down, Michael. And wipe those scowls off your faces, both of you.
Thank you, Margaret. Well, I understand that you're off for Tasmania or Baluchistan, Tim.
I am not.
Or was it Greenland, perhaps?
I'm staying right here in this town. I'm remaining in the insurance business. I shall be buried here.
I shall be glad to go to the funeral.
Miss Dillon, would you care to dance?
With pleasure, Mr. Moran.
It wasn't the sort of dancing to worry a man. Tim's face was like Ailsa Craig, and he held Margaret with the grip that is used for shoving a large chest of drawers from one corner to another. The entire conversation, so far as I could see, consisted of 3 saris from Tim. Finally, the dance ended. And there was a solemn, shifty smile in the back of Margaret's eyes when they returned to the table.
I am now going to powder my nose, if you'll both excuse me.
She told you we were going to be here.
Perhaps she did.
A man with any decency would not have come trailing after us.
Decency is a strange word in your mouth.
I've been hearing more about your singular virtues. I'm sick of the sound of your name.
Indeed.
I find it incredible, and only a step this side of madness. But there's no question about it. She prefers you to me.
She doesn't, Tim.
She does. She told me so.
She didn't.
Well, in so many words.
so she came back. And the clouds were billowing under her feet, and the band was playing heavenly hymns about her. And there were stars in her hair, and a shower of rose petals falling about her from the clouds. And I stood up at the table and held out my arms as wide as was seemly, and greeted her with a brilliant smile that must have won her. And she said,
"Sit down and stop making a spectacle of yourself."
"Margaret." "Oh, now, Margaret. Would you dance with me?"
"Yes."
"Darling."
"Oh, stop it."
"Oh, my darling, I'll shower you with diamonds. I'll ransack the kingdoms of the moon for you. 40 footmen each in a Rolls Royce will go before you and behind you when you travel.
You've no ambition to become the world's greatest traffic problem. Have you gone mad?
I think so. Oh, I knew your heart was the dreamer's heart, too.
Oh, did you indeed?
Tim's going to stay in the business, let him.
And so are you.
What?
He's going to ask you tonight. He's going to take you outside right after this dance.
But-
Michael, if you refuse, I'll never speak to you again.
Margaret,
After all the trouble I've been to put in a word for you.
Put in a word with Tim? I never needed a word put in for me with Tim.
Well, you've had it. Now remember, after this dance...
And so the dance ended, and we came back to the table, and Tim and I looked each other very hard in the eye, and then we looked at Margaret, and then he got up, and we turned together and walked away without a word. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Margaret look around her and hold her handkerchief just a bit above the table and then let it drop. Meanwhile, Tim and I stood in the lounge and looked at each other hard again and shook hands very solemnly.
We've been hornswoggled by the world's most designing female.
For our own good.
Oh, very well, for our own good. But I'm sad at the thought of what your married life's going to be like, and I wish you every happiness.
I'm not saying, mind, that just because I'm soon to be a married man, I'll stay in the insurance business. I'm wearing no chains yet.
The clank of them's deafening me this minute. Ah, but it's a pleasant sound at that. And one to make an old bachelor envious.
Ah, now cheer up, Tim, boy. There's other women in the world.
None like her. And I wish I'd never set eyes on her. Come on back.
And we start back, and we get in sight of our own table, and our heads snap up, and our eyes goggle, because without a drop to cause it, we're seeing double. There are two Margarets at the table, or rather, there's my Margaret, and another that might have been born a year or two before her as the model. And our feet bring us to the table without our having anything to do with it, and Margaret favors us with a sweet, wide-eyed smile. And I suddenly remember the sight of that dropped handkerchief.
But don't gape so, you two. It's only my sisters. Moira, this is Michael Ryan, and this is Timothy Moran.
How do you do?
Do take your chair again, Mr. Moran. I only sat down for a moment. I'm at another table.
With whom?
Two of my girlfriends. We thought we'd have dinner here and listen to the music. Coincidence, isn't it?
It is, indeed.
Do take your chair, Mr. Moran.
I'd not think of it.
Oh, but I must be getting back to my friends anyway.
Nonsense. 2 girls alone are no more miserable than 3. You'll stay with me.
I'd not think of intruding on you.
It'll be far from an intrusion, and we insist. Be the high heaven and the light of the stars, I'll stand no more nonsense from the Dillon family. Sit down, woman, or I'll pick you up in my arms and sit you down myself.
Very well, if you're determined to use force.
That was 28 years ago, and it was the last show of force either of us ever made. Ah, well. That's the last of the radishes.
Oh, well, if you're finished at last, we'll go in.
A fine, clean garden, is it not?
Michael Ryan, I'll ask you once more and for the last time, did you leave?
No, and no, I did not forget anything at the office.
Well, then I wish I'd not baked a cake and got in sherry and asked Tim and Moira to come over tonight.
Oh, you do?
I'll be ashamed for the first time in my life, and I'm hurt, too.
Are you now?
You don't even ask me why.
Well, I was thinking of something else. Whatever became of that red hat?
What red hat?
The one you were wearing when I first bumped into you outside the drugstore.
That was a blue hat. They gave it to the cleaning woman 15 years ago.
You'd never had another as good. And it was red.
It was blue.
Do you not think I can remember what you were wearing the day I met you?
Well, with such a memory, it's a pity you can't remember the day you married me.
If you think I've been unable to perceive the drift of your hints and questionings all the evening, you still underestimate me after 20 and more years. If you'll go to my coat and put your hand in the right-hand pocket, you'll find your loot.
Oh, Michael.
And I did not, as I have been maintaining with entire truthfulness, forget it at the office.
Ah, you darling old blackguard. Come on in, Michael. 'Tis little weeding you can do by the light of the moon.
The moon. And I once wanted to be king of it. Ah, well, there's been no one else set foot on the moon either. Maybe it'll be Michael Jr. who plants the name of Ryan there.
That was King of the Moon, as written by Joseph Schul. The production was directed by Harry W. Junkin. Ian Martin, recently starred in Finian's Rainbow, was heard as Michael. Andre Wallace was Margaret. Other players were Roy Irving and Grace Keddy. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonough. Beginning next week, Radio City Playhouse will be heard on Saturdays at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time over most of these NBC stations. Our first offering in this new time is Mother by Stanley Robert Mednick, the psychological study of a strange and sadly confused woman. Be with us then next Saturday, September the 11th at 8 o'clock for Mother, Attraction 12 on Radio City Playhouse. Robert Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Scat! The world's divided into two kinds of people, ailurophobes and ailurophiles, cat haters and cat lovers. There's no in-between. The man is yet to be born who can take cats or leave them alone. Either you love them or you hate them. I hate them. And even if you're a sweet old lady who lives all alone with 13 pussies, I'm sure you won't think too ill of me when you hear what the king of the cats did to me. Scat, you black fiend!
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents The King of the Cats by Stephen Vincent Benet, adapted for radio and directed and produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson.
If I hadn't been so young, I suppose I could have taken it in stride. Of course, I didn't think I was young. I was 2 years out of Yale, and I thought I knew all the answers. Certainly, I knew I was in love. They say the most beautiful women in the world are Eurasian, and they're right. Vivranka's skin was like golden velvet, her long straight hair ebony in the moonlight, and her eyes blue as a field of larkspur, fathomless as the center of heaven. Her mother had been an American missionary, her father Siamese, and undoubtedly a prince, my Aunt Emily insisted. Ordinarily, Aunt Emily wouldn't have approved of Vivranka, but this was the year that the King and I was a sellout at the St. James Theater, so a hostess who could decorate her dinner table with a breathlessly beautiful Siamese princess was definitely a hostess with a mostess. At least Aunt Emily always addressed her as princess, and Vivranka always replied to the title.
My dear princess, how sweet of you to drop in. And Tommy, how nice you would get away from the office early. Lemon or cream, princess?
Neither, Mrs. Culverin. And no sugar.
Oh, of course, my dear. How stupid of me to forget. Here you are.
Thank you.
Tommy?
I'll get myself a highball, if you don't mind.
No, dear, go right ahead. I believe you know everyone, Princess. Mrs. Dandridge.
Yes, of
Mrs.
course.
Stanford. Professor Fairweather.
Yes, indeed.
Mrs. Dandridge has been telling us about the most fascinating man, my dear. A symphony conductor with a tail.
A tail? How interesting.
I still can't believe it.
I saw it myself, twice. First in Paris, and then again at the Teatro Royale in Rome. He conducted the Beethoven Pastoral, and, my dear, you've never heard such effects from an orchestra. You see, he conducted with it.
With his tail? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And such a charming person. So urbane, so utterly fascinating.
I should imagine. I would love to meet him.
And you shall, my dear. I'll see to it when he arrives.
Oh, he's coming over?
Yes. Yes, the new symphony people have invited him to be guest conductor for 3 concerts. He'll be very busy, of course, but he's promised to give me what time he can spare.
Oh, that's sweet of you, dear, but you mustn't wear yourself out. The rest of us must do our part, too. I'll be only too glad to help entertain him.
Oh, now, that won't be necessary. I'm just going to give Monsieur Thibault... Sweet name, isn't it? Felix Thibault. I'm just going to show him the simplest of times. A little reception for 100 or so after his first concert. Perhaps he hates large mixed parties on account of his little idiosyncrasy. It makes him feel a trifle shy of strangers.
I should think it would, to say nothing of his friends and acquaintances. Vivranka, my dear, how would you like to go out night-clubbing with a jerk with a tail?
It might be interesting.
Huh?
He is not a jerk, Tommy. He is one of the finest conductors in Europe.
Sounds to me like he's the smartest showman since P.T. Barnum. What do you think, Professor?
Well, I shall be interested to see this Monsieur Thibault myself. In the Middle Ages, there was a widespread belief in homo caudatus, or men with tails, but I know of no authenticated case. Of course, we all have tails, in a manner of speaking.
What?
Oh, vestigial, of course. But the last few vertebrae of anyone's spine, the coccyx, is the evidence of a concealed and rudimentary tail. I dare say it might be possible in an extraordinary case that a throwback, a reversion to type...
How fascinating! I never realized that Well, I think it'd be fun to get together a box for the first concert, all of us.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I shall have my own box party. But, of course, you'll come on to the reception later at my place.
Why, thank you, my dear. Then there'll be the professor and the princess and Tommy.
Count us out, Aunt Emily. When Vivranka and I want to see freaks, we'll go to the circus.
I shall be very pleased to attend the concert, Mrs. Culverin.
Ah, splendid, my dear.
But Vivranka...
Is there anyone you'd like me to ask to replace Tommy?
But Aunt Emily...
It doesn't make any difference. I'm only interested in meeting this wonderful Monsieur Felix Thibault.
But Vivranka... I went to the concert. What else could I do? We took our seats in the box as the orchestra took theirs on stage and began their aimless squeakings and tootings, those caterwaulings which I must confess make about as much sense to me as the music that follows. Aunt Emily was in a dither of fluttery expectation. Professor Fairweather had lost much of his scientific detachment, and Vivranka, gorgeous Vivranka, sat beside me silent, but so tense I could almost feel her breathless expectation, and I didn't like it at all. And then Monsieur Thibault walked on stage, A lithe, dark-haired man with piercing eyes like a black panther, his head weaving the way the big cats do when they're behind bars. It was true. They hadn't lied. From beneath the tails of his dress coat curled a third, a living tail, which he carried nonchalantly draped over his wrist. He acknowledged the presence of the audience with a regal bow. And then that incredible tail twined with dainty carelessness around a black baton on the podium. While he remained facing the audience, the tail rapped 3 times upon the podium for the orchestra's attention, and then raised for the downbeat. At this horrible moment, I glanced at Vivranka. Her whole body was rigid as steel, and the blue flowers of her eyes were bent upon Monsieur Thibault in terrible concentration. She took my hand in hers, and her long red fingernails felt like a claw as the hideous tail of that monster on stage lashed into the downbeat of Night on Bald Mountain. That's the way it went through the Bach Passacaglia, through the Afternoon of a Faun, through the Beethoven Ninth. New York music lovers had never heard anything like it before, and New York music lovers never behaved quite like this before. As Monsieur Thibault finally glided from the stage after his 15th bow, the president of the Wednesday Sonata Club had to be forcibly restrained by her husband from flinging her $90,000 string of pearls after the maestro in an excess of aesthetic appreciation. And as we shouldered our way through the hysterical mob toward the waiting limousines, I distinctly heard Ludwig Willems, conductor of the Mid-Century Philharmonic, say to Dr. Friedrich Laskar, the great plastic surgeon,
But it must be possible, Doctor. Think of the miracles they have accomplished in Denmark. There's $10,000 in it for you, Doctor, if only you can find a way to graft the tail onto me.
But through all the hysteria, Vivranka remained silent, self-possessed, her azure eyes fathomless as the center of heaven. She was silent as we drove to Mrs. Dandridge's party in Aunt Emily's limousine. But this was not too remarkable, because Aunt Emily never stopped raving about Monsieur
But
Thibault.
aside from the heavenly music, my dears, the man himself, such elegance, such poise, such... I tell you, Tommy, if your Uncle Henry weren't still around, and I was a few years younger, well, tail and all.
Our hostess, Mrs. Dandridge, looked like the cat who had swallowed the canary, having trapped the social lion of the season, if I may be permitted to scramble a metaphor. Let Aunt Emily have her Siamese princess. Dolly Dandridge had the world's greatest conductor, complete with tail.
And this, dear Monsieur Thibault, is my dearest friend. Emily, may I present Monsieur Thibault? Monsieur Thibault, Mrs. Henry Culverine.
Enchanté, Madame Culverine.
Oh, Monsieur Thibault, it is an honor to meet you. I am overcome.
Yes, thank you much, Madame.
I feel I should be on bended knee.
It is not necessary.
Oh, I should kiss your hand.
You are too kind, no?
Oh, I must.
No, please, Madame.
He stopped trying to stop Aunt Emily from making a fool of herself. He had seen Vivranka. The end of his tail, just the very end, twitched turgidly, and he seemed to be at her side in a bound rather than a step. It was foolish and superfluous for Mrs. Dandridge to do the honors.
Princess, may I present Monsieur Thibault? Monsieur, Princess Vivranka.
Maestro.
Princess.
They exchanged no more words. Monsieur Thibault presented his arm to the princess. She linked hers in his, and his infernal tail switched from his right arm to his left to come to rest across Vivranka's wrist. Thus, like royalty, they made their way across the room, the guests parting to make a path for their regal progress.
Now, Tommy, you mustn't take it so hard. After all, the princess is an awfully sweet child, but she isn't exactly our kind.
And I suppose she's his.
She seems to be. Look at them. So darlingly foreign, both of them.
Yeah, aren't they? Out of this world. And they were. I didn't realize it until I'd said it. They were somehow out of this world. They didn't walk across the room. They glided. The tail-coated maestro with his third tail so insidiously ubiquitous, and the princess's hips swaying in the golden-threaded silken sheath of her skirt. A bas-relief from Angkor Wat, suddenly breathing life. She never left his side for the rest of the evening. I didn't like it. I didn't like it a bit. But there was nothing I could do about it. After all, one can't very well make a scene, especially with a guest of honor. But Professor Fairweather, detached man of science, was bound by no such restrictive codes.
Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary.
I think it stinks.
What? How's that, Tommy? What stinks?
The way Vivranka's acting.
Oh, nothing extraordinary about that. Her behavior's quite normal, I should say. It's the tail that's extraordinary.
Yeah. Where'd he be without it?
Where indeed, and what?
Just another foreigner with a kiss-your-hand, madame accent. They're a dime a dozen.
Yes, the tailless ones. The princess has joined the other ladies for a moment. It's my opportunity.
For what?
A word with Monsieur Thibault.
I'd like several words with him.
Monsieur Thibault. Monsieur Thibault.
Professor Fairweather.
Yes. May I speak to you a moment?
But of course.
You know Tommy Calvin, I believe?
I don't think I've had the pleasure. You are the lovely Mrs. Calverin's son?
No, her nephew.
How interesting.
And Princess Vivranka's friend. We're practically engaged.
Congratulations.
I thought you ought to know.
Indeed, yes. I am honored by your confidence. Now, Professor.
Yes, Monsieur Thibault, I speak to you as a man of science.
Yes?
A true specimen of Homo caudatus has been unknown to modern science until now.
Homo caudatus?
Yes, a man with a tail.
What?
Come now, Professor, it's nothing to be sensitive about. My interest is purely impersonal.
Your interest?
Yes, purely scientific. It wouldn't take much of your time, a morning or an afternoon, perhaps, no more.
What would not take much time?
An examination and measurements, x-rays and
An
so
examination? Measurements of what?
Your tail.
Dammar for the blocco ganmian!
Monsieur Thibault,
Monsieur Thibault's tail lashed stingingly across the professor's face, cutting off his last words. Then the conductor turned and stalked out of the room, growling and spitting in his anger. Without even bothering to retrieve his hat and coat, he kept right on through the foyer and on out into the chilly night.
Oh, dear.
Wonderful, Professor. Wonderful. I can't thank you enough.
Oh, for what, Tommy?
For getting rid of him.
But I wasn't trying to get rid of him.
I know, but you did. And that's all that counts. Only he didn't. Aunt Emily realized at once that Mrs. Dandridge had lost her catch, for certainly Monsieur Thibault would never again enter the house where he had been insulted. And Aunt Emily moved with the speed of an aggressor nation. Within 3 days, Monsieur Thibault had accepted her invitation to be a house guest and had moved in bag and baggage. Now there was no escaping my tailed nemesis. And now it took no urging upon Vivranka to visit Aunt Emily. She wanted to be there. She preferred being there to any entertainment I could offer her. But there was one ray of hope. Thibault was committed to a long concert tour all the way to the coast, and with him out of the way, I felt sure I could mend the fences he had torn down. The day before the farewell dinner Aunt Emily was giving him, I dropped by after work to find my aunt in more than her usual dither.
Oh, Tommy, isn't it just too exciting?
I don't know, Aunt Emily, until I find out what it is.
Why, Monsieur Thibault and the princess, of course.
What about them?
They're in love.
This scarcely strikes me as news.
And they're going to be married.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, I'm going to make the announcement at the dinner party tomorrow night.
Aunt Emily, how can you do this to me?
Well, I didn't do it to you. Anyway, you must face this like a man. You know, you must find some nice homey girl like that Gretchen Woolwine from Chicago. You used to like her.
I was younger than Aunt Emily, and that was before I knew Vivranka.
Well, my dear, I'm afraid you've lost your princess. C'est la vie, c'est l'amour, as I always say.
Where is Vivranka? Is she here?
Oh, my, yes, she's in the library with Monsieur Thibault.
Naturally.
Now, don't disturb them, dear. I'm sure they want to be alone.
Naturally. The hard knot in the pit of my stomach grew and grew. Finally, when Aunt Emily chattered off to change for dinner, I slipped down the hall toward the library. I couldn't hear voices, and the room was dark. I was about to flick on the light switch when I heard a strange sound. And then I saw them silhouetted in the dying light of the fire. Thibaut was seated in a chair, and Vivranka crouched on a stool at his side, while his hand softly, smoothly stroked her dark hair. And all I could think of was black cat and Siamese kitten. And then I realized what the sound was. They weren't talking to each other. No, they were purring to each other. But, Professor Fairweather, what am I going to do?
Now, Tommy, you must get hold of yourself. This whole thing has disturbed you to the point of hallucination.
Nonsense, Professor. I heard them. I tell you, I heard them purring.
Fantasy, sheer fantasy. Just because the man does have a tail, you're imagining...
I'm positive he's a cat.
And you cannot stand the thought of Vivranka marrying...
I can't stand the thought of her marrying anyone. But a cat? It's monstrous. What am I going to do, Professor?
Well, you might have the SPCA pick him up.
Oh, please, Professor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tommy. I know you're serious. Wait a minute. I just thought of something. Oh, no, it's too ridiculous.
What? Tell me, what?
Oh, Tommy, you're a bad influence. You're leading my reason from the narrow path of scientific method to the doubtful fields of the supernatural.
What are you talking about?
Well, I was thinking of a story I read once. Oh, it's turned up in one form or another in the folklore of every land on earth, I suppose. It has to do with a traveler who saw within a ruined abbey a procession of cats lowering into a grave a little coffin with a tiny crown on it. Oh, filled with horror, the traveler hastened away from the place, and when he reached his destination, he couldn't help telling his host of the strange ritual he'd seen. Well, scarcely had he finished when the host's cat, who'd been lying in front of the fire, leapt to its feet and cried out, "Then I am king of the cats," and disappeared in a flash up the chimney.
So?
Well, proceeding upon your premise that Monsieur Thibaut is a cat, you will grant that he's a very extraordinary cat, a cat who could, presumably, one day be king of the cats?
Of course. Of course. Yes, it might work. I'll pull it on him tomorrow night at Aunt Emily's dinner party. Only...
Only what?
Well, he won't buy that ruined abbey part.
Well, then use your imagination. Make it Central Park.
Sure, why not? Bring the story up to date. A funny thing happened today on my way up from the office. Aunt Emily outdid herself. Her dinner table was a poem of spring flowers, gold plate, the purest white linen, the candles fluttering ever so little in the warm night breeze that came through the open French doors. Time and again through the first 3 courses, I tried to get into the stream of conversation, but when Aunt Emily's on, this is practically impossible. Thibaut and Vivranka, seated on either side of her, were oblivious of everything. They ate little and never took their eyes off each other. Finally, the plates were being taken away, and I knew Aunt Emily was going to make her announcement during the dessert course. I just had to get my 2 cents worth in first.
You'll never forget that summer. Eden Rock was never gayer. And after the Duke and the Duchess arrived, well...
A funny thing happened on my way up from the office this evening.
Tony, I was about to tell...
A funny thing happened on my way up from the office this evening. I was taking a shortcut across Central Park when I came upon the darndest thing. In a little clump of bushes, I saw a procession of cats. 6 or 8 of them. And they were carrying a little coffin toward a tiny open grave. And on the coffin was an exquisite little golden crown. Now, isn't that the strangest thing? Silence. The guests looked at me as though I were quite mad. That is, all except Thibaut and Vivranka. Thibaut looked at me, the end of his tail flicking above the edge of the table, and Vivranka looked at Thibaut, the way she had that night at the concert, tense, breathless, her eyes blue flame. At last, Aunt Emily spoke.
Well, Tommy, are you quite finished?
Yes, Aunt Emily, that's all I had to say.
I should hope so. Well, that summer, when the Duke and Duchess
Excuse
came
me,
down...
Mrs. Calverine.
Oh, of course, Maestro.
Tommy, you are quite positive of what you saw this evening?
Oh, yes. Yes, you don't go around making up things like that.
No, of course not. Yet one must be sure of the details. Now, there was a crown on the coffin, you say?
That's right.
A golden crown?
Yes.
with tiny pearls on it?
That's right.
You're absolutely sure?
Absolutely.
Then I am king of the cats!
He leapt to his feet from his chair to the table and in one bound disappeared through the open French window. And an instant later, Petronka followed. As she disappeared from the balcony to the alley below, I caught just a glimpse of something protruding beneath her silken sheath skirt. It was a black, tipped, golden tail. And that's why I have become an ailurophobe, a cat hater. So's my wife, Gretchen. We were married shortly afterwards. But then Gretchen never did like cats in the first place, especially Siamese cats.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented The King of the Cats by Stephen Vincent Benet, with Byron Kane as Tommy, music arranged and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Included in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Helen Klebe, Peggy Weber, Joe Kearns, and Jay Novello. Next week, from New York, the Workshop will present a psychological study of the do-it-yourself movement, The Day the Roof Fell In, by Charles S. Monroe. Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, follows over most of these stations with the chilling story of the man who stole the Bible. For a half hour of breathless terror, stay tuned to this frequency. You won't regret it.
Escape. It's time to escape into the world of adventure. Time to forget for the next half hour the four walls of today and escape beyond the horizons of the mind to yesterday and tomorrow. CBS and its affiliated stations present Escape. Tonight, we escape with Rudyard Kipling and the two gentle scoundrels he created in his immortal story, The Man Who Would Be King. The time, sometime before yesterday. The place, the north of India. The man who tells the story, Rudyard Kipling.
One Saturday night, it was my unpleasant duty to put the paper to bed alone. It was a pitchy black night, as stifling as night can be in India in June. It was very still, save for the ticking of the clock above my desk, which seemed to shatter the black heat of the night as the hands crept toward 3 a.m. And then from the passage outside my door,
Hey, Peachy.
I heard voices.
Your light burning. And he must be here. Open the door.
Who's there?
Only us.
Who are you?
He don't remember us, Dan.
That he don't. How could he forget having us turned back at the Jodhpur border? Told the authorities we was impersonating newspaper reporters, he did.
Wait. That flaming red beard and that bald head. Why, you're Daniel Dravett and Peachy Carnahan.
The same.
Well, what do you want? If it's money, I haven't any. If it's a fight, it's simply too beastly hot.
You can rest yourself easy, sir, because we've come asking for naught except some information.
We've been all over this country, and we've concluded that India isn't big enough for such as Daniel and me.
So we're going away to be kings.
Kings in our own divine right.
What?
Aye, we shall be kings.
We've signed a solemn contract, each to help the other, and neither of us to take a look at liquor all women until we become kings.
Why, I've never heard of such a fantastic idea. But what is it you want of me?
Naught but to look at such maps of Kafiristan as you might have about.
Maps of Kafiristan?
That's where we've decided to go.
But don't you realize that not one single Englishman has ever gone into the Kafiristan mountains and lived to come out again? If you're really mad enough to go there, you're a good deal more likely to become dead men than kings.
We shall see.
Anyway, I don't believe you have the slightest intention of traveling a mile outside of Delhi.
Then you should come down to the Serai marketplace in the morning, down where the caravans leave for the north.
Yes, come down to the Serai in the morning and see then if we be liars. Oh, thieves, robbers, liars, the blessing of Pir Khan upon all pigs, dogs and perjurers. Who will take the protection of heaven to the north?
You should not laugh at him, Sahib. The witless are under the protection of Allah.
Quite so, boy. Who is the fellow anyway?
A mad priest, Sahib, who has arrived only this morning from Ajmer.
Yes, Sahib. Come to look at my camels, loaded with toys to please the eye of an Amir.
Oh, here now. Go about your business. I haven't any use for toys.
These are wondrous toys indeed, Sahib. Fit for a king of Kafiristan.
What? Good Lord. Daniel Dravett.
Quiet. Come along. I've 2 camels just beyond the wall here. The blessings of Pir Khan on the gracious Sahib, who consents to look at the poor toys of a priest from Ajmer. Over this way.
Where's Carnahan?
Here we are. Permit me to present my servant, Hazir Mir Khan.
At your service, goodman.
Well, I'll be...
Do you like our disguises? Do they pass?
If they fool this crowd in the Serai, they're probably good enough to get you across the border and good enough to get you killed.
Getting killed is no part of the contract Peachy and me drawed up, although perhaps killing fits in with our plans in a different sense. Feel around underneath the toys there in the camel bags.
What?
Go ahead.
Good Lord. Rifles.
20 brand new martinis with ammunition to match.
And 20 good reasons to make your death certain. Any Pathan of the hill tribes would kill his own mother to get a rifle.
Now who would harm a poor mad priest, Sahib? Allah protects me.
Mad is right.
Then so was Lord Clive and Rhodes and Bonaparte. Drive out the camels, Peachy. We've a long way to go before we become kings.
Hey, up!
As I stood and listened to the camel bells fade away in the distance, I wondered if it might not be a glorious thing to go to Kafiristan and be a king. 3 years pass in India much as they pass in any other land. It grows hot, then the rains come, and then the heat again. Some colonel at a hill station puts down an uprising. A new viceroy comes out from London, and the paper duly records the death of a sultan in Rajputana, and the trees in the courtyard grow a few feet taller. Finally, time in its circle turned up another night, much like the one 3 years before. Once again, I sat alone in the office, listening to the clock and waiting for some unimportant item to come over the wire from Europe. It was long after midnight when my office door slowly opened. I say, look here, you might knock first, you know.
Knock.
Good Lord, man. What's wrong?
You don't know who I am, do you?
No, I haven't the faintest idea. But here, you'd better sit down, old fellow. You're in a bad way.
Yes. Thank you. It's a whole year I've been walking. Right here in this very office we settled it. You sitting right there and giving us the maps. You've been sitting there ever since. 3 years.
No. Oh, no. Why, a man couldn't change that much in 3 years. You're not Peachy Carnahan.
Yes.
I was king of Kafiristan. Me and Daniel Dravett. Real crown kings we was. Just as true as gospel.
What in the name of heaven have they done to you, Peachy?
Peachy? I knew Peachy Carnahan once. He's a king. Wears a real golden crown on his head, so help me, he does. He's dead now, though.
No. You're Peachy Carnahan. You must pull yourself together, man.
Yes. Pull myself. You got to keep looking into my eyes. Then maybe everything won't go to pieces.
All right. Now, tell me what happened, Peachy.
We left the caravan at Jagdala. We struck off into the hills alone.
Go on.
Weeks it was we travelled, Daniel and me. First there wasn't no roads, and after a while, no food. But there was always the drums. Sometimes they was close, and sometimes farther off. But most of the time we could hear them somewhere.
Oi, up! Move along, up! Here now, it's no place to be stopping. Up with you.
I'm fearing it's no use, Daniel.
What's got into them?
The poor beasts are done in and starved, same as ourselves. They'll go no further.
Then we'll go on without them. I've not come this far to die on the side of a mountain.
Wait. Look, Daniel. Over the edge of the rocks.
What? Oh, men they are.
There'll be a score or more of them. One goes ahead of the rest.
And naught but bows and arrows. Break out a pair of the rifles, Peachy.
Right you are, Daniel.
It's now that we start to become kings.
Here, and some cartridges too.
Easy now, Peachy. I'll drop the straggler at the rear first, and then we'll lay a few at their feet. No harm to the one in front. We may need him. Now. Got him by the old neck. Lay on, Peachy!
Hold it, Daniel! Look at them!
Aye, flat on their blooming faces.
The leader is come out alone.
Well and good, and we'll go part way to meet him, Peachy. But keep your rifle by.
Look at him, Daniel. He be as fair as us, with yellow hair.
So he does. Part of the lost tribes, these people are.
He stopped.
I await your command, O ye who speak in the voice of thunder.
Oh, the Lord Harry. Peachy, we're in luck. It's the old Afghan tongue he speaks. Speak up! Who are you, and whence do you come?
I am High Priest and the chief of the village of Bashkai. A journey of only a few heartbeats.
This Bashkai, how many people?
They are numbered in the 1,000.
There are more villages in the hills?
More than a man has fingers and toes.
Hear that, Peachy? Here's our kingdom made to order. And you're going to take us to Bashkai. Do you understand?
I understand the voice of thunder that you speak.
Oh, he's a smooth one, Peachy. He knows a thing or two. What's your name?
Mazur Khan Jagdalur.
That's too long. What shall we call him, Peachy?
He has a look about him of an old soldiering friend of ours. Billy Fish.
So he does. We bestow a new name on you. From now on, you will be Billy Fish.
As you command, I obey.
All right. Put this on your drums. Tell them 2 kings have come out from the mountaintops. 2 kings that speak in words of thunder so the earth trembles. Tell them 2 kings have come to Kafiristan. That you, Peachy?
Daniel, why be you sitting here in the dark?
I've been thinking. A man has to stop and think sometimes.
About anything special, Daniel?
Look at 'em, Peachy. Look at their blinking campfires a-gleaming in the dark like the jewels in a crown.
Aye, Daniel. You've done a fine job for sure. All 23 villages you joined together as one.
'Tis the army you trained to be thanked for it. 2,000 men with a fair knowledge of bearing arms.
Some's a bit green at it yet.
They're ours now, every man, jack, woman, and child. We own 'em, body and soul.
Aye, we're kings now, Daniel. Not proper kings yet, but we will be.
Sooner than you think, Peachy.
How's that?
Billy Fish told me something today that fair amazed me. These people know the craft.
You mean they're Freemasons, Daniel? It ain't no wise possible.
So help me, it's gospel true. He give me the grip and everything. It's old, the craft is, older than the memory of man. And up here in the hills, they've been preserving it all these years. Why, some of the high priests know up through the fellow craft, but they don't know the third degree. See it, Peachy? They don't know the third degree, but we do.
Daniel, what is it you're fixing to do?
We're going to be proper kings. We're going to get 'em going and coming now. I'm going to turn the whole country into one grand lodge, raise some of the priests to third degree, and for me, I'll be the Grand Master of Kafiristan.
Oh, but you ain't got the right to. We never been officers in no lodge.
Right? What's a king got to do with asking for a right?
Oh, I'm against it, Daniel. It's no good to go fooling around with the craft.
Ah, you talk like an old woman. The thing'll work, I know it will. We'll make it a bloomin' ceremony. Regular aprons with the symbol and the marks. All of us, Peachy. The kings of Kafiristan.
Everything is prepared, Master, and the priests and the people wait.
Well, they don't have to wait much longer, Billy. Here now, Peachy. How do you like my apron?
It's a wondrous sight for fair, Daniel.
Made of white ermine skin it is, and the master's mark with emeralds studded.
The mark? You know the meaning of the mark?
That I do. What's got into you, Billy?
Not. But 'tis a thing that's passing strange, Master.
Strange and rubbish. Come along now. Ready, Peachy?
Right with you, Daniel.
Then out we go. Onto the temple steps. We'll give 'em what for. Knock their blinking eyes out. That's what we'll do. Look at 'em, Peachy! Right down on their blooming knees and yelling their full heads off.
Oh, 'tis a good thing to be a king, Daniel.
The mark! Behold! The mark!
Tis a sign.
The promised ones have come.
Here now. What's wrong with the priest, Billy?
It looks like trouble, Daniel.
No. Stand where you are, Master. They recognize the mark.
That great stone in the floor. Why do they turn it over?
Wait.
It's the same!
He bears the mark.
The promised ones have come.
Speak up, Billy Fish. What's the meaning of it?
See for yourself. Look.
Daniel. Carved on the back of the stone.
'Tis the master's mark, all right.
And the same as the sign you wear. Only a few of the priests have known of the hidden mark on the stone.
What does it mean?
The many who have doubted you were a god doubt no longer.
And you, Billy? What do you think?
I, Master? I think that now it is the time for these.
Daniel. Golden crowns.
Aye, how they glitter. Fit for the brow of a king.
'Tis what we came for.
Here now, put 'em on. We'll crown ourselves in our own right. Listen to 'em. You know something, Peachy? We come here to be kings, and that we are, all right. But blamed if we ain't a couple of blooming gods to boot, with 1,000,000 people bowing on their knees before us.
Well enough, Peachy. So it was gods you became as well as kings. But then, what happened? What became of Daniel Dravot?
Dravot? I knew Daniel Dravot once. He's a king now, Daniel is. Wears a golden crown. Canaan was with him.
Peachy, try to pull yourself together.
I'll try.
Now, you became kings, you and Daniel. Kings of all Kafiristan.
He was a fine figure, Daniel was, with his red head wearing that golden crown. kept himself aloof from the people, so to speak. And when he walked up o'er the temple, the fair crawled on their stomachs to worship him.
But what happened, man?
Happened? Well, I figure mostly it was winter coming on. The winds were starting up, and the clouds was blowing down from the north. Oh, it could blow beastly cold, that winter wind.
Hey? Who's out there? That you, Billy?
Confound it anyway.
Here now. What's this?
I have brought you food, master. Stew of the wild sheep with curry and rice.
Up off your knees, girl. Bring it inside.
Thank you, master.
Place it there. Now, you're a well-favored wench.
I do not understand.
Why were you crawling on your knees?
'Tis a fitting way to approach the god of Kafiristan.
What's your name, girl?
Maruma Benja.
Marum, eh? You married?
It has not yet been my happy fortune, master.
Are you afraid of me?
You are a god.
I mean, how do I seem to you? Do you find me pleasing or what?
Your face is more wondrous than the noonday sun. And your look, the look of eagles.
Very well, you may leave now.
Thank you, master.
Marum, eh? Peachy! Peachy!
Is you calling me, Daniel? Oh, the food's here, eh? Good.
Knock that wind outside. Winter's about due to strike and fill the trails with snow. There'll be little moving about afore spring.
Right you are.
Peachy, I've decided to take a wife.
But you can't do it, Daniel. We made a contract.
That was till we was kings. Well, kings we've been many months now.
Oh, but it's no good. I tell you now, I'm against it.
Against it? You was against using the craft too. But look what it done for us.
Oh, but this is different. Billy Fish will tell you no, too, the same as I do.
Billy Fish, huh? Who's the king here, him or me? My mind's made up. 3 days from now, I shall have me a wife. And you can put it on the drums and tell every blighter out there in the hills. The kingdom of Kafiristan is going to have a queen. What's keeping her, Peachy? They should have brought her in here half an hour ago.
I don't know, Daniel.
How about you, Billy Fish? You put 'em up to stalling off deliberate like?
Certain preparations must be made, master.
She's across the court with some of the priests. Maybe they're trying to hearten her up a bit, Daniel. She thinks she's going to die, you know.
Die, indeed. Why, I'm only...
Master, it is against the laws of heaven for a woman to marry a god.
I'm not a god. I'm a man. You know that by now, Billy.
No, and I should not want to think so, master. But either way, this can mean only trouble. I beg you to reconsider.
And I beg you to shut up, Billy. I'm through waiting. I'm going over there.
Master, please.
We got to go with him, Billy. And I'm thinking it's going to mean trouble. How many men can you depend on?
No more than 20 with rifles. Most of my men are in Bashkai.
Then what shall we do?
We shall have to make a run for it, I fear. We might be safe in Bashkai.
Come on now, you buckling fools. Bring out the girl. Well, now, that's better. Here, girl, this is no way for a bride to behave. A smile now, and give us a kiss. Oh! The wench has bitten me.
Bloodbuster, don't let them see the blood.
Look! See the blood! It's not a god or a devil, but only a man!
Here, blasted, what is this, rot?
It is too late.
Mark, Daniel, they're coming with knives.
They can't do this. I'm the king.
We've got to run for it, master.
Oh, come on, Daniel, come on.
heathens. I'll come back. I'll come back and beat their blasted heads in. That's what I'll do.
Oh, Daniel, we'll be back all right.
How much further, Billy?
Only a short way beyond this ridge, Master.
Well, so far, so good. At last, them blooming drums are stopped.
We're at the top, Daniel.
A right good climb it's been.
Wait. Look. It seems the drums have come before us, Master.
Cut off. No less than 1,000 of them standing there quiet-like, with them wicked long knives in their hands.
There'll be no getting past them, Daniel.
No. We are done for. Go back, Billy Fish, and take your men away with you. Go with him, Peachy. It's me they want. I did it. Me, the king.
No, Dan. I'm sticking with you. Billy Fish, you clear out.
I am your friend. I stay with you.
You're a good man, Billy.
They be coming now, Daniel.
Peachy.
Forget it, Daniel. I forgive you freely and fully.
Then let them come. There'll be one thing they can't change, Peachy. We've been kings. Kings in our own right. Kings of all Kafiristan.
Sliced open poor Billy Fish like a bloomin' herring, they did. There in the snow and the rocks.
Good Lord, man. But you, Peachy, you got away from them.
Like nowhere did I get away from them. They had us for fair, all right. Strung me out on a tree. Drove nails right through my hands, they did. See? But I fooled them all right. 'Cause morning came, I wasn't nowise dead. And then I made them think I'd lost my senses. They was afraid to harm me because I was protected by Allah. They cut me down then, and after a while, they let me go.
You poor devil. But what of Dravett? What happened to Daniel?
Daniel's the king. He wears the golden crown.
But now, what happened to him?
He's never left me. All them long months walking on the road back, he kept me safe. The mountains, they danced at night. But Daniel held up his hands and Peachy came along, bent double. I'd never let go of Daniel's hand, nor Daniel's head that they gave me in the temple as a present. It's with me now, here, in this bundle. You knew old Daniel's. Him that was a monarch once. Look at him now. Well, and now you've seen that we was really kings. I'll be on my way. You'll pardon me, sir?
I let him go. There was little else to do. He was only hours away from his death. I sat there and stared at the bundle he had left lying on my desk. stared as the pale shafts of dawn struck fire in the red beard, stared at the golden crown, sitting too large and heavy upon the wrinkled, mummified head of Daniel Dravot, the man who would be king.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight's story, Rudyard Kipling's The Man Who Would Be King, was adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield and featured Raymond Lawrence as Peachy, Eric Snowden as Daniel Dravot, and Herbert Rawlinson as Kipling. Musical effects were created and conducted by Cy Fewer. Next week, CBS and its affiliated stations invite you to escape in Operation Fleur-de-Lis, an episode from the files of the OSS. And so, good night, until a week from tonight, when again we invite you to escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm E.G. Marshall. This is our bicentennial year, a time to pause and count our blessings. And among the greatest of these are the men and women of letters who flourished in our native land, who created a literature that was both typically American and universally admired. After all, it was our own Edgar Allan Poe who invented the kind of stories you hear on this program, and our own Mark Twain, who carried them to the most sublime heights of fantasy and fun. At this time, we propose to give you an exhilarating taste of one of the most exciting stories of fantasy, mystery, and suspense the world has ever known.
Tell the king that if I am not released from this dungeon immediately, I shall cause a mighty calamity to befall this realm.
Oh, please, sir, have mercy.
Tell the king that I can call forth my magic powers and destroy the sun.
Destroy the sun? But
what?
Well, how can a man destroy the sun? It cannot be done.
Clarence, my boy, look at me. Do I look stupid?
Oh, no, sir.
Then, if it can't be done, why would I be willing to bet my life I can do it?
Our mystery drama, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic, especially for the Mystery Theater, by Sam Dan, and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Luden's Medicated Cough Drops. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Right now, True Value hardware stores offer you what's missing from almost everybody's life at this time of year: sunlight and warmth. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you they offer a General Electric sun lamp kit and a Titan radiant heater. The GE sun lamp is for fun and relaxation. Its ultraviolet light gives you a healthy, natural tan, even now when it's too cold for most of us to sit out in the sun. Get the lamp, a clamp-on holder, and a safety guard, and a sun worshiper's guide, all for just $13.77. And True Value hardware stores offer the Titan radiant heater for warmth. It's designed for use in barns, garages, and chilly basement workshops, so you can work in comfort, even in the cold. It gives you 2 fan-forced heat ranges controlled by an automatic thermostat. It's portable, and you can mount it overhead, too, out of the way. It's just $19.88. The GE Sun Lamp Kit and the Titan Radiant Heater. Sunlight and warmth from your participating True Value hardware store. And you can charge it on Master Charge at many stores.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau on the metric system. You know, use of the metric system as a uniform system of measurement in this country is growing rapidly. But of course, you want to know how it will affect you, right? Well, take driving your car, for example. The kilometer will replace the mile in expressing distances. Right now, 1 mile is equal to 1,760 yards, or 5,280 feet. Now, isn't it easier to remember that 1 kilometer is equal to 1,000 meters? Your car's speedometer will also change from miles per hour to kilometers per hour. So will speed limit signs on the highways. And again, the standard unit of measure will be the meter. And so when you order a tank full of gas, the liquid measure will be in liters, not gallons. For example, a fill-up of 16 gallons is equal to 60 liters. For more information on the metric system, write to Metric Information Office, National Bureau of Standards, Washington, D.C. Mark Twain begins his story with these words. It was in Warwick Castle that I came across a curious stranger. He attracted me by his candid simplicity, his marvelous familiarity with ancient armor, and the restfulness of his company.
I thought I would tell you my story, but I kept a journal. Oh, how long ago that was. Do you know about transmigration of souls? Do you know about transposition of eras and bodies? Ah, well, read and learn.
He was gone. I examined the sheaf of papers he had left with me. Most of it was parchment, yellow with age. Old, incredibly old. Carefully, as I feared they would crumble within my fingers, I began to turn the pages. And now begins the stranger's story.
I'm an American. Born and reared in Hartford, in the state of Connecticut. A Yankee of the Yankees. My father was a blacksmith. My uncle was a horse doctor. And I was both at first. Then I went over to the great arms factory and I learned how to make everything. Guns, boilers, engine, just about any and every kind of machinery you can imagine. I had a couple of thousand men working for me. But although they were under my jurisdiction, they refused to be under my thumb. You there. Shut that machine down.
Who says so?
I say so.
Well, who do you think you are?
I'm the boss.
Well, why didn't you go soak your head?
I'm giving you an order.
I don't take orders from you.
How about this kind of an order?
Out.
Now, shut that machine down. Well, you see, you couldn't explain to him he was doing the wrong thing and wasting company time and material. So I had to develop other methods of communication. Well, that worked out pretty good for a while. But, as the good book says, he who lives by the fist. We had a big, sulky fella named, aptly enough, Hercules. A surly brute he was. Everybody left him strictly alone. I should have left him alone, too, but I had to prove who was boss. Oh, he laid me out with a crusher alongside the head that made everything inside crack. It seemed to spring every joint in my skull. And then suddenly the world went out in darkness. When I came to, I was sitting under an oak in the midst of a broad and beautiful country landscape. And there was a fellow on a horse looking down at me. A fellow fresh out of a picture book. In old-time armor from head to heel, with a sword and a shield and a prodigious spear. His horse had armor on, too, with red and green trappings that hung all around him. Oh, it was all gorgeous to look at. And then this apparition spoke to me.
Fair sir. Who? Fair sir, will ye joust?
Will I which?
Will ye try a passage of arms?
Will I what?
For land or lady or knightly honor?
What are you giving me? Get along back to your circus before I report you.
Sir, thy incivil, discourteous, and unmannerly answer
shall receive the chastisement it so richly deserves.
And don't hurry back. As he galloped off, I thought I'd seen the last of him. But wouldn't you know, he suddenly turned around, came a-rushing back with his long spear pointed straight at me. I saw he meant business, and so I was up the tree when he arrived.
Varlet, stand and fight.
Now, friend, I don't have any real quarrel with you.
Wilt thou tilt with the lads?
What makes me think he's from a circus?
Then draw thy sword.
He has to be from an asylum.
Cowardly wretch.
And so I'd better humor him. Friend.
I be not friend of thine.
Can't we discuss this reasonably?
Dost thou acknowledge thyself captive of my sword and spear?
Absolutely, and I'll be sure to acknowledge it to your keeper.
But of a surety, thou must this acknowledge to my keeper and thine, his beloved majesty, King Arthur.
How far are we from Bridgeport?
Bridgeport? I wit not the name. Come, we hie toward Camelot.
Camelot? You're kidding.
Of a surety, varlet, thou art most free with thy tongue, and thou speakest the strangest language.
Camelot. Camelot. I repeated the word over and over. Camelot was probably the name of the asylum from which this lunatic had escaped. Well, I walked along beside his horse, hoping, expecting at any minute to see a familiar sign. And without warning, there stood in front of me a huge castle with flags and banners flying from the towers. I stopped. I was almost petrified with shock, because I could see the place was filled with people dressed in the most outlandish costumes. And when they saw me, they were almost struck dumb with fright.
Fear not, gentlefolk. This dark and evil magician can do no further harm. I have vanquished him in terrible combat. Let us now throw him into the dungeon to await the pleasure of the king.
And they did it. Into a damp, dark, foul-smelling cell. And I didn't know what to think. Yes, I did. This could only be a dream that I had actually been somehow hurled back in time into King Arthur's court, a place I had hardly ever thought about or, to tell the truth, cared very much for. And then the cell door was opened, and in came a slim young fellow in shrimp-colored tights that made him look like a forked carrot. The rest of him was all blue silk and yellow lace. He looked at me, and he said,
I have come for you. I'm a page.
Go along. You ain't more than a paragraph.
Indeed, thou speakest a foreign tongue. What is thy name? From whence dost thou come? And thy raiment. Such outlandish clothes.
Well, friend, do me a service. Do you belong to the asylum, or are...
Fair sir, me seemeth...
That'll do. You're a patient. Oh, if I could just see the head keeper for a minute. Just for a minute.
Head keeper? Oh, but that is a passing strange way to refer to His Majesty.
Clarence.
I am called Amias Le Poulet.
Oh, well, I'll call you Clarence for short. You look like a good-hearted fella.
Yes, 'tis true. And it shall be my undoing. For I was born in an unlucky year.
No, there's no such thing as an unlucky year.
Oh, indeed there is. 13 is most unfortunate, and I was born in 513. Wherefore, it is well known...
Oh, wait. Clarence. Hold. Stop. Say it again, and say it slow. What year was that?
513.
513? You, don't look it. Now, come, my boy. I am a stranger and friendless. Be honest and honorable. Are you in your right mind?
Forsooth.
Never mind that. Either I've become a lunatic or something just as awful has happened. Now tell me, honest and true now, honest and true.
Hmm?
Where am I?
In King Arthur's court, and it please you.
And it pleased me. Oh, well. And according to your notions, what year is it now?
538, 19th day of June.
No, it can't be. You mean to tell me that I'll never see my friends again? Never again?
Perhaps the divine will shall permit thee to.
Well, how? They won't be born for 1,300 years.
Please, good sir, be of merry countenance.
Oh, merry countenance. Do you realize... Wait, Clarence. What virtue are we Yankees celebrated for throughout the civilized world?
Mayhap I have not heard.
Thrift, Clarence. Thrift. Now, your true Yankee never throws anything away, because you can never tell when it'll come in handy. I happened to read one time that the only total eclipse of the sun during the first half of the 6th century occurred on June 21st, 538 A.D. at exactly 3 minutes after noon.
Eclipse? Good sir.
Yes, sir, Clarence. Eclipse.
Eclipse. Is it peradventure something good to eat?
Now, ask me how I intend to use that seemingly unimportant, insignificant, no account, irrelevant little fact. Ask me.
If it please you, sir.
You say this is the 19th of June, 538? Well, Clarence, I say it's the 19th of June, 1879.
What magic dost thou speak, sir?
In either case, the day after tomorrow has to be the 21st. No eclipse is scheduled at all in 1879. Therefore, if we do have one, it's no dream, Clarence. It's no dream.
Come, sir. It is the signal that the dinner is done at the round table, and my master and thine, Sir Kay, desires to show thee before the king in the court.
Sir Kay?
Yes, sir.
And what plans does Brother Kay have for me?
Oh, sir, jest not. No humble monk is he. Sir Kay is foster brother to our liege King Arthur himself. He will have thee kept here till thy friends ransom thee.
Clarence, none of my friends have been born yet.
Oh, sir, speak not such madness.
All right, let's go. Get the exhibition over with. And what if I am among lunatics? I'm smart enough to become boss of the asylum.
Boss? Is that thy name? Sir Boss?
King Arthur's court. How do I describe it? An immense place filled with loud contrasts, a babble of sound, a rainbow of color. The place was a madhouse, and at the center, a round table. And around it sat a great company of men dressed in splendid hues. Well, finally the king raised his hand, and it must have been a signal for silence.
Sir Kay, my good brother.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Is this the sorcerer?
It is even true, my liege.
Yes, it must be true. Who but a sorcerer would wear such outlandish clothing?
This suit cost $15, second hand.
The suit is one of enchantment.
Who's that?
That's Merlin, sir.
Merlin?
Merlin, the mighty magician whom all men fear.
The suit is one of enchantment. I behold in him a creature of the devil.
A creature of the devil?
Your Majesty, I see the devil emanate from his body. Burn him.
Well, then, if it must be done...
It must be done, Your Majesty.
Then let it be done day after tomorrow, the 21st day of the month, at high noon.
This is not the usual manner. They do not kill. They hold for ransom.
Well, Clarence, don't worry about it.
Well, you say I'm not to worry, but they burn me at the stake high noon the day after tomorrow.
No, Clarence. They won't be able to swing it.
Swing?
No, you see, I won't be here.
Well, I wit not what thou sayest, Sir Boss. Where shalt thou be?
In Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, is that the place of magic and enchantment where Sir Kay captured thee?
Oh, it's a place of magic and enchantment, I guess. In some ways.
But dost thou intend to return there?
Oh, I don't have to return. I never left.
Sir Boss, my poor wits cannot understand.
Don't worry about me, Clarence. I'm still there. All this is only a dream.
And I read on in the stranger's ancient manuscript, where he says he was carried off to a dark and narrow cell in a damp and filthy dungeon, with some scant remnants for dinner, some moldy straw for a bed, and no end of rats for company. And we must leave him there until it is time to return with the second act in just a few moments.
You can have great taste, lots of great taste and taste with Luden's. They're medicated cough drops with great taste in every box. Wild cherry, sweet and savory, menthol cool and flavory. Honey, the way you wish with lemon or licorice. Oh, you can have great taste, lots of great taste and taste with Luden's.
Luden's, the medicated cough drops that don't taste medicated. They taste great. Use only as directed.
Who's just about wiped out smallpox and smallpox vaccinations? Who got the world's pilots in control towers to speak English so you can land safely? Who helps you in dozens of ways? The United Nations. Learn what it's doing for you. Get the free UN booklet. Write United Nations Association, Box 475, New York 10017. There's always been a U in the UN. Presented by this station and the Ad Council.
Dreams. We all seek to understand the many ways in which God reveals His Word. Throughout time, God has spoken to man in dreams. Jehovah said in the Old Testament, "Listen to my words. If a man be a prophet, I make myself known to him in visions. I speak to him in dreams." So pay attention to your own dreams. They might well reveal flashes of the future, predictions and warnings of things to come. They may give you a glimpse of God's guidance to lead you back to the peace and security of His way. For your free booklet on dreams, write to the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. That's the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021.
Yankee, a two-fisted foreman in a Connecticut arms factory, picked a fight with the wrong party one day. When he recovered consciousness, he found himself in a strange place, peopled by folk who claimed to be members of King Arthur's court. Indeed, because of his odd 19th century clothes and manner, he has been judged a sorcerer and has been condemned to the stake, the usual fate of such people in those times.
Oh, what a dream. What an astonishing dream. Well, I've waked just in time from being hanged or burned or drowned or something of that sort. Now what I think I'll do is nap again till the factory whistle blows and then go down to the plant and have it out with Brother Hercules.
I give you good morning, Sir Boss.
What? You still here? Go along with the rest of the dream. Come on, scatter.
Oh, thou art indeed most merry, Sir Boss. Thou canst laugh in the face of dire peril.
All right. Let the dream go on. No, I'm in no hurry.
Prithee, Sir Boss, what dream?
What dream? Why, the dream that I'm in right now. The dream that I'm in King Arthur's court, a person who never existed. And the dream that I'm talking to you, who are nothing but a work of my imagination.
Oh, indeed. And is it a dream that thou art to be burned tomorrow noon? Answer me that.
Clarence, I need you.
Aye, Sir Boss?
Clarence, the only friend I have. Don't fail me. Help me devise some way to escape this jail.
Escape?
Yes, escape.
Oh, do but hear thyself, Sir Boss. Escape? The corridors are filled with men at arms.
No doubt. But how many? Huh? Not too many, I hope.
A full score. One may not hope to escape. Besides, there be other reasons. Weightier reasons.
Other reasons? What are they?
Well, 'tis said Merlin, in his malice, has woven a spell about this dungeon.
A spell?
And there bides not the man in this kingdom desperate enough to cross its lines with you. Oh, now God pity me, I've told it. And you, Sir Boss.
Yes?
Be kind to me.
Mm-hmm.
Be merciful to a poor boy who means thee well, for shouldst thou betray me, I'm lost. Sir Boss. Sir Boss, please. Please.
Merlin. Merlin has wrought a spell, Merlin, forsooth. Oh, I never. Merlin, that cheap old humbug.
Sir
That
Boss.
maundering old fool. Bosh, pure bosh. The silliest bosh in the world.
Beware. These are dreadful words.
Of all the childish, idiotic, chuckle-headed, chicken-livered superstitions that I ever... Do you know why I laugh?
No. But for our blessed lady's sake, do it no more.
Well, I'll tell you why I laughed. I laughed because I'm a magician myself.
Thou?
Thou? That's absolute sooth, Clarence.
Thou? A magician?
I've known Merlin 700 years. Don't
700?
interrupt. He's died and come alive again 13 times, and he always travels under a new name. Smith, Jones, Jackson, Robinson, Peters, Haskins, Merlin. Always has himself a brand new alias. I knew him in Egypt 300 years ago.
300?
In India 500 years ago. And he's always blathering around in my way every place. He makes me tired. He don't amount to shucks as a magician. Knows some of the old common tricks, I grant you, but he's never gotten beyond the rudiments and never will.
But, Sir
He's
Boss...
well enough for the provinces. One-night stands and all that sort of thing, you know. But, dear me, he oughtn't to set up as an expert.
But Merlin...
Anyway, not where there's a real artist. Clarence, I'm going to remain your friend right along, and in return, you must be mine. I want you to do me a favor.
Aye? If it be in my power.
Get word to the king that I'm a magician myself, and the supreme grand high yuckamuck, and the head of the tribe at that. Tell him that I'm just going about quietly arranging a little calamity here that'll make the fur fly in these parts if Merlin's project is carried out and any harm comes to me. Will you do me that little favor, Clarence?
Oh, Sir Boss, please, I'm frightened.
Now, Clarence.
Promise me, poor sinner that I am, poor unworthy sinner, that thou shalt always be my friend, Sir Boss.
Sure.
And thou shalt never turn against me.
Never.
Never cast any of thine awful enchantments against me.
Absolutely.
And thou wilt always protect me.
Always.
Well, then, I hasten to do thy bidding.
Well, I could see how things work in this asylum. People simply take you at your word. So I was feeling good for a while. And then it occurred to me, when this boy calms down, he'll wonder why a great magician like me should have to beg a nobody like him for help. And he'll see that I'm a humbug. But then I reasoned, these lunatics can't really think. So I felt better. But then I got frightened again. I had sent the lad to scare his betters with a threat. Suppose they called my bluff. What could I do? Should have thought about my calamity first. Well, maybe the threat itself will be enough. Maybe. Clarence?
Sir Boss?
Well, Clarence? Speak. Tell me. Give me the verdict.
I hasted the message to our liege, the king.
Yes?
And
Yes.
straight away, he had me led into his presence. He was frightened, even to the marrow. And straight away, he said...
I give the order for the instant enlargement of, what name is this mighty enchanter, lad?
Sir Boss.
Sir Boss. Rescue him at once from the vile dungeon, clothe him in silks and furs, lodge him as befits one so great, and let us pray that he will forgive us our foolishness.
Yes, Your Majesty. Your leave to speak.
You have our leave, Merlin.
This threat, this calamity, of what does it consist?
I know not. Lad, has Sir Boss described its awful nature?
No, sire.
And wherefore, lad, hath he not named it?
Well, mayhap, Merlin, it is too awful.
And mayhap, it does not exist.
It does not exist.
He hath not named his brave calamity. Verily, it is because he cannot.
But, Merlin, it may well be...
It may well be foolish and idle vapor.
Do we dare provoke one of such great magic powers, Merlin?
Let him prove his brave words.
If thou sayest so, Merlin. Lad.
Your Majesty?
Return to, Sir Boss, and in all courtesy prevail upon him to consider all the factors in this perplexed case, and name the calamity, also the nature of it, and the time of its coming.
A sellout. I could have had a sellout if not for Merlin.
Oh, Sir Boss, delay not. To delay now were to double and treble the perils that already encompass thee about. Oh, please, be thou wise.
Be wise.
Name the calamity.
Is that all? Just name the calamity?
Oh, yes, Sir Boss. Oh, yes.
Name the calamity.
Yes. For one of thy mighty powers, a calamity should be but the work of a moment.
Well, you just don't pull a calamity out of thin air, Clarence. Now, if I could get out of here and collect... The eclipse.
Oh, the thing that thou did speak of before.
Clarence, it seems I recall that Columbus or Cortez or one of those people used it as a trump card against some savages. Do you follow all this?
No, Sir Boss.
Mm-hmm. Why don't I play that trick myself?
Sir Boss, if thou canst arrange for a calamity...
And why not? Wouldn't be plagiarism, because I'd be getting it in nearly 1,000 years ahead of those parties.
Sir Boss, life hangs upon it. Dost thou have a calamity?
Now, just tell me once again, tomorrow is the 21st day of June, and this is the year 538.
It is true, Sir Boss.
Well, very well, Clarence. You shall go to the king, and I shall tell you what to say.
I await thy words.
You shall say to the king that at the noon hour tomorrow, I will smother the whole world in the dead blackness of night. I will blot out the sun, and it shall never shine again. The fruits of the earth shall rot for lack of light and warmth, and the peoples of the earth shall famish and die to the last man. Go, tell this to the king.
And when the threat was made, when the sought-after calamity was described, as the stranger wrote in the faded parchment document, poor Clarence turned pale and collapsed with fright, and the Connecticut Yankee had to carry the boy out of the cell and hand him over to the guards. Well, now I must hand you over to some folk who have some words of wisdom for you, and then we shall all return here for the third act.
Isn't it nice to know you're free? To see the things you want to see, to touch the heights you dare to reach, to know you're all that you can be.
You seem to be in a hurry, sir.
Yes, I am.
You are in a hurry?
Oh, yes.
Well, no doubt you're rushing down to buy a Buick Electra because you know that Electra has the kind of ride and comfort Buick's famous for.
That's right.
And because you know it's America's second largest selling full-size luxury car.
You got it.
So you're hurrying because you want to get there before the Electras are all gone.
That's very good. How did you know I was going to buy a Buick Electra?
Well, it was on the shopping list you dropped back there, you see. Dozen eggs, quart of milk, Buick Electra.
Son of a gun, I forgot the pistachio nuts.
That's not on the list.
Well, I forgot them anyhow.
Buick on the wings of the wind. How it's gonna be your spirit's free.
Who will cope with tomorrow for a brighter new day? There's one hope for tomorrow, the children of today.
There is only one hope for tomorrow, the children. Yet there are children in this world right now who have no hope for a brighter today. They're hungry, illiterate, living in misery, and when they grow up, if they grow up, they'll pass on this hopelessness. And it's the world's loss and the world's shame. You can help children to grow up with healthy bodies and educated minds, with a zest for life that they'll pass on to their children and to our world. Won't you please send a check to Save the Children Federation, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York 10017. That's Save the Children, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York 10017. Think about tomorrow.
We've got to save the children and save the world. Help them to grow.
Well, where is Mr. Mark Twain's misplaced Connecticut Yankee? Is he actually in King Arthur's court? There's only one way to find out. Wait and see if there's an eclipse. The eclipse, as you probably know by now, shall perform a double duty. It will set the date beyond all shadow of a doubt, and it will also save our hero's life.
Clarence, did you deliver my message?
Oh, yes, sir, boss.
And?
Oh, we're struck dumb with fear and dread.
Let this be a lesson to you. Never lose hope, do you hear?
I hear, sir, boss.
Even when it's darkest.
It is even so.
Now, tomorrow. Tomorrow, I could have submitted meekly, given way to fear and terror. But I thought my way out of a tight place instead. And tomorrow noon, they'll conduct me to that stake, but I won't be burned on it.
No, sir, boss.
Tomorrow noon, I shall become the most powerful man in the kingdom. I can't wait for tomorrow. And I'll even tell you something else, Clarence. We may not have to wait for tomorrow.
True, sir, boss.
Because
true.
you see, the calamity that I told you to describe to these people.
Do not say those dread words
I'm
again.
sure everyone's terrified. Isn't that true, Clarence?
Verily, sir, boss.
Well, if I know human nature, they'll come here to see me, to try to compromise. And Clarence, listen, even as I mention it, it's the compromise on its way. Listen, they're coming. And if it's a good compromise, I'll accept. But if it isn't, I mean to stand my ground and play my hand for all it's worth. Sir Kay, and to what do I owe the honor of this visit?
The steak is ready. Come.
The what?
The steak.
Oh, but there's been some mistake. The execution is set for tomorrow.
The order has been changed and set forward a day.
But today Look, No. It has to be tomorrow. It has to be.
Come, it's almost noon. Hasty.
Lost. I was lost. There was no help for me now. I was done for good. I was dazed. I was stupefied. I had no command over myself. The soldiers took a hold of me and pulled me along with them out of the cell and along the maze of corridors and finally into the fierce glare of daylight in the upper world. And as we stepped into the vast enclosed courtyard of the castle, I received a shock. The first thing I could see was the stake.
We see before us one who has threatened to destroy the sun and thus end for all time all life on this earth. I say he speaks falsely. I say he is an impostor.
Merlin, speak thou more gently. Mayhap he does plan something magical?
There is no need to placate this false magician, sir. Soon we shall see if he can save himself.
I scarcely heard Merlin's gloating voice. I knew now. I was a man without hope, and with each passing moment the realization that I was about to die crept inch by inch through my veins and turned me cold.
Sir Boss! Sir Boss!
Clarence, what are you doing here?
I am thy servant, Sir Boss. It is meet that I serve thee to the end, but there shall be no end.
There shall be no end, you say?
We know thou hast prepared a calamity.
I had prepared a calamity, Clarence.
Has aught gone amiss, Sir Boss?
They changed the day on me. The calamity was set for tomorrow, not for today.
I know, and 'twas through me that the change was wrought.
Clarence, what are you telling me?
When I spoke thy words to them, when I revealed the calamity in store, oh, how mighty was the terror it did engender. Then also I saw that I could save the sun.
Save the sun,
Clarence? It would not be necessary to destroy the sun.
But, Clarence...
Yes, Sir Boss. Thou canst very well destroy the sun and return to thy far-off realm. But all here would be dead.
That was the idea.
Yes, and so I pretended unto this one and that one, the king, Sir Kay, Merlin, Sir Lancelot, that thy power against the sun could not reach its full until tomorrow. So if any would save the sun and save the world, thou must be slain today, while thy enchantments are but in the making and lack their full potency.
Maybe I should have explained that...
It was but a foolish lie, but you should have seen them seize it and swallow it in the frenzy of their fright, as if it were a salvation from heaven. And all the while I was laughing in my sleeve to see them so chiefly deceived. See how happy the matter is spread?
Happy? For whom?
Well, for all of us. Consider, thou wilt not need to do our son a real hurt. Make but a little darkness.
A little darkness.
Only the littlest little darkness. And cease with that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When they see that first shadow fall, they will go mad with fear. They'll set thee free and make thee great. Have thy triumph, good Sir Boss. But I implore thee, remember my supplication and do the blessed sun no hurt. For my sake, and I am thy true friend.
I can promise you this, that the sun shall suffer no hurt from me, ever. I guess when we're done in more by our friends than by our enemies. Tomorrow I could have worked a miracle. Today, I can only be fuel for a fire. Poor Clarence. What could I say to him? How could I explain it? I wanted to frighten the king and Merlin in the court, and I did. And I also frightened Clarence as well. I should have thought of that. All Clarence really wanted to do was to save the sun. He actually thought I would have to destroy it to prove my point. Well, it should be a lesson to me. But, unfortunately, I won't be able to learn from it. How do I get out of this? If it's a dream, I don't seem to be waking up. And here are the soldiers piling up rows of very flammable-looking wooden faggots all around me. Around my ankles, my knees, my body. And I hear the voice of a monk droning something in Latin. And now comes a man. His face is masked, the executioner. He carries a blazing torch. He kneels down at my feet. He's ready to apply the torch. And it's no dream.
Ye have threatened us with destruction.
Answer him, Sir Boss. Remove the smirk from his evil countenance.
Thou hast threatened our very font of life, the blessed sun itself. Well, show us thy powers.
Merlin, do not force
Your
him.
Majesty, the man is a liar. He has no powers at all. He has lied.
Now, Sir Boss, now. Make them all quake and tremble.
Poor Clarence.
Poor Clarence? What sayest thou? Why poor Clarence?
Because...
Sir Boss, look.
Oh, the sun.
Look, everyone. The sun!
The sun!
Thou hast begun thy magic! See the black about the sun!
The eclipse! Hey, it can't be!
Sir Boss, spare the sun!
Apply the torch! I am Merlin!
I forbid it! I am the king!
Then I shall apply it myself! I am Merlin! I fear no one!
Stand back, old man, before thou encounterest the wrath of Sir Boss! Even now, he destroys the sun!
Now, those are but random clouds. Hand me the torch.
It's the eclipse.
Executioner, hand me the torch.
I say no. Stay where you are. If any man moves, even before I give him leave, I will blast him with thunder. I will consume him with lightning, even the king. Now as for you, John W. Merlin, sit down. Sit down, or you're a dead man. That's better.
Sir Boss, be merciful.
I will think it over, Your Majesty.
Say no further into this perilous matter, lest disaster follow. It was reported to us that thy full powers could not attain their strength until tomorrow.
You think these are my full powers? I'm feeling very weak today.
Name any terms, fair sir, even to half of my kingdom. Oh, but stop. Oh, stop this gathering darkness.
I should like to, Your Majesty. Believe me, I should like to.
Thou shouldst like to?
But once begun, these calamities are difficult to untrack. It's best not to start them.
We understand full well, but each moment it grows more dark. And see, the people are struck dumb with fear.
As they should be.
How long, oh, how long shall thy anger last?
Oh, Your Majesty, Sir Boss never remains wrathful too long.
I implore thee, Sir Boss.
I shall let this darkness grow deeper for a little while longer in order to serve as a lesson.
Oh, we have learned our lesson.
Have you? Then let all be silent while I gather my powers in order to reverse this terrible darkness and save our glorious sun. Clarence, what day is this?
The 21st.
The 21st? Hang it. You said it was the 20th.
Oh, by thy favor, Sir Boss, numbers flow through my head as water through a sieve.
Well, then, if it's the 21st, this is the 6th century, and this is King Arthur's court, and I might as well make the most of it. O King, I have reflected. Whether I blot out the sun for good shall rest with you. These are my terms. You shall remain king over all your dominions. You shall appoint me your perpetual minister and executive.
Oh, yes, yes.
Pay me 1% of such actual increase of revenue over and above its present amount as I shall succeed in creating for the state.
Anything thou wilt demand.
And if I can't live on that, I shan't ask anybody to give me a hand. Is it satisfactory?
Anything. Now, please, good Sir Boss, restore the sun.
Very well. First, you must untie my hands that I may use them in this business.
Away with his bonds. Set him free. Do him homage. He is the king's right hand. His seat is on the highest step of the throne. And now, good sir, sweep away this creeping night. Bring us light again. And let us bless thee.
I would say that you have all had just enough. Let all stand. Let all look toward the heavens. And now I declare, let the enchantment dissolve and pass harmlessly away.
Oh, the sun.
Look, the silver rim of the sun emerges.
The sun returneth.
I, the boss, have so commanded.
All hail the boss!
Hail the boss!
Hail the boss!
And so he became the boss. And to a primitive country, he brought the blessings of soap and toothpaste and gunpowder and books and railroads and telephones. And how did it work out? Well, this is only the exciting beginning of the story. Our purpose is to get you to go to the book itself and enjoy Mark Twain's glorious spoof on, when Mark Twain spoofs, he spoofs just about everything. But before you run to your library or bookstore, wait a few moments for me to return.
America's big, beautiful travel value is available again. Greyhound's All-American Ameripass. 7 days unlimited travel for only $76. 7 consecutive days of travel everywhere Greyhound goes in America. Canada, too. Go where you want, when you want. Be a real free spirit. Leave when you like, any day, every day of the week. Only Greyhound serves 48 states. You don't pay for your All-American Ameripass until you're all set to go. And like Greyhound's 3 other Ameripasses, you'll enjoy special discounts on hotels, meals, sightseeing, and other good things. So get going with a Greyhound All-American Ameripass. 7 days unlimited travel for only $76. It's a great way to get in touch with family and friends for less money, because Greyhound's in touch with more of America.
In touch with America. Take a little time to ride along.
A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. All we could hope to do in the limited time allotted us was get him there. You, of course, should follow his progress. And in this bicentennial year, what could be a happier celebration than several hours with the most American of all writers, Samuel L. Clemens, or, as he would have it, Mark Twain. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Robert Dryden, Russell Horton, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Lawyer Wilson. What could he have said? Hay, feed, and grain merchant Vincent.
What could he have said?
Go down the list. Robert Titmarsh, Eliphalet Weeks, Archibald Wilcox, Ingoldsby Sargent.
What could he have said? I want to know. What did he say? What could he have said?
It was the only topic of conversation. The 19 Incorruptibles, starting with Banker Pinkerton on top and ending with poor Edward Richards on bottom, walked about with white and drawn faces, as if each of them was feverishly figuring out a way to get at that money. A head of steam was building higher and higher and fiercer and fiercer. Sooner or later, it would have to bust.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and the Greyhound Ameripass. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight, Mr. Robert Young stars in King's Row from Studio One at CBS.
I haven't been very happy since I came back to King's Row. In a way, I don't like it here anymore. The people and what they stand for. And yet, King's Row is my home.
We invite you to Studio One, radio's celebrated playhouse of dramatic entertainment, featuring the world's greatest stories in special versions for listening. And now, to introduce tonight's great story, here is the director of Studio One, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, a 20th century bestseller of a few years ago about a 20th century small town of many years ago. King's Row, as created and populated by Henry Bellarmine, is not a frontier town, raw and new, but the kind of town that seems as if it's always been there. It looks like every town its size, from Ohio to Kansas, one of its citizens once said, and you can't tell by looking around if you're in Indiana or Iowa. But I'll leave it up to the other citizens of King's Row to tell you more about the town, principally Paris Mitchell, who is being played tonight by our visiting star in Studio One, one of Hollywood's most skillful and rewarding performers, Mr. Robert Young. With Mr. Young, you'll be hearing Mercedes McCambridge as Randy Monahan, Leon Janney as Drake, Everett Sloan as Dr. Gordon, and tonight we introduce a young actress new to Studio One listeners as Louise, Miss Kathy McGregor. Pleased to begin.
It's a good town, King's Row. Good, clean town. Has every right to be the county seat.
It's a real honest town, too. Nothing ever changes much.
I'm not sure. Seems to me it's been changing all along, ever since there got to be more than one class of people here. Place gets to be a city after there's more than one class of people.
I often walk out of the town and up to the hills around King's Row, especially in the spring. People say to me, Paris Mitchell, you're a hermit. But I like it because as I stand up there alone in the stillness, all of King's Row is spread out before me. Most people who pass through our town, and a lot of the citizens themselves, think it's a pretty good place to live. Most people think that. But then most people are masters at deceiving themselves. I've known the hatreds and sins and cruelties of King's Row. I know how they've affected me and a good many others. People like Drake and Randy, whom I loved, Louise Gordon, whom I pitied, and her father, the leading physician of King's Row, whose shortcomings, both as a doctor and as a man, I came to know. Drake McHugh and I grew up together. His problems were mine and mine his. We were inseparable. That was why it was quite a natural thing, the way it all began. It was on a spring day. I was passing Dr. Gordon's house on Union Street, and I noticed Louise sitting in the garden swing with Drake. I crossed the lawn to join them.
Hello, Paris. Isn't this a day?
Hello, you two.
Here, Paris. Sit over here in the wicker chair.
Oh, I just as soon sprawl out on the grass, Louise. It's much softer.
But Mama doesn't like people to sit on the grass.
Oh, that's right, Paris. Mrs. Gordon says it looks slovenly.
Oh, sorry.
Dear Mama. She's probably spying on us right now out of one of the front windows.
Oh, Drake, don't say that. Mama doesn't mean to be like that. It's because she's so much under Papa's thumb.
Dr. Gordon's pretty strict with you, isn't he, Louise?
Strict? She can't call her life her own.
Papa's made me furious ever since I was old enough to realize how unjust he is.
Well, he's old-fashioned, that's all. Lots of fathers are afraid their daughters will get into trouble.
Papa just doesn't like me. I wonder if he likes anybody.
He sure doesn't like me. You know, Paris, he's forbidden Louise to see me anymore. I'm supposed to go lose myself someplace. What's the matter with me anyway? Not good enough for your old man? If I'm not, then I don't want...
Don't want what, Drake? Do you mean you don't want to see me in that case?
Well, darn it all, Louise. I'm not going to sneak around and meet you on the sly. I love you, and I don't care who knows it. I told Paris so more than a year ago, didn't I, Paris?
Yes, you did. I imagine Louise knows it, too.
Well, what's the old sawbones got against me, anyway? Why can't I come right out in the open and go around with you like I want to? I may be an orphan, but my aunt and uncle were just as good as your folks. They raised me as though I'd been their own son.
We've gone over all this before, Drake.
Yes, and when they died, I got everything. I'm not rich, but at least I can afford to marry. I'd like to know just why Dr. Gordon's so superior. Maybe he is the leading doctor, but if you ask me, I think he's too fond of operating on people. Lots of them die that might not.
Drake, stop that talk. Mama might hear.
I don't care. Your father doesn't like me. All right, I don't like him either.
If Mama hears, she might tell him. She tells him everything. She always takes his side. Oh, Drake, what are we going to do?
You could stand up to your old man.
And tell him that I'm in love with you?
Yes.
I did.
Oh. Did you, honest? What'd he say?
First he laughed. Then he said I was stupid. And that you had a questionable character. Since your aunt and uncle died, you've just loafed around. You haven't worked. You've gone out with girls from the lower end of town.
They were respectable girls. All the nice girls aren't necessarily in your father's circle.
Oh, I didn't say they were, but on his calls and sometimes at night, Papa has seen you buggy riding with them.
Louise, you know Drake isn't like that.
Of course I know, but it gives Papa an excuse to say things.
No, he doesn't need an excuse. But it begins to look as if you think he's right.
Oh, now, have some horse sense, Guy. Louise isn't free to go against Dr. Gordon's wishes. You've got to think this thing through.
All right, then. I won't see Louise again, except in church or some public place.
Oh, Drake.
Louise.
Oh, it's Papa.
Come into the house. I'd like to speak with you.
It's Papa. I didn't expect him home so early.
Well, don't be so scared. You act like he was going to beat you.
He'll be very angry.
Louise!
Yes, Papa, I'm coming. Goodbye, Drake. Remember, I do love you. I do.
Louise, I do not appreciate disobedience. I do not expect when I issue a command to you that I must repeat that command.
I wasn't being disobedient, Papa. I wasn't.
Don't contradict your father.
I'll handle this, Harriet. More than anything, I dislike lying, Louise.
Please let me finish, Papa. I wasn't disobeying you. I was just telling Drake that I couldn't see him anymore.
Well, you certainly took long enough to tell him. You were with him for a full half hour.
Harriet.
Yes, Henry.
How often must I tell you that I shall handle the disciplining of Louise?
Well, of course, Henry. You always know best, dear. I only
Please
thought...
leave us alone.
Yes, Henry, of course.
Now, my dear, what reason did you give Drake for not seeing him again?
That you had forbidden me. That you didn't approve of him.
I told you to say that you didn't care to see him.
But, Papa, you just said you didn't like lying.
How dare you be insolent to me?
Papa.
You so cheapened yourself by this disgusting attraction for that low...
Papa, don't talk that way about Drake. I love him. You can make me stop seeing him, but you can't make me stop loving him.
You little fool. Haven't you any self-respect?
I love him, and I'll keep on loving him.
Don't ever again say that you love him. I'll make you stop loving him, do you hear? Make you. I promise you that. I'll make you hate him.
Thanks for taking this walk with me, Paris, and letting me blow off a little steam.
You do the same for me.
Yeah, well, at that, you're better off than me.
What do you mean?
You've got brains.
Oh.
Oh, it's true. You're going to Vienna and learn to be a doctor. Me, I don't know how to do anything.
Oh, don't talk nonsense. Perhaps you could start some sort of a business.
Well, I was thinking about that. I've got my eye on that tract of land up near the school. With a little capital, a fellow could make subdivisions out of it and really clean up.
Well, why don't you then?
I can't. I just halfway hinted it to old Curly down at the bank. He handles my money. He nearly went up in smoke. Not a cent until I'm 21.
That won't be so long.
Meanwhile, until I'm legally of age, all I can do is wait and loaf. Only everybody jumps on me for being a loafer.
This town needs to be more understanding, more sympathetic.
I get so darn lonely, Paris. You're the only friend I've got, and you're going to be leaving Kings Row in September.
Hello, Paris Mitchell.
Hello.
You don't remember me, do you?
Well, no, I don't.
I don't believe Drake does either.
I do now, as soon as you left. You're Randy Monahan.
Randy Monahan? Oh, it can't be.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I haven't seen you in years. Well, you've certainly changed since we went to school together. You were kind of a...
Kind of a tomboy?
Well...
Oh, don't be embarrassed. I know what I used to be like. I suppose I was like that because I was always hanging around with my father down at the yards.
Well, nobody can say you're a tomboy anymore.
Now I'll bet she's the prettiest girl in town. Don't you think so, Paris?
Think? I'm sure she is. The prettiest girl in the whole world.
Well, thanks, Paris.
Where have you been all this time, Randy?
Well, I was away at a convent boarding school for 2 years, but I've been back to Kings Row every summer.
Gee, it's strange how you can live in the same town and never run into each other.
You people who live uptown are 1,000 miles away from us. But that doesn't bother me. Not anymore.
Well, I should hope not.
Say, look, Randy, why don't you come along with me and take a drive out in the country, huh?
Well, are you going to, Paris?
Oh, he probably has some studying to do. That's usually his excuse.
Studying?
Yes,
Sure, he's going to be a famous doctor.
Well, anyhow, doctor.
Oh, that's wonderful, Paris. Where are you going to study, in Chicago? Or maybe St. Louis?
Ha, nothing like that for Paris. He's going to Vienna.
Vienna? In Europe?
Yeah, they have fine medical schools there.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Will you be gone long?
Oh, 4 years, maybe 5.
Goodness, that's almost forever.
Well, it never seemed so long before.
Well, never mind. There's still the whole summer ahead of us. Randy, how about that drive, huh? We can drop Paris at home.
Well, why leave me out? I don't have to study this afternoon.
That's the spirit.
I mean, I'll come driving if Randy will.
How about it, Randy?
I'd love to.
I arranged my schedule so that I had more free time that summer. I was able to see a great deal of Randy. And, of course, Drake, too. The three of us were always together. We had a wonderful time. Oh, Randy, that was the best picnic lunch I've ever eaten.
Oh, boy, I'll say. I'm about to pop.
What you need now is some exercise. Let's race.
Oh, no, not me. I can't move.
Oh, Paris?
Well, I'm game.
I'll bet I beat.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
I'll show you there's some of that tomboy still left in me. Come on. Let me take the reins, Drake.
You sure you can manage, old Jasper?
Well, I can try.
Here you are.
Like this?
Wonderful, Randy. You look like one of the Valkyries.
Like what?
One of those Norse warrior maidens.
Well, listen to Mr. Encyclopedia, trying to show off how much you know.
Oh, cut it out. It was fun, lots of fun that summer. Of course, the so-called social circle of Kings Row wagged their tongues about Drake and me running around with the daughter of a railroad worker.
She's a fast one, that Randy Monahan.
Running all over town with two men at the same time.
So would you, if you only got the chance.
I suppose Louise Gordon heard all about this gossip and was hurt by it. I felt pretty bad about Louise and Drake, but neither of them was strong enough to solve the problem of her father, the doctor. As for myself, I was with Randy as often as possible.
Paris, it's been a wonderful day.
Let's walk over to that bench by the pond. We can watch the sunset from there.
All right.
Maybe you'd rather have gone to that church affair with Drake, just because
No, I didn't want to go. Even if I did, I couldn't have gone.
Why? Oh, because you're a Catholic and it was at the Presbyterian?
Oh, no, not that. Well, those people wouldn't accept me.
Are people really that snobbish?
Oh, you know very well they are. And I shouldn't mind being snubbed. Not by this time. But I do. I still do.
Oh, forget about everybody in Kings Row. Everybody but me.
It isn't as easy as that, Paris.
Doesn't what I think mean anything to you, Randy?
Means just about everything.
Randy, I'm in love with you.
No, please don't say that.
It's true. I have to say it.
No, don't.
Everything about you, being with you anywhere in a room or out here in the street, just thinking about you at night and kissing you, Randy. Your warm mouth.
No, Paris, no, please.
Say you love me, Randy.
I love you.
And I love you. Say it again. Those words.
I love you, yes. Yes, but that's not enough, Paris.
That's all we need. Randy, darling, listen to me. We're going to get married now. Here, now, right away.
No.
We're going to get married, Redhead. My family left me enough money to get started on. We can live at my house. I won't have any trouble finding a job.
I'm not going to marry you, Paris.
You said you loved me.
Oh, I do, my darling, much more than you love me, but I...
Randy, you can't...
No, let me finish. Paris, you've worked very hard. And you've been lonely. That's where I've come in. But you mustn't think that means you're in love with me.
Oh, darling, I'll prove to you how much I love you. Being lonely has nothing to do with it. After we're married...
Paris, I meant what I said. I love you too much to settle down in Kings Row. To let you give up your medical career. Well, that's what you wanted all your life. I remember even when we were in grammar school, and I guess I loved you even then. You always talked about wanting to be a doctor.
Yes, but this is more important.
No, it isn't. In a few years, you'd be miserable and lost. I couldn't stand seeing that happen to you, especially if I was the cause. You're going to be a doctor, Paris. And then when you come back to Kings Row, we'll all be very proud of you.
Then wait for me. If I go, will you promise to wait for me, Randy? Randy?
It would be even worse if I said I'd marry you when you got back. I wouldn't let you hold yourself to such a promise.
But why, darling?
Can't you see? Look, I live across the tracks.
Oh, you're still worried about these ridiculous standards in Kings Row.
If you're going to live in Kings Row, you've got to accept or at least live with such standards, Paris. Think of the difference there'll be between us after you've had 4 or 5 years of study in Europe. I'll seem like a complete numbskull.
Oh, Randy,
You won't be abroad 6 months before you'll thank me for refusing you, Paris. You'll wonder how you could ever have thought you loved me.
Randy, darling, don't.
I know what I'm saying, Paris. But I'll never, as long as I live, ever forget this summer. Let's go back now, Paris.
All right. Let's go back. I hadn't told Drake the way I felt about Randy. Perhaps I would have eventually, but the next day something happened to Drake which took my mind off my own feelings. We were having lunch at Drake's house when Mr. Wakefield at the Farmers Exchange Bank phoned and asked Drake to come see him. I went with him.
Gee, they sure keep the brass doorknobs shiny on this place, don't they?
Yes, banks are very elegant. Hey, you, got any idea what Wakefield wants to see you about, Drake?
Oh, he probably wants to tell me they finally got my account straightened out. Oh, there he is, over there, talking to Mrs. Willis.
What about your account?
Well, he called me yesterday, too. Said my checking account was overdrawn, $80. Yeah, but it must have been a mistake. I remember old Curly said he deposited $1,000 to my account in July. And I certainly haven't spent that much in a little more than a month.
Mr. Curley's the one who handles your inheritance, huh?
Yeah, he's the trustee under the will.
Oh, hello there, Drake. Harris?
Oh, hello, Mr.
Good afternoon,
Wakefield.
sir.
Drake, I have something rather serious to discuss with you.
Oh, perhaps I should wait outside.
No. Whatever it is, you can hear about it.
You might as well. The whole town will know about it before the afternoon's over.
Does this have anything to do with my checking account you said was overdrawn, Mr. Wakefield?
I'm afraid it does. You see, Mr. Curley did not deposit that $1,000 to your account as he said he did.
Oh, why didn't he? Where is he? Let's talk to him.
Mr. Curley has been out of town for more than a week.
Where'd he go?
We thought he was going to Dallas on business.
Well, couldn't we wire him down there?
No, I've already done that. Mr. Curley didn't go to Dallas. What's more, Mrs. Curley hasn't heard from him since he left.
Then where is he?
Well, no one knows as yet. I looked into Mr. Curley's box in the vault. It's completely empty. The president of the Farmers Exchange has left town, skipped out, with every cent he could lay his hands on.
You mean all my money? It's gone?
Yeah, not only yours, but Mrs. Pettigrew's, the Hammond twins, old Mrs. Teeman, all of it.
Can't you stop him? Catch him somehow?
Yeah, we're trying, but I'll wager he's in Central America by now. We find he had his house put in his wife's name 6 months ago. He must have been planning this a long time. I'm afraid we'll never lay eyes on Jim Curley again.
Mr. Wakefield was right. That was the last King's Row ever saw of James Cuthbert Curley, who had always been such an outstanding citizen, pious and righteous, a leading member of the community. The town was outraged. It spent many hours sympathizing with Mr. Curley's victims. But when Drake went to them in search of a job, then it was quite a different story.
The same old answer today, Paris. They don't have a thing. I wouldn't mind so much if they were telling the truth.
I know. What they mean is they don't have anything for you.
Well, don't let it get you down, Drake. Everybody's not that way.
Oh, they make me sick, Randy, all of them. I know what it is. And it's more than that I don't have any money now. They all think like Louise's old man. Dr. Gordon thinks I'm wild. They all do. I could be tolerated while I had money, but now...
Listen, Drake, I wish you'd take some of my money.
No, Paris. You've got just enough to put you through medical school and get set as a doctor. I'm not touching your money. There must be a job I can get someplace.
I think I know where you can get a job, Drake.
You do, Randy? Where?
I talked with Dad. You could get a job down at the yards, but it might not be the kind of job you'd like.
It pays a salary, doesn't
It
it?
means being out in all kinds of weather.
So what?
Don't forget it's laborers' work. What would your Tony friends say to that?
Nothing worse than they're saying now. I don't have any friends. Except you and Paris. Besides, what do I care what anybody says? I'll sell my house and move down to the railroad.
Get a room at Mrs. Blake's boarding house.
My Tony friends. I'll show those stuffed shirts that I can earn my own living.
So, Drake joined the working class. He moved over to the other side of town. You could tell how upset he was, how he was trying hard not to show it, but you could tell just the same. It might have been different if he'd had some kind of word from Louise Gordon, but there was nothing. She was a prisoner in her father's house. Before the end of that summer, Drake had become a railroad switchman. The day I left for Vienna, he met me at the station. He took care of my bags while I said goodbye to Randy.
That train seems a bit late.
I'll miss you, Randy.
Miss you, too.
Will you write?
Yeah,
You don't sound very sure.
I won't. Write often, Paris, just now and then, as a friend.
You haven't changed your mind, have you?
Not a bit, because I know I'm right. I want you to think of me like you think of Drake.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Well, you'll find it easy after a while.
Maybe. You know, it's funny. I don't think Drake even suspects the way I feel about you.
He's been too occupied with his own worries. It's just as well that way.
I suppose.
Well, your trunks are all checked through. The load of stuff you had, a person would think you were going to be gone for 10 years.
Well, thanks for taking care of them, Drake.
Well, your train's coming in.
I know.
I'll bet he'll forget all about us over there. Huh, Randy?
Well, I've heard that Viennese girls are very beautiful.
Yeah.
I know where they're even more beautiful. You'll both write, won't you?
Oh, sure. Tell you all about the exciting life of a railroad switchman.
Well, you two stick together. You're the only friends I've got.
Oh, we will, kid. Take care of yourself.
Sure.
Hey, for time's sake, aren't you going to kiss Randy?
Oh, yes, of course. Goodbye, Randy.
Goodbye, Paris.
So I went to Vienna. It was a very gay city, so different from the angular cold of King's Row. During the next 3 years, I found real satisfaction and contentment in my work. Randy was right. She'd said over and over again that I would lose myself in my studies. But at the same time, I always looked forward to the day when I would return to King's Row. Their letters, Randy's and Drake's, were my only links with home. It gave me a secure feeling to know that I had two such friends. The thought that they might mean something more than that to each other never entered my mind. Now I must tell you certain events which I did not learn in full until I returned, but they fit into my story at this point. One January evening, Drake returned to his boarding house after dinner at Randy's. He took the shortcut through the freight yards as usual. They were shifting boxcars. They shouted and waved, but Drake couldn't hear them above the rattle and clash of wheels, so he just waved back and walked on for a moment.
Schultz, get Dr. Gordon on the phone. Tell him to get down here as quick as you can.
Hey, what happened?
Get him.
Oh, sure. Operator, get me Dr. Gordon. What happened? An accident?
Drake McHugh's been run over.
What? Is he badly hurt?
Can't tell yet.
Well, how did it happen?
Real crazy accident. You know that wagon load of tile's been standing up there on the edge of the cut?
Sure, belongs to the tile works. We've been waiting for orders to ship it.
The bank thawed out, the whole wagon fell down.
On Drake?
Yeah, it hit him, pushed him under them cars Bill Hawkinson's been shunting around.
Run right over him?
No, Bill was going slow. It just caught Drake as it stopped. Otherwise...
Hello, Dr. Gordon. Schultz at the freight yards. Been an accident. Drake McHugh. Can you come right down? Fine, Doc. What? Yes, Drake McHugh. Shall I call the hospital and tell them to get a room ready, Doc?
No.
What?
There's not time.
What do you mean, Doc?
Just what I said. No time to take him to the hospital. I have to operate. Do it here.
On this old table?
We'll have to make out with what we've got.
Yeah, but we could get him to a hospital in just a little while.
Who's the doctor around here, Schultz? You or I?
Well, you, Doc.
Well, then I'll make the decisions and give the orders.
Sure.
What kind of an operation
I'll need some help.
What are you going to do?
You, Davis, get me some blankets and a half dozen sheets anywhere here in the neighborhood, and be quick.
Yes, sir.
Can you heat water on that stove, Schultz?
Well, yes, Doc, right away.
And then stand at that door and keep everybody out. I don't want a lot of numbskulls standing around staring.
Anything I can do, Doc?
Oh, Sam, I'm glad you're here. I'll need somebody steady.
I put the water on, Dr. Gordon.
All right, now stand at that door. Not inside! Stay outside the door!
Yes, sir. Yes.
Now, Sam, let me see.
What'll have to be done, Doc?
Amputation.
Leg? Which one?
Both of them. Close to the hips.
Both of them?
Yes. Let's get started.
Well, Father?
Louise, you're up rather late, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
What's the matter with you?
I heard about Drake McHugh.
Oh, I see.
Mother told me about the call coming here for you.
Did she?
I stood it as long as I could. Then I went down to the railroad. The freight house where you performed the operation.
You had no business there.
You had just left. They'd carried Drake away. Some terrible old man was cleaning up where you had operated.
I don't want to hear any more of this. It was most unbecoming of you to go down there, Louise, parading your feelings for Drake.
I've wondered about you for years, Father. Now I know.
You know nothing.
What people have been saying about you. It's true. You're a monster.
Louise.
You hate people, don't you? You enjoy seeing them suffer. You try to hurt them. Oh, hit me. Hit me all you want. But you won't stop me from talking. You enjoy hitting me, don't you? Well, I'll let people know what you are. If it's the last thing I ever do.
Be quiet.
The bones in Drake's legs weren't even broken. I saw. I've suspected for some time about you and your operations. How you butcher and deform people.
You don't know what you're saying.
I've known for a long time. And now I'm going to tell. My arm. Let me go.
You will say nothing, do you hear? Not a word.
I will. I'll tell everybody.
One word, and I shall commit you to the state hospital.
You wouldn't dare.
I need only phone Dr. Peterson, and you will be in a cell behind bars in 1 hour.
Oh, no.
I will have you declared insane.
I'm not insane. And you know it.
I know nothing of the sort.
Father.
Now go up to your room and stay there until I tell you to come downstairs.
Yes, Father.
If you disobey ever again, I shall have you put away, Louise.
Drake, Mr. Schultz, but I just don't think...
I understand, Randy. I just wanted to stop by and inquire.
Well, he's had sedatives ever since the accident.
Then he don't know yet about his legs?
No. But the doctor stopped the injections this morning, so I guess it won't be long now.
You're sure a godsend to him, Randy. Taking him into your house like this?
I'm going to keep him here.
I knew you would. I don't know what he'd do without you now.
Drake. Drake! Yes, Drake, yes, I'm here. Hush, darling, hush. I'm here with you now.
Randy.
Don't try to talk.
Accident.
Yes?
I was in an accident.
Yes, dear, you were, but you're with me now, and you're going to get well now.
Randy.
There, now, dear, be quiet. No, lie quiet, don't move. Don't move about, Drake. Drake, give me your hand. Please, Drake. Drake, don't.
Randy!
Drake, no!
Randy! Where's the rest of me?
From Studio One, radio's celebrated playhouse of dramatic entertainment, you are hearing Mr. Robert Young, starring in King's Row by Henry Bellamy, one of the world's great stories in a special version for listening by Agnes Eckhart. Our story will resume after the customary pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. From Studio One, we continue tonight's full-hour dramatic entertainment. Robert Young stars in Fletcher Markle's production of King's Row by Henry Bellamy.
I was still studying in Vienna when Randy sent me word of Drake's accident. I found her cable one afternoon when I came back to my boarding house. Randy's message drove all thoughts of the lecture I had attended out of my mind. I'll never forget the last words of that cable.
I must keep Drake with me somehow.
I cabled home that night and arranged to have part of my inheritance turned over to Drake, and I told Randy to stick with Drake until I got back. I said that we'd work things out, the three of us. Then, a week later, I got another cable. This one had only 4 words. 4 words that changed all the plans I'd been making for my own future.
Drake and I married.
I didn't return to King's Row until a year later. Randy met me at the station. She found a carriage while I went to get my luggage. As we drove through town, she told me about Drake.
So I'm afraid it's going to take a long time for Drake to develop any real sense of security.
Yes, he was always so free and independent. But we'll win, Randy.
Yes, Paris, we will. Now that you're back.
I rather imagine you've won most of the battle already.
Paris, I...
Let's talk about it, Randy, just this once. I was afraid to try to tell you in a letter how I felt about your marriage.
Paris, I don't think...
I know. You love Drake. You didn't look on the marriage as any sort of sacrifice. But I think it was one of the most courageous
All right,
things...
Paris. I'll say this once, and then we'll forget it. I do love Drake. He needs me, and I can help him.
Randy, I love Drake, too, and I'm very happy that with all this tragedy, he at least has you. I wouldn't change that if I could.
I understand.
How, does he feel about Dr. Gordon?
I've never let him hate or doubt Dr. Gordon. That would hurt Drake more than it would Gordon.
Yes, of course.
Oh, it's better this way.
This is the only way.
Did you hear? Paris Mitchell's back.
He's Dr. Mitchell now.
And he's on the staff out of the state hospital.
One day, a patient was admitted with a severe abdominal condition requiring an immediate operation. The patient was Dr. Henry Gordon, and he defiantly refused to be operated on. John McNeil, who was attending him, asked me in for consultation. It was at McNeil's request that I visited Dr. Gordon in his room.
You're Dr. Mitchell now, I believe.
Yes, Dr. Gordon.
Yes, been over in Europe, learning all about what goes on inside people's minds, huh? What makes them tick.
If anyone really can know.
You, must find your work very interesting.
Yes, but still it becomes routine. As well you know, Dr. Gordon.
Routine, yes. Well, now let's get to the point of your visit, young fellow. Or perhaps I should be more respectful. Dr. Mitchell.
Oh, nonsense. You knew Drake and me
Why
when
did
we
you
were...
come here?
Dr. McNeil asked me to see you.
Did he? That's interesting.
He feels, and so do I, that it's imperative you have an immediate operation. You certainly must understand this, Dr. Gordon.
Yes, I think I understand well enough.
If you delay much longer...
Go ahead. Say it, Dr. Mitchell. If I delay much longer, I will probably die.
That is correct.
At least that is what Dr. McNeil tells me.
Have you doubts of Dr. McNeil's competence? I think you know he's as respected in the community as you yourself. I said you...
I heard what you said.
And I understand you don't question the diagnosis?
Dr. McNeil is a capable man with a knife.
Then may I tell him you've agreed to the operation?
No, I don't agree.
Dr. Gordon,
Get out of here. I'll never agree. No one will touch me.
Doctor, as a man of
You
science...
won't subject me to your pryings. I know why you came here.
Dr. Gordon, I came here because I thought I might persuade you that an operation
Well, you
would...
failed, Dr. Mitchell. Failed. No one shall ever take a knife to me. No one. Ever.
Dr. Henry Gordon was a man of science who had no faith in science. 3 days later, he was dead.
Largest funeral Kings Row's ever seen.
And he was a fine man, a humble man.
I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure.
Shortly after the funeral, I received a note from Dr. Gordon's wife asking me to call at my earliest convenience.
Well, it's certainly been a long time since I've seen you, Dr. Mitchell, and you weren't a physician then. Of course, I've heard much about you. Louise was always talking of Paris Mitchell.
And how is Louise, Mrs. Gordon? I haven't seen her since I came back.
Well, it's in her regard that I wanted to speak to you.
Is Louise ill?
I don't know. Dr. Mitchell, I seriously fear her mind has been affected.
You wish me to see her?
Presently. First, let me explain. You may remember that some time ago, Louise had a most unfortunate attachment for one of the more undesirable boys in this town.
Yes, Mrs. Gordon, I know about Louise and Drake McHugh.
Oh.
You might just as well tell me all that's happened.
Dr. Mitchell, Louise hated her father.
Really? Why was that?
I could never guess. My husband was a saint. Yes, a saint. But after Drake McHugh had that accident, lost his legs, Louise made a terrible scene with her father. She said insane, unspeakable things. Then, a few days later, that Drake was married. His wife was a
Miss Monahan.
That's the girl.
She, too, is a good friend of mine.
Oh, really? Well, from that day on, Louise refused to leave her room. We could do nothing with her, nothing at all. Dr. Gordon was not really well at the time, and the burden of trying to manage her fell on me.
Manage her?
Oh, I don't mean that she was violent. She wouldn't speak. She did nothing but sit in her room. Then Dr. Gordon passed away. Now I have to tell you a terrible thing.
Yes, Mrs. Gordon.
When my dear husband was lying here, in this room, Louise finally came downstairs. I found her striking her dead father in the face and cursing him.
I see.
I managed to get her upstairs without anyone knowing about the incident. I locked her in her room. That's why she wasn't at the funeral.
And afterward?
She showed no inclination to leave her room, and I decided it might be better to keep her door locked. No one knows but the two servants, but I'm sure there is talk. Have you heard anything at all?
Not a word. This is the first.
Dr. Mitchell, I'm desperate. I cannot bear the thought that my daughter would want to defame the memory of a great man.
If I may, I'd like to see Louise now.
Certainly, Dr. Mitchell. I'll take you upstairs, then I'll leave you to talk with her.
Louise?
Paris?
Yes.
Paris Mitchell.
I'm awfully glad to see you, Louise. It's been such a long time.
Yes. A long time. You're Dr. Mitchell now.
Yes?
I'm not insane, Paris.
Of course not.
She thinks I am. My mother.
Does she?
It's a wonder I'm not insane. But I'm not.
I know that, Louise.
Have you seen Drake?
Yes?
How is he?
As well as he can be.
She married him.
Yes, she takes good care of him, Louise.
My father cut off Drake's legs.
I know.
I was there.
You were where?
Down at the freight house. I saw.
You saw the operation?
No. I was too late. If I'd gotten there sooner, I could have called Dr. Saunders or somebody, maybe. I saw...
You saw what?
I saw what was left on a table. The table he operated on. I'm not insane, Paris.
I know, Louise.
You must find out. There was a man who helped my father. You must talk to him. Maybe he'd know.
Know what, Louise?
I didn't believe it was necessary. My father cut off Drake's legs on my account.
What are you saying?
You see? You think I'm crazy, too.
No, Louise, I don't. But what you said surprised me.
My father was a butcher.
Louise.
He was cold and cruel. He liked to torture people, enjoyed their suffering. You've got to believe me, Paris. This is my one chance telling you. You've got to listen.
I am listening.
I've kept lists of Father's operations, all of them. He liked to talk about them. Other doctors don't do that. And nearly always he said the patient's heart was too weak for chloroform. But their hearts were not too weak to be cut to pieces. I tell you, Paris, he liked to hear them scream. You don't think I'm insane. Say you don't.
No, Louise.
I want you to begin quietly. I want you to gather all the evidence. I want you
Your father is dead, Louise. It's all over and done with.
I want to destroy his memory. Paris, will you help me?
Louise, there's something you must do yourself.
Anything you say.
You must get up tomorrow, dress, and go out.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
You must. To show King's Row that you're not sick. You must let them see that you're well again. That will stop their talk.
Would you go out with me the first time, Paris? Please? I wouldn't be afraid with you. You're the only person I can trust.
Very well, Louise. I'll go out with you. I thought at first that I could help Louise. I saw her several times a week. She started to go out a great deal. Even her mother felt she was getting well again. She never mentioned her father to me anymore. Yet, I could detect a slyness about her as time went on. She wasn't following any of my suggestions for the right reason, but for secret reasons of her own. I knew she had plans of some kind. I didn't realize how far they had progressed until one day when I went down to visit Drake. Randy was outside the house.
I'm especially glad you came down today, Paris.
Especially?
Yes. Let's just walk, shall we? Out this way.
All right. Now, and you better tell me what this is all about.
I don't know how to begin.
Just start.
It's about you.
Me?
Yes. I've been hearing some stories that I don't quite understand. I thought I'd better let you know.
Well, go ahead.
People are saying that Louise Gordon has persuaded you to investigate and prove her charges against her father.
Good grief.
Are these stories true, Paris?
Partly.
How did you manage to see Louise? I thought her mother kept her locked up in the house.
Her mother called me and asked me to see her. Louise told me things that at first I couldn't believe. They seemed to be part of her general hysterical condition.
Things about her father?
Terrible things. Unbelievable things. But the more she talked, the more I came to think that she might be telling the truth. I talked with Dr. Peterson at the hospital. We decided that we should try to keep Louise quiet. Wouldn't be right for people to find out about her father now that he's dead.
And you didn't want to find out too much about him yourself, did you?
Maybe.
Because you're afraid, Paris. You're afraid of what you'd find out about Drake.
Do you know any of the details of Drake's injury?
He was not run over, if that's what you mean.
He wasn't?
No, he wasn't. Did you think so?
That's what you cabled me.
I was very upset at the time, Paris. Now, Drake was caught between two cars, but he was not run over by the wheels.
I see.
And now I've got to tell you something else. I made some inquiries after I heard all those terrible stories. And Sam Winters, down in the yards, helped Dr. Gordon. And he said...
Go on, Randy. You've got to tell me.
Sam Winters said it looked to him as if Drake was merely badly bruised.
I can't believe that.
He said, and these are his exact words, I looked good at them legs, and the bones in neither one of them was cracked up one bit.
What Sam Winters says doesn't mean a thing. He's not a doctor.
I know he's not a doctor, but I know what he saw.
Well, he must have been mistaken.
Suppose he wasn't mistaken.
Drake's injuries must have been serious.
Suppose it wasn't.
Look, Randy, this is something that's over and done with. We've got to forget about
But
it.
all these stories, Paris, those other operations, if they're true...
We must still forget them. Think what this would do to Drake if he found out. He started a new life. If he should ever find out that he didn't have to lose his legs, that Dr. Gordon didn't have to operate, I don't know what would happen to Drake.
Yes, Paris, you're right.
Even if this is true, Drake must never find out. After I talked with Randy, I went at once to see Louise. Now I could understand what was working in her mind. Louise was using me as a shield, as someone to prove that she was completely well.
But I do, Paris. I feel wonderfully well.
Nothing would make me happier than to feel that's really true.
Oh, but it is.
Well, you mustn't hurry yourself. You've been under strain for such a long time.
Paris, you don't think I'd lie to you about myself? Why, I've never felt better in my life.
Good.
In fact, I feel well enough to visit Drake.
Drake? What are you talking about?
You'll take me to see him, won't you?
Why do you want to see Drake?
After all, I couldn't go there by myself, could I? I've never met his wife.
Why do you want to see Drake?
I want them to be my friends, Paris, both of them. I want that so very much. And I want to talk with Drake. There's so much I want to tell you.
No, that's impossible.
You won't take me to see Drake?
Never. I'll do everything I can to prevent you from seeing him.
Oh, Paris.
Drake must never know the things you've told me about your father. Mrs. Gordon, your daughter needs a change of scene.
Well, I suppose that could be arranged.
Her health would improve if you could get her away from this house.
I've been thinking for some time of a trip down south.
Excellent. Take her away from King's Row.
Perhaps that would be best.
And do it as quickly as possible.
Did you hear? Louise Gordon and her mother have gone to Florida.
That girl's a strange one, like her father.
Wish I could afford to spend the winter in Florida.
Louise had been gone about 2 months when I received a long letter from her mother. It read in part,
My daughter's general condition has not improved. In fact, it's gotten much worse. It has seemed best, in my judgment, to have her confined in a sanitarium.
A wave of sickness swept over me as I finished the letter. The word confined glared up from the page. I could easily guess what had happened in Florida. It would not have been difficult for Mrs. Gordon to drive Louise to violence. She had deliberately sacrificed the possibility of her daughter's recovery to her own pride in her husband's memory. This was another of the town's good people, kind-hearted, reliable. This was part of King's Row. But at least Drake was saved from any suspicion that his operation had not been necessary. When I visited him that night, his high spirits did quite a little to raise my own.
Say, Paris, you know we're getting rich.
Well, I'm glad, Drake. That's fine.
I mean, you, too.
Are you still talking about that money?
Now, listen, Paris. Randy and I consider that a loan. It was wonderful of you to do it, but we'll have it no other way.
Yes,
Please, Paris, I know that's how Drake wants it. I told you we'd gone into the real estate business on a small scale, and now you're a partner.
All right. Tell me about our business.
Oh, we've been unbelievably lucky.
Drake makes all the plans, and I carry them out.
We finished selling out the Sheely tract entirely. How's that for a girl who didn't know anything about business and an old cripple piled up in bed, huh?
You're going to be rich one day, I can see that.
And you with us.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Paris?
Oh, nothing, just a little tired. I think I'll run on. You suppose you'd give me a cup of coffee first, Randy?
Of course. Come on out in the kitchen.
See you soon, Drake.
So long, Paris.
Don't bother to make the coffee, Randy.
Oh, what's the matter, Paris? Is Drake...
Oh, he's all right. I just wanted to say that I think we've won in a very ticklish fight. I didn't know a year ago whether we could bring Drake back or not. I think we have. You've done the biggest share of it.
I did just what you told me, nearly as I could.
You've been pretty wonderful, Randy. Drake's all right now. He's just Drake now.
What about you?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Why, well, what do you mean?
I've known ever since you got back to King's Row that you're not happy.
I didn't like King's Row very much when I came back.
Yes, I could see that.
You're probably the only one who did.
I felt you were staying on here because of Drake.
Drake and...
And now I have the feeling that you want to go away.
Go away?
You don't?
Well, yes and no. I just like King's Row now, the people and what they stand for. Yet this is my home.
But you're not happy. I can see it in your face.
Who is, completely?
Paris?
Yes?
Maybe you ought to get married.
No, Randy.
Paris, you might...
I can't marry just for the sake of marriage. There must be more than that.
But you might meet somebody you'd really love more than you ever...
Than I ever what?
Was it his fault losing his money?
They say his wife's mighty clever. I hear she's the one swings all those business deals.
They've made a pack of money.
Yes, they've made plenty of money.
Yeah, money always does it. Randy Monahan, the girl from across the tracks, was now accepted, welcomed in the best homes of King's Row. She and Drake and I used to have many laughs over it. After each new business deal, we watched the effect it had on the town. That winter, I spent much time organizing notes for a book I was going to write. I didn't see a great deal of Drake. Then one night, Randy called and asked if I'd come over right away.
Paris, thank heavens you got here so quickly.
What is it, Randy? You sounded worried on the phone.
I am.
Drake?
Yes.
What's wrong?
He's in a great deal of pain. It's his hip. It's been bothering him all winter. He's been complaining, but I thought it was just fatigue.
Well, has Dr. McNeil seen him?
Yes, this morning.
What'd he say?
Enough to frighten me.
Randy, what are you talking
He
about?
didn't say anything exactly, but I gathered that something might be wrong with the bone.
Well, why didn't McNeil call me?
Because he had to go to Springfield this afternoon. He said he'd call you on Thursday. Paris, I want you to promise me. I want you to promise me you'll tell me the truth, whatever it is.
Yes, Randy, I'll tell you, whatever it is. Dr. McNeil thinks it's best to have some specialists come down from Chicago for consultation.
To see if they should operate?
No, I don't believe they'd want to operate.
No, Paris, don't try to shield me. It isn't fair. Why wouldn't they operate?
It would be useless. The pelvic structures involved, there are certain indications of further spread.
How long?
I don't know.
Well, what does Dr. McNeil say?
Perhaps 6 months. But there are always unpredictable factors.
You talk like a doctor. Listen, Paris, I've got to know something.
Well,
Could Drake's... What did the amputation have to do with this?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I'm telling you the truth when I say I don't know.
Paris, I could stand anything for myself, but Drake... Hasn't he had enough?
I know. It's Drake I'm worrying about. Days, weeks, and months that followed seemed to stand still. Injections of morphine kept Drake's mind clouded most of the time. The afternoon of the last day, he seemed clearer. Randy and I sat by his bed. Yes, Drake? What is it you want?
Want? Yes. I want to say something.
You shouldn't talk.
Randy?
I'm here, Drake.
Paris here?
Yes.
Like old times, huh?
That's right, dear.
Remember?
Remember what, Drake?
The day you left Paris, going to Vienna.
I remember, Drake.
Remember what you said? You said you two stick together. I know what you meant now. I feel the same now. I'm going away. You two stick together. Yeah. Stick together.
After Drake died, months went by without my even seeing Randy. I spent most of my time working at the hospital or taking long walks alone. These walks were usually outside of the town, toward the unfamiliar country. But one day, the following spring, an impulse I fought yet couldn't resist led me toward Union Street, past the house where Drake used to live, past the old Gordon home. The garden swing was still in the yard, the swing where Louise and Drake were sitting that day so long ago. It seemed I was reliving the whole thing. I remembered that day so well, every detail of it. Drake and Louise had quarreled. Then Drake and I had left. And a girl walked up to us and said,
Hello, Paris Mitchell.
Hello,
You act as if you hardly remember me.
Randy.
Just like that day a long time ago.
I was thinking of that day.
So was I.
I remember I thought you were the prettiest girl in the world.
Thanks, Paris.
I still do. We went on a picnic.
Yes?
It was a day just like this.
I could fix a lunch just like the one I fixed before.
All right. Let's have another picnic, just like before. I think you'd find my shoulder a little more comfortable than leaning against that tree.
Mm-hmm.
There. Oh, my darling, I'll never stop loving you. I wish I could make you understand.
I never stopped loving you either.
Randy.
My love for you was apart from my life, but it was always there.
Look at me. You said that summer you'd never marry me because I didn't need you. You know you were wrong now, don't you?
Yes, darling. People need each other when they're in love.
As we are in love?
As we are in love. Paris?
Yes, darling.
Drake would be very happy.
Yes, darling, I know he would. For both of us. Yes, as I said, I often walk up to the hills in the spring and look down on King's Row. I've known its hatred and cruelties and its sins. And yet my roots are here. For here, too, I've found love. And for me, King's Row is home. From Studio One at CBS, you have just heard Mr. Robert Young, starring in Fletcher Markle's production of King's Row by Henry Belleman, another of the world's greatest stories from radio's celebrated Playhouse of Dramatic Entertainment. Tonight's script was especially prepared for this series by Agnes Eckhart, and the original music was composed and conducted by Alexander Semler.
Now again, Mr. Markle.
May a producer identify the principals in our cast tonight? In the foreground,
Paris Mitchell.
was played, of course, by Mr. Young.
Randy Monahan.
Was played by Mercedes McCambridge.
Drake McHugh.
Was Leon Janney.
Dr. Gordon.
Was Everett Sloan.
Louise Gordon.
Was Catherine McGregor.
Mrs. Gordon.
Was played by Miriam Wolfe. Actively assisting in the cast were Robert Dryden, Brainerd Duffield, Alan Devitt, Louis Quinn, Joan Castle, and Ian McAllister. Robert Young may currently be seen in Columbia's Technicolor production, Relentless. Now it's to next week. Next week, from Studio One, we have a most happy and fortunate combination. Our story is one of quiet terror and curious revenge. Uncle Harry by Thomas Job. And our star is the brilliant young English actor who created the title role on the London stage, Mr. Michael Redgrave. We hope you'll be with us. Now, until next week, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in Studio One.
This is Lee Vines, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to bring you another of my books. A story called Crime for a King, in which a private detective, Roger King, is embroiled in a batch of bewildering events. Normally a private eye knows all about his assignment, but in this case our hero's in the dark, which naturally enough makes it hard for him to see where he's going. But he can tell it better than I can, so I'll hand over to Roger King.
There was an east wind driving past the car. Behind the wheel of the Dodge, I had to pull up my coat collar. I lit another cigarette and kept my eyes on the road and the car in front of me. The car which contained Miss Elise St. Chris, whom it was my job to follow. About 3/4 of an hour out of town, the road swung round in a bend. When I came round it, I saw the Packard had pulled into the side of the concrete, and a hefty character in chauffeur's uniform waved me to a stop. I wound the window down as he approached.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miss St. Chris would like to speak to you.
And who is Miss St. Chris?
My dear sir, if you have not been following us for the last 25 miles, it must be my mistake. Just drive on and forget it. But if I am right, then you know who she is, and we can forget the pretenses.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have a word with the lady. Good evening.
Hello. You are the private detective, I presume.
A snooper is probably the word you're looking for.
Who do you snoop for?
Around this time of the year, Santa Claus. Now, what are you expecting in your stocking, apart from a luscious limb?
Is wit a necessary accompaniment of your profession?
Oh, not really. We throw it in as an extra.
You have not answered my question.
I have a client who pays good dough for me to trail you. Why should I tell you his name?
Because I am curious. Because I don't like being followed around.
That's too bad.
I don't think I like your attitude. You look like becoming a nuisance.
Oh, you'll get used to me after a while. Hey, let's ride in your car and save the juice in mine, huh? What do you say?
I say that you begin to bore me. Johnny?
Of course.
Hey, what?
Too late, my friend.
Something belonging to the chauffeur, probably his fist, came across my head, and I lost interest in the proceedings. When I came round, I was sitting behind the wheel of my car, with a headache and without the ignition key. The hulking chauffeur must have tossed it in the bushes. But I'd been caught that way before, and I kept a spare in the glove box. As I drove back in the direction of the city, which contained my apartment, which contained my bed, which would contain me as soon as I could get to it, the only thought in my mind was that my client wouldn't be happy about this. It was about 3 in the morning when I was climbing gratefully into the sheets, when suddenly... Roger King.
So glad you got home safely. Did you walk?
No, I cut a hole in the floorboards of the car and pedaled it home.
It's nice to know that you have not lost that quaint sense of humor.
That smack on the cranium has improved it. Tell that chauffeur of yours that next time we meet, I'll try and do the same thing for him.
Would that be wise? After all, he is so much bigger than you.
How did you get my name and phone number?
I would have thought that you could have deduced that. You were unconscious, weren't you? And in your pocket was your wallet, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Tell me, is there any point to this conversation, or you just like talking to me?
I don't like talking to you at all, Mr. King, but this once it is necessary. You received very mild treatment tonight. Next time it could be much, much nastier.
Are you threatening me, my elegant Elise? I can hardly hold the receiver. I'm trembling so badly.
Very funny. This is my last warning, King. Find something else to do, and tell whoever has employed you why. Otherwise, you might wake up one morning and find yourself dead.
Well, well. Now, just what the devil can all that mean? I arose refreshed but resentful, and I had an idea that my client, Mr. Polvey, was going to be resentful, too. It was about 10 o'clock when I presented myself at the offices of Overseas Enterprises Incorporated and asked the pulsating platinum blonde secretary to announce me.
Come in, King. Well, have you anything to report this morning?
In a short word, no.
What do you mean by that?
I followed her car, then I was hailed by a chauffeur. She made it clear she didn't like being followed. The chauffeur made it even clearer by slugging me over the skull. When I came to, they and their car had gone.
So you don't know where she went?
You're right on the ball this morning.
See here, King, I'm not paying you for rudeness. I'm paying you for results, of which I appear to receive none.
Just remember that it's one thing to trail someone who's using the subway, but quite another thing to trail someone who travels in a chauffeur-driven Packard.
That was your problem, and you don't seem to have tackled it very competently. I shall have to find someone who can carry out an assignment without falling down on it.
Does that mean I'm fired?
In a short word, yes.
Well, it doesn't exactly come as a surprise. How about my dough?
I shall have my secretary draw you a check. $150 covers it, I think. A lot of money to pay for nothing.
But you're not paying me for nothing, Polvey. You're paying for the privilege of discharging me. There was a restaurant on the ground floor of the building, and so I decided to step in for a cup of coffee. I'd hardly taken my first sip when a familiar, creamy voice fell on my ears.
Do you mind if I share your table?
Well, well, Miss St. Creets herself. And what are you doing here?
Asking if I can share your table.
Well, it's a free country, or so the rumor goes.
How was Mr. Polvey this morning?
Not very happy. He fired me. He thought private eyes should all have steel skulls, and because I hadn't got one, I must be masquerading under false pretenses.
That's too bad, Mr. King.
Oh, stop it. Your sympathy unmans me. In a minute, I'll be weeping salt tears into my good cup of coffee.
I'm glad you didn't have to walk home.
Oh, that's past history. Now, if I was still working for Polvey, I should be worried about letting you trail me to his office. But as I am now unemployed, I couldn't care less.
I wonder why Polvey had me followed.
Does that wad of dough you've just dropped casually on the table wonder, too?
Yes, you could say it does.
Much as I hate to pass up the chance of some folding money, I don't know. All I know is that Polvey hired me to follow you. He didn't tell me who you were or why he wanted tabs kept on you. All he told me was that you were going to that party last night and I was to take it from there. As you know, I didn't take it very far. In fact, my work for Polvey might be summed up in 3 words. Hired, tired, fired.
Well, thank you for being honest anyway. You're not leaving the money lying there, are you?
Honesty is so rare that it's for free.
You misunderstand me. That money is a retainer.
Retainer? For what?
For watching Mr. Polvey. I am hiring you to find out as much as you can about him.
Where do I report back to?
I shall call at your office every morning at 10. Any other questions, Mr. King?
Only one. Am I crazy or is everybody else?
That is not what I am paying you to find out. You will start on your assignment immediately, of course.
Well, not till around 5 this afternoon.
Why not at once?
Because the quickest, easiest, and best way to find out about Polvey is to trail his platinum blonde secretary.
Oh.
Not to mention the fact that following her will give me something interesting to look at on the way.
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. King.
Hi, beautiful.
What do you want?
Well, since you ask, what are you doing for dinner tonight?
I'm flattered, Mr. King. Don't tell me you came all the way out here just to ask me to dinner.
That's a fact.
And how did you know where I lived?
Simple. I followed you.
Well, in the face of that, what can I say? I have an engagement for dinner tonight, but come in and have a drink anyway, Mr. King.
Just call me Roger, huh? Miss,
Oliver. Marcia Oliver. This way, Roger.
Hey, quite a place you have here, Marcia.
I like it. This is the living room.
Hmm.
Will you have a martini?
You don't have to ask me twice.
Try the lounge. I find it very comfortable.
Thanks. Hey, you're right. It is, and big enough for two.
You're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you, Roger? We're only at the drinking stage. Here you are.
Thanks. I drink to a very beautiful girl.
Who am I to call you a liar? Good luck.
You mix a masterly martini.
Well, thank you. And how's the private detecting business?
Booming. In spite of the brush-up I had from your boss this morning.
Oh, that was too bad. He seemed to be in a very bad temper all day.
Tell me, what do Overseas Enterprises Incorporated do for a living?
Import, export. Fine stuff mostly. Jewelry, antiques and so on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you ready for another martini?
Thanks. Your version really has a kick in it. I've never had one martini hit me that hard before.
Maybe you've just got a weak head.
Not normally, but right now, I feel something like the morning after 2 nights before.
Maybe you'd better not have any more.
Maybe I'd better not. That one seems... A Mickey Finn. You gave me a Mickey martini.
I think it's kind of appropriate. Dope for a dope?
You...
Morning, Mr. King. How you feeling?
Awful. Take those panel beaters out of my head. Hey, in this bed, it's moving.
It's not a bed, Mr. King. It's a bunk.
What?
And the reason it's moving is because we're at sea.
At sea?
That's right, Mr. King.
Hey, who are you?
My name's Harris. I'm the skipper of this yacht.
Shanghaied. I'm being...
taken for a little cruise to the Caribbean.
Hey, now, wait a minute,
I'm
Harris.
afraid we can't, Mr. King. We've been underway now for some hours.
Well, what's the idea?
Simply that the owner of this yacht feels that 10 days in the Caribbean would do you a lot of good.
Well, who's the owner?
I'm not at liberty to tell you that, I'm afraid.
Hey, but I don't want to spend 10 days in the Caribbean.
I'm sorry about that. But you don't seem to have any choice, do you?
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The yacht moved through a heavy swell at a fast clip. My thoughts moved through a heavy head at a feeble crawl. I looked around me. The cabin was fit for a king, but this king's name was Roger. And why Roger King had been drugged and then dragged on board, I hadn't the faintest idea. All I knew was that first I was working for Polvey, trailing Elise and Crease. Then I was working for Elise, trailing Polvey. And in the course of that, Polvey's secretary, Marcia Oliver, fed me a dope martini, and here I was, all set for a cruise to the Caribbean.
Decided to come up for a breath of fresh air, Mr. King.
That's right, Captain Harris, and it feels very fresh.
Yeah, the swell's getting heavier. We look like having some fun. Do you have breakfast?
Yes, thanks. You run a first-rate service for Shanghai passengers.
We do our best.
You don't feel like doing better still and telling me why I'm here and who owns this boat?
I'm sorry, I can't oblige you.
Well, no harm in trying.
Now, Mr. King, I think you'd better go below.
I've had my quota of fresh air, huh?
I'd prefer you in your cabin. I'll have one of the crew conduct you.
Well, if I'm going to be incarcerated for any long periods, do you mind if I borrow one of your bottles to keep me company?
Not at all. There's a good supply in the saloon. You can stop off and pick up some on your way down.
I didn't notice the rest of the day pass, due largely to the bottle, whose contents transferred from it to me made things seem less bewildering. And then it happened. I was flung from the bunk to the floor, the empty bottle still in my hand. I picked myself up and tried the door. It was locked. The engines had stopped. Up above, I heard footsteps running along the deck, and after a while there was silence, except for a single sinister sound, the plash of running water. The cabin tilted to a crazy angle, and I could see the water creeping in under the door, and I was forced to the comfortless conclusion that I'd been left to my fate. And then I was proved wrong. Well, hi there, sailor. How's the hornpipe?
You're drunk.
That's right, Captain.
Perhaps it's just as well. We hit a reef, Mr. King. Got too close inshore in this fog.
Well, never mind. There are plenty of yachts.
It's bad luck for you, though. If this hadn't happened, you could have enjoyed a 10-day cruise. And then we'd have dumped you someplace. And that would have been it. But as things are now, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you.
Why, you bold, bad boy.
You see, we can't take any risk of you being around on the 18th. That was the whole reason for getting you aboard, to keep you out of the way till after the 18th. Now, well, I'm sorry, King. I'll have to give it to you.
What, another bottle?
No, a bullet.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. There's already about a foot of water in here. I'm going to shoot you, and you'll go down with the yacht.
Hey, I think you're really serious.
Perfectly serious. Goodbye, King.
Oh, no. I'll bet you never figured I was such a good shot on an empty bottle. The bottle I had thrown in desperation had struck Harris just above the temple. If I'd been stone cold sober, I don't think I'd ever have done it. I left him lying there in the water, which was rapidly rising in the cabin, and made my way to the deck. I looked at the reef on which the yacht had struck, then at the waves now pounding hungrily against the sides of the vessel. Suddenly it lurched onto my feet. That told me as plainly as words that it was my time to get off. The reef below didn't look inviting, but it looked safer than the yacht. I swung out over the guardrail and let myself drop. I landed on the rock on all fours, and as I picked myself up and stumbled away from the yacht, there was a harsh, rending sound. I turned to see the yacht slowly turn sideways and disappear. Then I headed towards the end of the reef. I remember staggering across the slippery rock surface, and then the sudden shock of the ice-cold water, and nothing more.
Take it easy now. Come on, drink some more. Not so fast now. Gently, Dusty.
Yeah, what's this? A bed? Blankets? Where am I?
In bed in my cottage, Mr. King. Come on, have a little more of this brandy.
Hey, how'd I get here?
I found you on the beach. You must have made it to the end of the reef and swum the rest of the way.
Don't remember. Only remember the water.
I saw the yacht strike. Then I came down to the beach later. I saw an upturned dinghy out at sea. And then I found you. What about the others?
Don't know.
Well, perhaps you'd better not talk anymore, Mr. King.
You know my name.
Well, when I stripped off your clothes, I took out your wallet. Naturally, I looked through it, but it's all safe, your license, your money, everything. My name was Wallace, by the way. Hugh Wallace.
Well, Mr. Wallace, I guess I owe my life to you. That seems to entitle you to the whole story. And that's it, Mr. Wallace. Right up to the time I saw the yacht go under. The rest of it, well, you know.
It's an incredible story. Now, what are you going to do now?
Going back to where I came from. I'm annoyed enough now to want a piece of revenge. And another thing, too. I'm curious about that date Harris mentioned, the 18th. I'd like to find out why I had to be kept away until after that, and what exactly is going to happen on the 18th.
What about the wreck?
I've been thinking about that. You saw an upturned dinghy. Looks as if the rest of the crew must have drowned. I know Harris is dead, and that leaves me the only survivor. I'd like to keep quiet about the wreck for 2 reasons. 1, because to explain Harris's death would be awkward. And 2, because with Polvey and his secretary thinking I'm dead, gives me an advantage. But of course, your conscience may insist on reporting the thing, Mr. Wallace. Well, it's up to you. You saved my life, and I won't argue with you on your decision, whatever it may be.
I believe your story, Roger. It's too fantastic to be anything but the truth. And I'm only too happy to keep quiet about the wreck. You see, I'm wanted in 4 states for forgery.
It was good to get home. It was good to roll into my own bed and sleep 18 hours straight. It was close to lunchtime of the next day when I got to my office and found an irate note from my employer, Miss St. Crease. I flicked the telephone dial to the number in her note.
Hello?
Good morning, Elise. Roger King speaking.
Oh.
I got your note. The tone of it seemed rather angry.
With good reason. Where have you been the last 3 days?
Around.
A round is expensive at $200. That is the amount I paid you, remember? I want more than that.
You'll get it. I've been busy. I couldn't wait around my office for you to call.
This had better be good. Otherwise, I shall ask Johnny to call on you and convince you that it is better to produce results.
Johnny?
He was driving my car the other night, remember? Johnny bends iron bars before breakfast, simply because he has to work off his surplus energy.
That ape. If he gets near me, I'm liable to forget I'm trying to be a gentleman and break a chair over his head.
Oh, I'll tell him that. It will worry him for weeks.
Now, look, leaving your playmate Johnny out of the picture for a while, I'm onto something really good.
What is it?
I can't tell you yet, not until I'm really sure.
Mr. King, this begins to sound like stalling to me.
Now, just give me 2 more days. After all, as long as you know before the 18th, it's all right, isn't it?
Very well. I'm prepared to give you 2 more days. But if I don't hear from you by then, you will really be in trouble. That I can guarantee, Mr. King.
So, the 18th means something to you too, baby. The question is, what? And I figure there's only one person who can tell me that. You learn all kinds of handy hints in the private eye profession. One of them is how to use a knife blade to open a window. I thought I had a good half hour before Marcia Oliver got home. More than enough time for a quick look around. The Platinum Blonde's wardrobe was full of clothes. And if those clothes had been bought out of her salary as a stenographer, then, brother, I was going to take up shorthand and typing. I looked around for a hiding place. The full-length drapes over the living room window seemed to be as good a place as any. I arranged the drapes carefully, leaving myself a crack to see through, took a deep breath, and settled down to wait.
Here we are, honey. I'll get us a drink.
Baby. There's something I need more than liquor. Come here.
Rodney, take it easy.
You're gonna tell me you don't like it?
No, honey, but there's no time. You can't stay here more than a minute. Polvy's coming.
Polvey? One of these days I'm gonna wring his neck.
After the 18th, you can do it with pleasure, baby. But not before. He's too valuable.
Yeah, it makes me sick when I think of that slug and you.
Then don't think of it. It won't be for long now. Come on. Let me give you a drink and get going.
Skip the drink. I'll just have the same again.
Now, you must get out of here, Rodney.
Okay. But I won't be happy till the whole thing's over.
That's the day I'm living for, too, lover.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye.
You could pour one for me, too, Marcia. Only this time you can skip the Mickey Finn.
You're dead.
You mean I should be dead, but I'm not.
How did you get in here?
Through the window. I've been behind the curtains for quite a while.
Oh. Well, I don't know what you want here, but Mr. Palvey will be calling very soon.
For his regular visit, huh? Which explains all that expensive clothing you own.
If he finds you here, he'll turn you over to the police.
I don't think so, baby. Not after that little sea trip you arranged for me. You and Polvey, I presume. I think you'd better give me a little information. If you don't, I'll tell Polvey of the pretty little scene I just witnessed between you and dear Rodney. I'm sure he'd love to hear all about it.
What do you want?
For a start, the 18th. That's a date everyone seems to be interested in. What happens then?
I don't know.
Now, baby, don't start with the fairy stories.
Palvey says he's pulling off a big deal then. There'll be a stack of money in it, and I'll get some. That's all I know.
Well, that could be true, I guess. And why did you slip me that dope martini?
I was scared when you said you followed me home. I thought Palvey's wife might have put you onto me. I wanted to keep you here till I could get in touch with Palvey and ask him what to do.
And he suggested the sea trip?
Yes.
I don't think I believe you, but I can wait. When Polvey comes tonight, find out something definite about the 18th. I'll call back around midnight. You'd better know then, or I'll blow the whole works to Pal Polvey. So it's up to you, baby.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The deeper I delved into the setup, the more it made mystery. It was turning out a king-size problem for a private eye called King. My big bewilderment was concerned with the date, the 18th, on which something was supposed to happen, which everyone was worried about, in one way or another. But I figured I stood a fair chance of finding out what the 18th meant after the ultimatum I had delivered to Marcia Oliver. I was due to call on her at midnight, when I hoped all would be explained. Meantime, I headed for the precinct to pick up my car, which had been impounded from in front of Polvey's office. After a long explanation to the police about sick relatives and a $20 fine, I got the Dodge back, and then it was close enough to midnight and Marcia.
Oh, it's you.
It's not my twin brother.
You couldn't have a twin brother. There couldn't be two mistakes like you.
You know, Marcia, you're sweet, like cyanide candy.
Cut the compliments and come in.
You phrased the invitation so tenderly, I can't resist.
I'm glad, pal. Just stand nice and still. This is a hair trigger and my finger's twitching. Shut the door, Marcia.
Sure.
We've been waiting for you, pal.
Well, that's nice of you, Rodney.
It's gonna be even nicer. I'm gonna relieve you of your gun. Then your coat will fit better.
That's not my gun. It's my tailor.
I'll have it anyway. I'd hate to put temptation in your path. Yeah, that's better.
You know, Roger, I'm surprised you forgot about Rodney so quickly.
Honey, I'm even more surprised. I must be slipping.
That can happen when a guy gets close to his end.
I've still got a way to go.
Have you?
Well, I thought I had, but I guess I could be wrong.
You certainly could, pal. You know, you're a guy who keeps looking for trouble.
It keeps looking for me.
You should have kept moving south when you got off that yacht. A guy can't be that lucky twice.
I suppose not.
Yeah, you're a problem, pal. But not too big a one for a guy with brains.
Where is he? I don't see him.
Don't get smart, King.
Sorry.
You see, our problem with you is this. While you're still around, you're liable to tell Polvey things we don't want him to know. He's got a nasty, suspicious mind. So, what are we going to do?
Let's think it over for the next fortnight.
Murder isn't a rap I'd care to risk.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
I'll bet you are.
You haven't heard it all, pal.
I'm listening.
Tell me this. Where does Polvey think you are now?
Well, I guess he...
That's right, pal. He thinks you're under the water with the rest of the boys who are on his yacht. So maybe you can figure the answer to our problem now, huh?
If it's what I think it is.
You get the prize, pal. All I have to do is put you back where you belong, under the water, and nobody's going to miss you. And if anyone does, that's Polvey's worry, not mine.
You're forgetting one thing, Rodney. When I took that sea voyage, it was planned very suddenly. So suddenly that I didn't have a chance to shift my car from outside Polvy's office.
So what?
So the police impounded it after it had been there a couple of days.
I don't get it.
Guess when I paid $20 to get it back?
When?
Exactly 45 minutes ago. So if you knock me off, it's not going to be Polvy's worry. It's going to be yours. The police know I was alive an hour ago.
You're lying.
Wait a minute, Rodney. He's not. I remember seeing a car driven away from out front of the office. What model is it, Roger?
Blue Dodge, 49 sedan.
Well, that's it. I saw it.
Of all the rotten...
No language in front of the lady.
Rodney, this changes the whole thing. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Well, I think I do.
Huh?
Let's have another look at this thing. Now that I've proved I'd be a nuisance if you killed me, what about a deal?
Such as?
You tell me what happens on the 18th, and I'll tell you what I know. How about that?
What's your angle, King?
I'm not working for anyone. I decided tonight to resign from my latest employer, so I've just got a large slice of curiosity after Polvy tried to get rid of me. Whatever's behind it, there must be dough in it. And I'm not the sort of guy to look sideways at a buck. I'm not even ready to quarrel whether it's an honest buck or not.
Oh. Marcia, what do you think?
That might be a proposition, Rodney. That's one sure way of keeping his mouth shut between now and the 18th. And we could use someone else that might make the job easier.
Yeah, you could be right at that. Okay, King, I'm putting the gun away. It's a deal.
Fine. How about a drink to clinch it? I've got a kind of dry feeling.
I'll bet with my gun staring you in the face. Yeah, fix the drinks, baby.
Sure.
Yeah, it's pretty lucky for you, King. That business about the cops in your car.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'd have been laying around the bottom of the sea without it.
Forget that, Rodney. Here are the drinks.
Thanks. You'll forgive me if I don't wait. Hey, I needed that. Okay, Rodney, suppose you give with the story now.
Sure. Well, first of all, Polvy. Overseas Enterprises Incorporated, his import-export business, is just a sideline. His real work is jewelry. Polvy's one of the finest craftsmen in the world. Well, when anybody's got something really valuable they want altered or fixed, they take it along to Polvy. He's kept his name pretty quiet for obvious reasons.
Of course. He wouldn't want the boys who collect that kind of stuff illegally to get to hear about him.
Next, we come to a dame, the Baroness von Oltz. You ever heard of her, King?
No.
Well, you should have. She owns the Carmel Royne diamond pendant.
I've heard of that.
She bought it for $500,000. They say it's worth more now.
Must be nice to have money.
The Baroness arrived here a couple of days ago. It was in the papers.
I never read the social columns.
You should. Then you might have figured what that date means, the 18th. You see, on the 18th, there's a ball being held in honor of the Baroness von Oltz. Everybody who's anybody in town will be there. And the Baroness will be wearing her pendant.
Daylight breaks through. Correct me if I'm wrong. On the 18th, you aim to snatch the Baroness's pendant.
I'm correcting you. Polvy aims to have it snatched.
What? I may not be the brightest private eye in the business, but that doesn't sound smart to me.
You haven't heard the half of it.
I hope not. To snatch a pendant like that, you have to love it for its own sake. Nobody'd touch it. It'd be too hot.
Sure, you're 100% right.
Well?
Well, it so happens that when the Baroness arrived here, she found the clip on the pendant needed some attention. So who does she send it to?
I'll guess. Polvy?
Polvy, the expert who, luckily enough, lives right here. And Polvy has the pendant for 3 days, with cops and guards sitting all over the joint.
So what? You're getting hard to follow, Rodney.
It'll clear up. Now get this. When Polvy knows he's getting the pendant to work on, he makes an imitation pendant, a pretty good one. Not so good that it'll fool the experts, but good enough to fool the Baroness. When the time comes for him to return the pendant, he's going to return the imitation and hang on to the original.
How does he figure he's going to get away with that? How long does he think it'll take before the Baroness finds out she's got a phony?
That's right. So Polvy is arranging to have the fake pendant snatched at the ball on the 18th.
Oh.
You get it now? He has the fake snatched. Then he waits for the insurance company to offer a reward. It's insured for $300,000. And the insurance company won't think there's anything unusual about the pendant being offered to them through a jeweler. I tell you, this Polvy character has some ideas.
Very neat. So he collects the insurance on the diamond without having to worry about disposing of it, which he couldn't do anyway, seeing it's so well known.
It's really one for the books, isn't it?
You said it, Marcia. But where do you and Rodney come into it?
That's simple. I'm the guy Polvy's paying to do the snatch.
Yeah? Well, that's interesting.
Isn't it?
but not as interesting as the setup between you and Marcia. From what I overheard earlier tonight, neither of you exactly care for Pulvey.
You're going to say that again.
So my brilliant mind leaps to the conclusion that maybe you two are planning a little piece of double-cross?
Right on the button, pal. We got it planned rather cutely, even though I say it myself. You see, I'll be at the ball, and so will Pulvey. But while we're busy there, Marcia will be paying Pulvey's office a visit and collecting the real pendant.
And then?
Then we fade quietly into the wide blue yonder until we can collect from the insurance company.
So that's it, Roger. Well, how do you like it?
It doesn't sound a bad proposition. There's only one thing I don't understand, and that's Elise St. Chris and her boyfriend, Johnny.
Who?
Elise St. What? Who's she?
Marcia, you better pour another drink while I tell you. While they sipped their drinks, I went through the story from the beginning. How Pulvey hired me to follow Elise, and how she hired me to follow him, with all the details, right up to where we are now. When I finished, Rodney looked at Marcia, and they both looked at me.
I don't like the sound of that. This St. Chris dame and her sidekick must be after the pendant, too.
You'll have to watch out for them, Rodney.
Don't worry, I'm going to.
We're all going to. What's the situation right now?
Well, today's the 16th. Pulvey's due to give the fake pendant to the Baroness tomorrow, the day before the ball.
Uh-huh. So now we just wait till the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that this Elise St. Chris around, it might be a good idea if I went with Marcia when she collects the real pendant from Pulvey's office.
Yeah, it might be at that. I'll think about it and let you know.
Fine. Now, if it's okay with you, I think I need some sleep.
Sure.
Oh, just one thing.
Yeah?
I sleep better with a gun under my pillow. Can I have mine back?
Sure. I'll even hand it to you, but first. After all, we're partners now, aren't we?
The social columns of the papers next morning were full of nothing but the Baroness von Oltz and the coming ball. There was no photograph, but they gave the name of the hotel she was staying at. After coffee, I took a ride over to it. I wanted an interview with the Baroness, but when I climbed out of the elevator, 4 quiet-looking characters moved up to me, and one of them did the talking.
Yes?
I want to speak to the Baroness von Oltz.
What's your business?
I'm Roger King, a private detective. My business is private and urgent.
Sorry, Mr. King, the Baroness is seeing nobody.
I tell you it's important.
We've got our orders. You've heard what they are.
But I tell you...
Please, Mr. King, don't make a scene. There's only one of you, and there are 4 of us.
So I see, but... Say, who's that? That woman who just walked out of that door and crossed the hall.
That is the Baroness herself.
It is? Well, in that case, let's forget the whole thing. I'll go.
Something amusing you?
Uh-huh. And it's no good explaining why, except to say that she may be the Baroness von Oltz to you, but to me, she's Elise St. Chris.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The more I thought about it, the funnier it became. And the laugh was on me, because there was I, Roger King, the smart private eye, itching to tell the Baroness von Oltz that there was a plot to plant her with a fake diamond pendant. And the Baroness was fake herself, or was pretending to be. I couldn't decide which. All I knew was that the Baroness and Elise St. Chris were the same dame. I kicked that intriguing fact around in my head for the rest of that day, and came evening, I was outside Marcia's apartment door again.
Hi.
Hi yourself. Or are you?
Not yet, but I've got the wherewithal waiting. Come on in. I kind of thought you'd be calling tonight.
Well, that's nice. And so is this room. Cozy lights, warm fire.
I pulled the lounge up in front of it.
For you and Rodney?
Rodney won't be over tonight.
Oh.
I'll pour us a drink. Why don't you relax?
Hey, that's a great idea. I never felt more like relaxing.
Me neither. Here we are.
Thanks.
You don't have to sit as far away as that, do you? Move closer.
Here's to crime.
Here's to our partnership.
What's the setup for tomorrow night?
It's all fixed. The ball starts at 9. You pick me up here about 10. We'll go over to Polvy's office and pick up the pendant. Then we head south and meet Rodney.
Sounds simple enough.
Uh-huh. So we don't have to think about it anymore.
Suits me.
Roger, you're smart. From right outside the whole thing, you picked up even more than Rodney knew. About the St. Croix woman and everything.
Just luck. Private eye has to have some luck sometimes, otherwise he goes broke.
Now you're being modest. You know, it's not fair. You being handsome as well as clever.
Lady, with a line like that, you leave me breathless.
Girl has to watch points. You can't be too careful about choosing a man. I'm ditching Polvy only just in time. And there are moments when I find myself wondering whether Rodney's really smart enough to get by.
Roundabout now, I think I could move even closer.
I think you could, too.
I picked up Marcia promptly at 10 the next night, the 18th. She had 2 of her suitcases packed, and I put them in the boot of the Dodge, and we drove round to the offices of Overseas Enterprises. Marcia had all the right keys, and as the elevator wasn't working, we used the stairs.
Hold the flashlight up while I find the key.
Sure. It's nice that Polvy trusts you so much.
Yeah, isn't it? Ah, this is it. Well, come on. Let's not waste any time. It's in his office. You can turn on the light now, I think.
Okay. Where does he keep it?
In the safe.
I don't see any safe.
It's a wall model. Behind that picture.
Have you got the key to that?
It's a combination lock. But don't worry. The picture slides up.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. 6. No. 6, 2, 7. That's it. And there it is. Oh, look, Roger.
The Carmel Royal Pendant. Hey, it's really something, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
But not real.
Polvy!
That's right, Mr. King. Just keep your hands by your sides. This gun and I aren't joking.
Why aren't you at the ball?
Because that pendant's a fake. As big a fake as you, my dear Marcia. It's very funny, isn't it? I hope you both appreciate it. The real pendant turns out to be a fake.
It can't be.
But it is. All the planning, all the double-crossing, for nothing. I took it out tonight for another look at it, and then I noticed something. Something only very few people would have the knowledge or experience to see. It's very pretty, very well made, and worth about $1,500. An expensive phony, but a phony.
Who pulled the switch? The beautiful Elise St. Croix?
I suppose so, though I don't know how she could have done it.
Where does she fit into this picture anyway?
I met her in Europe about 6 months ago. She talked to me in vague terms about the possibility of doing a deal. She didn't mention the name of the Baroness, but the plot was outlined to me. I told her I'd think it over. I did. And when I got back here, I decided there was no good reason for cutting her into the deal. I could handle the whole thing myself.
Sure, why split profits if you don't have to?
Exactly. When the Baroness arrived and I got the job of fixing the clip on the pendant, I realized the Baroness was who Elise St. Croix had been talking about. She called me a day or so later and told me she was over here and what about her deal. I said I wasn't interested. Then she threatened me. That was when I hired you to keep an eye on her.
Uh-huh. The pieces fall into place.
But I didn't think Marcia was planning to double-cross me.
Well, you know how it is, Polvy. One good cross deserves another.
She won't get the chance to try it again. I'm going to kill you, Marcia. And your private eye friend will join you next.
Take it easy, Polvy. That won't get you anywhere. If you cool down, we can still make some dough out of this deal.
What are you talking about?
Did you ever see the Baroness von Holtz?
No.
I'll bet you didn't. She'd take care of that. You see, the Baroness and Elise St. Croix are one and the same.
What?
That's right.
But why would she want to rob herself?
I think I've figured that. Was a cunning caper. Even baronesses can be broke, and I think at one stage she must have been so broke that she sold the pendant. Not in its original form, of course.
It must have been split up. It's too well known to sell any other way.
Yeah. And at the same time, I think she had a fake made. The one in your safe right now.
Go on, King.
Then Doe gets short again, and she gets another idea. If her pendant should be stolen, she could claim the insurance money. But if it is stolen, she has to make sure it doesn't turn up again, because it's a fake.
Yes, I'm beginning to see it.
Sure. She puts up the scheme to you that she should be robbed of a fake pendant at the ball, the one you would supply while you kept the one you thought was real. She knows the fake one stolen from her will be destroyed, and the original will be returned by you to the insurance company. But here's where you get the big laugh. When you return what you think is the original, Elise, or the Baroness, whichever you prefer, has a look at it and yells fake. The insurance people check up. They find it is a fake. And that means the Baroness collects the insurance dough, and you're left without even a fake pendant.
I don't believe it.
Can you make the facts fit any other way?
Of course not. You're right, Roger.
That was why the Baroness couldn't be known as the Baroness to you. That's why she took the name of Elise St. Chris.
Well, all that dirty double-crossing...
Polvy, that doesn't really come well from you. She was just too smart for you.
And how do you think we can make money out of it now?
We should like to know that, too.
What?
Watch him, Johnny.
I am. You fooled me. I'll...
I am afraid poor Mr. Polvey will do nothing any more.
Very stupid of any man to try shooting at a man who is behind him.
Marcia, I'd better introduce you. This is the lady we were talking about, Elise St. Chris, alias the Baroness. And the gentleman is named Johnny, alias, I presume, the Baron.
So, you worked that out too, Mr. King.
It just came to me like a flash.
Oh, you have more brains than we credited you with.
Like the late Mr. Polvey, he did too. We picked him as a so-called expert who wouldn't notice the fake. But he was a better craftsman than we thought.
How did you get here?
We noticed Mr. Polvey had left the ball. We thought it might be wise to follow his example.
Johnny, we are wasting time.
Yes, of course, my dear. We're going for a ride, Mr. King. And I'm going to enjoy our farewell. Though I'm afraid I can't say the same for you.
Drop that gun.
What in
Drop
the...
it, pal. That's better. I always feel safer when I'm the only guy with a gun.
Well, well, well. Just like a daisy chain, isn't it? Polvey holds us up, then the Baron holds Polvey up. And now little Rodney holds the Baron up.
Oh, Rodney, I'm so glad you came.
Are you? I wonder. I just got an idea in my head that maybe you and King were trying a little funny stuff. Stay where you are, King.
It's okay, Rodney. I just want to grab this gun.
Get them, Johnny!
Oh, no, don't try it, Baron. Freeze. I'm just aching for an excuse to let you both have it. Marcia?
Yes, Roger.
Go downstairs and call the cops. Wait till they arrive and then bring them up. Tell them I'm here with the Baron and his wife, and we've discovered they stole the pendant. Tell them you're Polvey's secretary and that I was working for Polvey, and he's been murdered. Got it?
Yes, Roger. I've got it. I'll be as quick as I can.
Well, this is nice and cozy now, isn't it? You know, Johnny, I never liked you from the off. From that time you hit me over the head when I wasn't looking.
I assure you the feeling is mutual.
But I don't think you've got any nerve at all. Behind that tough front, I think there's only a watermelon.
Big talk when you have two guns. Mine and your own.
We'll see. Elise, come here.
Yes?
Here's your husband's gun. Take it by the barrel and walk backwards toward him. If you try to turn, I'll shoot.
Very well.
Now, we'll see who's the better man, Johnny. When she gives you the gun, Elise can count to 3, and then we'll fire.
You are going to fight a duel with me?
Unless you're too scared.
That I have never been accused of.
Okay. Hand him the gun. Now start counting, honey.
1.
Make your last wish, King, quickly.
2. 3. You hit him, Johnny! You hit him!
But not so badly as he hit me.
Don't go for his gun, Elise. It's only my shoulder that's got a slug in it. I can still pull a trigger. You've been a sucker, Baron.
How?
There was only one thing wrong with the setup. When the cops turn up, I could explain Rodney's death. He could be one of Polvey's assistants who turned up because he wanted to rescue us from you. But the trouble was that though he was shot with your gun, Johnny, it had my fingerprints on it. Now it has yours.
Why, you...
We shall tell the police the truth.
And who do you think they'll believe? They're coming now. Smile. suckers.
This is Carter Brown. You've got to hand it to Roger King, haven't you? He may have been befogged in the beginning, but he came in fine at the finish. I couldn't let him do anything else, could I? He's a hero. My next book's got a different kind of leading character, Richard Van Bryden III. I've called his saga Malice for a Multimillionaire because that's what he is. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Crime for a King, you heard our star Terry McDermott as Roger King. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan, Katherine Grayson, and J. Carroll Nash. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And today I want to add Christmas greetings to each and to all of you, with the sincere wish that you'll be listening to the Lux Radio Theater for many Christmases to come. Some 480 Christmases ago, a young gentleman left us probably the world's most unusual list of gifts. He was on his way out of town, a few steps ahead of the gendarmes. And as a departing gesture, he bequeathed to the girl he loved a broken heart. He willed that all caged things should have their freedom, that children should have care and warmth, and in a sense that we of the Lux Radio Theater should enjoy tonight's play. For the gentleman was Francois Villon, about to set out from Paris, and as I said, a few steps ahead of the police, on a life as colorful and adventurous as any piece of fiction you could find. He didn't stay away from Paris long. In fact, he's back there on our stage tonight as Dennis Morgan in Rudolph Bremel's stirring operetta, The Vagabond King. Co-starred with Mr. Morgan is the lovely Katherine Grayson, who will be seen next in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor musical Anchors Aweigh, which was produced by Joe Pasternak and directed by George Sidney. Also in tonight's cast is the talented J. Carroll Nash. All of us who've longed to be king for a day will discover tonight what happens to a man who has that dream come true, and who at the end of those 24 hours faces either a lifetime with a woman he loves or death upon the gallows. You will see for yourself which befalls it. Not only on Christmas Day, but every Monday night, I like to feel that our stage is bringing together a great circle of fellow Americans, young and old, in big cities and country villages, in farms and lonely mountain cabins, and the lighthouse keeper and his family on rugged coasts and rocks at sea, all bound by a common interest in this theater and a common appreciation of the products which make possible these weekly plays. From far off Alaska, a member of this audience writes, I work up here in the frozen north, and to preserve my dainty clothes, I lux them regularly. All our stores, even those down the river, boast of carrying a supply of Lux. The only rival snowflakes have up here is Lux Flakes. Well, that's a nice Christmas message on which to ring up our curtain. So here's the first act of The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan as Francois Villon, Katherine Grayson as Lady Catherine, and J. Carroll Nash as King Louis. France in the 15th century, and Louis XI squirms on a tottering throne. At the city's edge, poised for the siege of Paris, are the invading armies of the Duke of Burgundy. But within the walls, half-loyal citizens grumble and plot. Cutthroats swarm the streets, and thieves crowd the taverns. Only a miracle can save France. And while he awaits the miracle, King Louis grows curious about a certain lady in his court.
But, sire, how can you think of Catherine when Paris is ready to perish?
I am unable to save my city, Tristan, but maybe I can yet win the lady. Isn't one victory better than two defeats? Now, tell me, what is this ridiculous story about Catherine?
My men have watched as you ordered. The story is true.
Catherine de Vaucelles? Trysting with a jailbird at a thieves' tavern?
The Fir Cone Tavern, sire, tonight.
Oh, I don't believe it. You told me she does not even know the name.
True, sire. A curious chain of events, starting this morning when the rogue was flung out of jail.
His name, who is he? How do you know he isn't my Grand Marshal in disguise? Courbet would do anything to win Catherine.
Courbet? Surely my men would have recognized the Grand Marshal. No, all we know of the man is that he's a most unusual thief who writes a poem as skillfully as he picks a pocket.
Go on.
As he left the jail with a companion, their destination brought them past the palace walls. It was then that they heard from a far distant corner of the gardens a lady singing. The lady, sire, was Catherine.
Oh, get to the point.
The rogue has a fatal impudence, sire. Hearing her voice, he climbed the garden walls and perched at the top. Remained there, calm as you please, listening to the sweetest voice in your kingdom.
Francois, in the name of heaven, get down from the wall.
I see an angel, Tabari.
They'll burn out your eyes if they catch you.
If they catch me. God shield her, Tabari. The loveliest face in France.
And you'll hang from the loveliest gallows. Francois, jump down from there.
The vision fades. She walks away. She enters a house.
House? You fool, it's the palace.
Go along, Tabari. I'm waiting here until I see her again. Sooner or later, she'll have to come out.
Oh, Francois, if it's a woman you want to look at, think of Huguette. Who could be prettier than Huguette? She's waiting for you now, all soft and luscious. And besides, she owns a tavern.
Tell Huguette I'll be delayed.
No, as a thief, Francois, you're a wise and sane man, but when you turn poet, you turn idiot.
Poet? Yes. And the lady who sang shall have a verse.
You'd make a poem for her?
Who has a better right? I do not know her name. She's never seen me. But I love her.
Oh, what woman in Paris don't you love?
Get out of here. Wait for me at Huguette's Tavern, Fir Cone. I'll be needing a messenger.
And he sent her a verse? That scum? To Catherine de Vaucelles?
He did, sire. And then the unbelievable occurred. Reading it, Catherine asked the messenger how she might find the man who wrote it. The answer was at the Fir Cone Tavern, and the time tonight.
Tonight.
You take the news very calmly.
Oh, do I? Maybe it's because I, too, look forward to a diverting evening.
Sire.
Yes, Tristan. Catherine will not be the only stranger. There will be two more visitors at the Fir Cone Tavern tonight. You and I.
Well, what news, Huguette? Did you find Tabari?
I wish you'd rotted in jail.
Answer me.
No one has seen Tabari for hours.
Tabari's an idiot. I should never have let him take it.
Take what?
Never mind.
Francois, you've been out of jail all day. And all day I've waited here for you.
I walked about the city.
Not according to Tabari. Your good friend spoke of poetry, Francois. Verses for a lady in the king's palace.
Someday Tabari will want to smack his lips and find he has no tongue.
What are you afraid of? Afraid to say you're tired of me? But your weariness takes a strange turn. You and a lady of the palace.
Shut up.
Did she hold her dainty nose when she kissed you, Francois? Or can she love a thief with the smell of jail about him and rags on his back?
I'll give you a better cause than that to mock me, little one. This lady hasn't even seen me. Now drown your jealousies in your wine.
Make love to the whole court for all I care.
That's more like you. You know, Wait. Those two men, the corner near the door. Who are they?
They pay for their wine in gold. That's all I know.
In gold? Well, perhaps before they leave tonight, the gentleman and I will know each other better.
An evil-looking place, sire. A moldy cellar.
Well, what did you expect? A bird's nest?
And still no sign of Catherine, your majesty.
No, don't say majesty here, you fool. Plain Louis. Now, what causes you to look so sour? Burgundy is at my gates. My throne sways like a drunkard. Catherine spurns me, but do I pull a long face?
You do worse. Sniffing about taverns after a girl.
Before I die, Tristan, there are two sights I want to see. One is Burgundy's head on a pikestaff, and the other is haughty Catherine de Vaucelles trysting with a beggar poet in this pigsty. But of course, if you prefer to talk politics, Tristan, last night I dreamed a dream.
Politics dwell far from dreamland.
I dreamed that I was a swine, rooting in the streets of Paris, and that I found a pearl of great price in the gutter. I took it and set it in my crown, where it shone so bright it filled all Paris with its brilliance. And then a great star fell from heaven.
Greetings and stars and women, while Paris goes to the dogs. Excuse me, but we're being watched.
Well, what of it? No one will recognize me in these clothes.
That young fellow with the tavern mistress.
Who is he? You know him?
Aye, every criminal, every wanted and beggar in Paris calls him king.
King?
Thief, scholar, swordsman, king of the vagabonds.
Well, then bring him here. I'd have a word with my brother ruler.
Sire.
Call him.
Villon. Monsieur Villon. Friends don't shout at me, monsieur, and strangers don't dare.
We are strangers with gold. Here, perhaps we can buy your company.
My company? You could have my soul for less. Hey, all of you. Everyone, come here.
Oh, everyone. Good heavens, must they?
I must feed my people, as King Louis has forgotten to do these many years. We'll drink, monsieur. Drink to the death of a stranger.
Death? A stranger?
You grow pale. I mean the stranger at the walls of Paris. Burgundy. Death to Burgundy.
Oh, so, a patriot.
Rather a poet. Death to Burgundy makes good rhyming.
And to what use do you put your rhyme?
Use? Only a song, monsieur. Come on, ye beggars of Paris, on, ye lousy rabble of low degree. You rabble of low degree. We'll stir King Louis to keep his crown and save our city from Burgundy. Our city from Burgundy. You and I are good for nothing but to die. We can die for liberty. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, towards against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us, break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger man bound out to Burgundy? Around us, break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy.
Oh, 'tis a pity Burgundy can't hear your rhyme.
He has other subjects, too, for his verses, monsieur. Just today, a lady at the court. Tell him, Francois, this glorious vision, this delicate treasure.
Yes, the very flower of Louis's court. Catherine de Vaucelles.
Well, indeed, you're flitting high, my lyrical jailbird.
All Paris knows that the old goat himself has grown older chasing her.
What's that? Old goat?
The oldest and scurviest in France. Louis XI. Louis the ludicrous.
Perhaps you drink too much, monsieur.
What can an honest thief do but drink? With the enemy at our door and a helpless ninny on the throne.
No doubt you could do better in Louis's place.
Francois has a rhyme for that, too.
May we not hear it?
Why not? But it will cost you a drink for us all.
Very well, very well. Begin.
The figure on the throne, you see, is nothing but a puppet, planned to wear the royal bravery of silken coat and gilded wand. Not so we Frenchmen understand. We'd bid the damned Burgundian dance. And such a one would take command if Villon were king of France. If Villon were...
Look, it's Tabari.
Where have you been, you sniveling gossip?
Occupied on your business, Francois. I've news, but only for you. Come with me.
What is it?
Your verse, Francois. I did as you ordered. I brought it to the lady.
And where have you been since?
I couldn't leave. She told me to wait.
Why? Why should she want you to wait?
Francois, she wants to meet you.
What you're saying?
It's the truth. She's here, Francois. Now, Catherine de Vaucelles. I brought her by the other door. Just go up these stairs. She's waiting for you now in that room up there.
If this is a joke, Tabari, I'll kill you.
Hurry before you get seized. Hurry.
I was told you wished to see me, my lady.
You are Francois Villon?
Yes?
So gloomy a room, monsieur.
I am not one you would want to see, but if you would like a light, I...
Will be but a moment. Monsieur, you wrote a verse for me.
Forgive me, my lady,
If you are the poet, you'll remember the lines.
Yes. If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to kneel before your scepter, and to swear allegiance to your lips, your eyes, your hair? Beneath your feet, what treasures would I fling if I were king?
Monsieur, what sort of man are you?
One who steals without shame, who runs his sword through his enemy and sleeps on an easy conscience. These are my brief virtues. My vices better stay unnamed.
You risked much in writing me, monsieur.
My lady, this room is dark as a dream. And like in a dream, I can speak words I never thought you would hear from me. I worship you. Now, what would you have me do?
You say you love me. I love France. Listen, I learned today that the Grand Marshal is betraying France to the Duke of Burgundy. You could stop him.
I?
You spoke of words and swords, but perhaps you didn't mean to be taken at your word.
I didn't hope to be.
The Grand Marshal will be here any moment. He is coming to meet some man in that crowd down there.
And how shall I know the Grand Marshal?
I've been watching from the window. He turned the corner a moment ago. Listen. He's at the door now. Come and you will see him enter.
Open up. Open up here.
Coming, monsieur. That is the traitor.
There's a man here named Rene Cassel.
There he is.
Send him in here, alone.
Yes, monsieur.
The Grand Marshal. And I would kill him at your word, milady?
There's time for nothing else. If he leaves here tonight, there may not be a France tomorrow.
I'll go below and listen. Wait here, milady.
But he will see you.
Only when I want him to see me. Milady,
Yes?
that rose you're wearing, maybe it will bring me luck.
Here, take it, monsieur.
Thank you, milady.
And in exchange for Paris, Rene, what does Burgundy concede to me?
Your demands are met, Excellency. Open the gates of Paris, and in return, Burgundy gives you a dukedom and the maid Catherine de Vaucelles.
For 3 years, Louis denied me the girl. Now she costs him his throne.
Stop the chattering and bring me some wine.
Who is he? Who is that drunken fool there?
Only a man named Villon, Excellency.
What have you overheard?
My ears are large, monsieur. I didn't miss a single word.
Throw McCoy and Rene and shut him up.
Bribery? Why not? But you can win me only with wine. Come inside and open the bottle.
Get out of here, you drunken scum.
Scum, monsieur?
Take your hand off me.
After you apologize.
Let go.
You think a slap gets rid of me? Can you use that sword you wear, monsieur?
Excellency, Villon's the best swordsman in Paris.
Stand back and close the doors.
No, Excellency. They'll kill you. Stop them! Stop them!
A brawl, sire. We best get out of here. Well, a brawl indeed. Tristan, look who's fighting. Villon. And my Grand Marshal. Sire, it must stop at once. I think Villon's of the same mind. Look, the knave has run him through.
Francois! Run, Francois, run! The king's archers! The king's archers, they're here!
Stay where you are, in the king's name. Excellency, you're wounded.
It's nothing. I'm all right. But that devil there.
Villon. Francois Villon, monsieur.
Take him out and hang him.
Stand back!
Wait. Now, wait a moment.
Who dares delay the king's justice?
I am the king's justice. I am the king.
Your Majesty.
Tristan, bear my Grand Marshal to the surgeon. Now, do you hear?
Yes, sire.
And as for you, Villon, take Master Villon to the palace dungeon.
Sire, he only tried to serve your throne.
Well, milady, I've wondered when you'd appear.
The Grand Marshal is the traitor.
Is he? And what, my Lady Catherine, are you? Who gave you leave to quit the palace for this rat hole?
Please, let Villon go, sire.
You spoke of France, my lady. But was it France you wanted to save from Burgundy? Or was it yourself from the Grand Marshal?
Believe me, I didn't know that he plotted for me, too.
It doesn't matter.
And what would Villon do now, monsieur, if Villon were the King of France?
He would fight Burgundy. Then, doubtlessly, he would hang Villon. But Villon, Ted, is still a better man than Louis. Louis do nothing. Louis dare nothing. God, where our battle flag would stand if Villon were King of France.
Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for a crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, swords against the foe! Forward, forward, the lily banners go! Sons of France, around us break the chain that bound us, and to hell with your name!
Our stars will return in Act 2 of The Vagabond King in just a moment. Now, here's what happened at the Jones house this morning. Everybody was knee-deep in tissue paper and ribbons when Mrs. Jones said,
"Oh, what a lovely slip. Just what I wanted. Thank you, Janie, darling."
You're welcome, Mom. I hoped you'd like it.
Now, you go ahead and open your present. The one over there on the right. I think you'll be surprised.
Oh, a slip. Why, Mom, it's just like the one I got you.
I guess that proves we both have good taste.
I can see we better sew name tags on these so we can tell which is which.
and now let's look into a crystal ball and see what's going to happen to those slips in 1945.
Oh, Janie.
Yes, Mom?
Jane, could I borrow one of your slips, dear? I'm going downtown to buy a dress today, and I just can't be seen in this rag.
Of course. Look in that bottom drawer.
Oh, here's the one I gave you for Christmas. Why, dear, you haven't worn it.
Sure I have. Lots of time.
Well, it doesn't look it. The one you gave me is dreadfully faded, and the seams are pulling.
Sorry, Mom, but I'll bet that's your way of washing. Me, I always stick to Lux Flakes.
Well, I'll admit Lux does make a difference. A lot of difference.
Sometimes daughters know best, Mom.
When they know Lux, eh, Janie?
It is surprising what a difference Lux Care makes in the way underthings look and wear. If you could see the dozens of slips and nightgowns that were washed by a famous laboratory, you'd never trust underthings to wash day methods again. Hot water, strong soap, rough handling soon left underthings faded and drab. Straps frayed, too, and seams pulled out. On the other hand, exactly the same kinds of slips given Lux Care stayed lovely and fresh. Yes, through 3 times as many washings. Lux Care is certainly thrifty care. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan as Francois Villon, Catherine Grayson as Lady Catherine, and J. Carroll Nash as Louis XI. It's later the same night. Francois Villon sleeps in a prison cell. But rest doesn't come so easily to the man who put him there. Plagued with fears and uncertainties, King Louis has sent for the court astrologer. High in the palace tower, they scan the starlit sky with anxious eyes.
And in this dream you speak of, sire, you say you found a pearl of great price?
Yes, in the gutter. How do the stars interpret it?
The position of the moon and Jupiter revealed this was a dream of great significance. They were in that exact same position when Joan of Arc saved your own father.
Oh, the Maid of Orleans is dead. Who is to help me?
Clearly, the pearl in the gutter indicates one of your own subjects, someone from the depths, who may arise and save your kingdom.
And the star that fell from heaven. What is the meaning of the star?
I cannot answer, sire. Perhaps it means that if this same creature from the depths were exalted to the heights, he would be destined to fall quickly like the star of his own weight.
But you're not certain it means this?
It's very mysterious. No, I'm not certain.
Tristan.
Sire?
A bag of gold for the astrologer.
Good night, sire.
Good night. Exalted from the depths. From the depths. Come here, Tristan. You heard what the stars have told us. A person from the depths may yet save France. Tristan, I have just appointed a new Grand Marshal. Francois Villon.
Villon?
Ah, don't stand there gaping. Go now and see that a flagon of drugged wine is placed in his cell. Let him await tomorrow morning in the palace, washed and beardless, sumptuously dressed, so changed his very mother would not recognize him. You and I alone will know of this.
But...
No buts. Joan of Arc saved my father's throne. May not Villon save mine?
You'd spare his life? Villon's to live?
Yes, for 24 hours. Then he hangs.
You put me in prison, sire. Why can't I remain there? Look what you've done to me. I stare at myself in the mirror and say, Villon, my friend, where are you?
By the saints, you smell like a violet.
And these clothes, all silk and velvet.
As befit the man you now are.
What man?
The Count de Montcobier, my new Grand Marshal.
Oh, we're both drunk.
Oh, I don't joke. Did you joke when you boasted you'd be a better king than I?
It was no boast.
Well, then king you shall be, as well as Grand Marshal. King for 24 hours.
And after that?
Oh, you'll be yourself again. Thief and cutthroat. And your last act as king will be to hang the rogue you really are.
24 hours.
Well, is it that enough? Are you so keen to live?
I never was until yesterday. Living suddenly becomes a sweet habit.
Ah, I thought so. Tristan.
Sire?
I was wrong. Take this braggart, strip him of his silks, and whip him back into the gutter again.
Then I'm free?
Free to run howling with your tail between your legs.
Your Majesty.
Well?
Lady Catherine is here. She begs an audience with the Grand Marshal.
Lady Catherine?
Oh, she'd speak to a man, not to a cur who calls himself a king.
Wait. You say I can rule for a day?
Precisely.
On your word of honor?
Oh, my word is my honor.
Agreed, then.
In that case, Tristan, the Lady Catherine may have an audience. May she not, Excellency?
Yes, and quickly. First, let her know, Tristan, our new Grand Marshal is the Count de Montcobier.
I was told I might have an audience with the Grand Marshal.
As long as you wish, my lady.
I am Catherine de Vaucel.
I know.
As Grand Marshal, monsieur, you hold the lives of all prisoners.
I do? I mean, yes, my lady.
In prison is a certain Francois Villon. I come to ask that this man's life be spared.
What is his crime?
He tried to rid France of a traitor.
He's so fired with patriotism?
He did it because a woman asked it. He thought he loved her.
He thought. Why do you plead for his life?
Because I am that woman.
You risked disgrace telling me this.
He risked his life.
You don't, by some strange chance, think that you love him, do you?
I? He's of the streets. A common thief. But still he does not deserve to die.
Does anyone? Well, your wish is granted. Villon is free.
Free?
As free as I am.
Oh, I'm deeply grateful, Excellency.
Wait. I'd like a favor also.
Yes?
My lady, I'm told you're inclined toward the making of ballads. I've given you a man's life. The fee is a song.
A song, Excellency?
Do I ask too much?
No, only you puzzle me. I don't quite understand you.
Please sing, my lady. Who knows? Maybe your song will unriddle me. think I know better now, milady, why this Vion risked his life for you. How he looked at you. As a muddy pool might look at the moon in heaven.
Monsieur, I've seen you before, haven't I?
Yes, and I think your thief must have felt as I feel now.
But how would you know that?
How do I know I live? Like him, I also loved a lady. I lost her, and with her my world. But I have found her again, in you.
I care little to be flattered, monsieur, and less to be wooed.
What does a man do to win you?
Oh, this is no season for such talk. I had hoped a man had come to court. A man who could free France of Burgundy.
And if that man should come?
My love is all for France, and him who saves her.
Excuse us.
Friend Louis, Lord Tristan.
Oh, we grieve at shattering this tender interval, but we have a guest.
The Duke of Burgundy has sent a herald under truce.
I beg your leave, Excellency.
You time your interruptions, sire, with all the delicacy of an elephant.
Well, you would be king, Vion, and this is the state's business.
Then get it over with. How much time do you think I have?
Power tastes sweet. That's fine. Now that you meet her on an equal footing.
Shall I thank you again, Majesty?
Oh, I've pleased only myself. Francois.
What?
In these precious hours until tomorrow, should the fellow you now pretend to be, the Count de Montcorbier, should the Count win the heart of Lady Catherine, Vion shall escape the gallows, and the Count marry his lady love.
Do you know what you're saying, sire?
Oh, always, and never better than now.
If Lady Catherine offers me her love, I'm free. You'll give your word on this bargain, too?
Oh, naturally. Now, go receive the herald. I'll follow in time.
At once. Sweet Louis. Kind, generous.
What? This offer, sire, it's inconceivable. You'd give him his life?
Only if he should win Lady Catherine. I like my little measure of revenge. Mrs. Catherine has spurred me too long. It will be sport when the lady finds she's disdained my love to smile upon a beggar. I overheard their meeting, Tristan. She spurs him on to great deeds against Burgundy. Oh, he'll fight for her as he would never fight for us. Come now. I'm anxious to hear Vion's answer to Burgundy.
The herald of Burgundy. In the name of the Duke of Burgundy, greetings to Louis of France.
Greetings, and be brief.
Will it be peace or war?
My Lord Grand Marshal will answer that.
I, Your Majesty?
You, Grand Marshal.
Well, is it peace at our terms or war?
Wait. There are more pressing matters. Lord Tristan, the court grows dull. We give a ball tonight.
At a time like this?
Dancing in the gardens, plenty of wine.
King Louis, what is this folly?
Oh, do what he says. He speaks for France.
Thank you. Now then, Harold.
The Duke of Burgundy summoned you to surrender. If you refuse, it means disaster, manifold death, and slavery.
Brave words, Harold. In God's name and the king, go back to your master and say, we are well fed, we are well armed, we lie snug and warm behind our Paris walls, and we laugh at his threats. This is our answer. This and the drawn sword. God and St. Denis for the King of France.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll return with Act 3 of The Vagabond King in just a moment. Now, this morning, when a certain young lady was unwrapping a Christmas package, her sister sat watching her, wondering.
Oh, I hope she'll like those stockings I gave her. Mom said Sis needed them, so I got 3 pairs of rayon shears. Hope she likes them. They're the kind I wear myself. Mom did say, though, that if I gave Sis stockings, it would be like pouring water down the drain, because she gets runs all the time. Wish I could tell her to take care of them without getting her mad. I'd say, now remember, they're sheer and shouldn't be handled like those black monstrosities we used to wear at school. Luxing them after every wearing really keeps them going a long, long time. Just remember to use Lux Flakes. Don't rub them with whatever cake of soap you have handy at the time, and don't use strong soaps. Use lukewarm water, and don't drape them on the radiator for a quick drying job either. That's bad. And don't put them on before they're thoroughly dry. Take at least 24 hours. Maybe Sis knows all this already, but I doubt it, else Mom wouldn't have said she was hard on stockings. If she'll use Lux, they'll last much longer. But, of course, all I said on the card was love and a Merry Christmas.
Now, if that little sister does Lux those nice stockings, she'll get a real gift. Maybe the wear of 6 pairs from 3. Because Luxing can make stockings last twice as long. Strain tests proved it. Stockings washed with mild Lux flakes didn't go into runs nearly so soon as those washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. Remember, for extra wear, use Lux Care. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
I don't often make public confessions, but when we chat with our stars after the play tonight, I'll reveal one secret from my past. Now here's Act 3 of The Vagabond King, starring Dennis Morgan as Francois Villon, Catherine Grayson as Lady Catherine, and J. Carroll Nash as Louis XI. Francois Villon's one day of glory is more than half spent. All afternoon he was strangely absent from the palace, returning only an hour ago with his friend Tabari. The ball ordered is at midnight, but he and Tabari remain in the garden, planning the attack on the snarling armies of Burgundy beyond the city walls.
What about the king's mercenaries, the archers, the army?
They'll be on our flanks. Paris will be defended by the people of Paris, our people.
We'll be ready for you, Francois.
In 2 hours, 10 o'clock tonight.
10 o'clock. The taverns are swarming, Francois. They wait their orders from the new Grand Marshal, who lifted the tax from their wine, opened the prison gates, and gave them food. Oh, it's a new Paris, Francois. Alive, ready, greedy for victory.
You've done well, Tabari. Go back now. Keep among them every minute. God shield us all this night, my friend.
I've been waiting to find you alone, monsieur.
Lady Catherine,
All by yourself while the palace dances?
I was about to come in to look for you.
You know, they do more than dance in there, my lord. They talk of nothing but the wonders you've worked. You've made the king popular, the people loyal, and the army faithful. And now, I think I've guessed the reason for this ball.
Let Burgundy think we're soft. At dawn, when they'd guess us full of wine and sleep, their attack would come. Except our attack will come first, at 10 o'clock.
So soon, my lord.
Hope that is soon enough.
Well, that's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
Nothing.
Catherine, look at me.
No, please.
What are you thinking?
Of a man whose life you saved?
Villon?
Yes. How he must despise me.
How can you possibly worry over such a creature?
I asked Villon to kill a traitor.
Well, at least he exposed him. Courbet has fled to Brittany.
But Villon thinks I lied to him.
How do you know?
He must. It's evil enough to ask a man to kill another. But Villon believes I did it for myself and not for France. The Duke of Burgundy had promised me to Courbet. I didn't know that.
I swear I'm not flattered, Catherine, seeing you fret over a rogue from the gutter.
Real men are rare in France, monsieur. But think no more of him, for I shall not.
And of me? Will you think of me after tomorrow, when I'm rather certain I'll be dead?
I pray not, with all my heart.
My lady, and our Grand Marshal. Might I suggest, Excellency, that you show yourself inside?
In a moment.
Lady Catherine, His Majesty had hoped you would sing for our guests.
If he wishes.
He's quite impatient. Now, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
My lords and ladies, at His Majesty's command, Lady Catherine de Vaucelles.
Love and love.
Your Majesty.
Ah, yes, Grand Marshal.
May I speak with you outside?
This way. Well, Vion?
We strike at Burgundy shortly.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
And as for me...
Yes?
There's no outwitting you, sire. Build your gallows tree.
A gallows tree? You've lost all hope.
I've neither time nor heart for your game. She's a lady, royally proud. I can't trick her. Before I leave, I'll tell her who I really am.
That you are Vion? You think you'd win her with honesty?
No. I couldn't win her with lies or with truth.
Well, then rest assured you'll swing if you return from battle. Wait, someone's coming. Well, the lady herself. Catherine, my dear.
Sire, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, we merely exchanged some trifling opinions on life and death. By the way, your song moved me much, milady.
Thank you. My Lord Grand Marshal,
Yes?
if I shouldn't see you again tonight, take this if you'd care to.
Well, one of my choicest roses. I do not grow these, Catherine, to dispense to my army.
Perhaps it will bring fortune to the army, sire.
Well, maybe. Take it, Grand Marshal.
Thank you, Catherine.
I'll still be more shameless, sire. With it, I give him my hand and my heart.
Wait.
Oh, charming.
Catherine, look at me closely. Don't you see anything to remind you? Last night, a gloomy tavern, a thief who wrote a verse.
What of him?
Only this. I am that thief.
You?
Francois Villon. You betrothed yourself to a jailbird, my royal lady.
Sire.
Oh, Paris would be greatly amused. If I could not have you for a queen, at least France has you to laugh at. Catherine de Vaucelles throws herself at a full-fledged scavenger.
And you, Monsieur Villon, why did you do this? Have you nothing to say?
I told you once I loved you.
And is love a trick to you, too? Oh, go back to your tavern and gloat well, monsieur.
Yes, methinks you hang, Master Villon.
The Burgundians may cheat you yet.
Yes, the Burgundians.
If you'd learn how the battle goes, your messengers can find me at the crossroads.
My archers will be at the crossroads.
No. Your people will save your throne, not your army. You hear that song? And those who sing will fight for you. The rabble of Paris, half drunk and all inspired. Goodbye, sire.
The battle. What word of the battle?
At midnight, Burgundy threw his full force at the crossroads. Villon still holds fast.
News, I say.
3 times the enemy attacked. 3 times our people wavered. And then stood firm.
Oh, God be praised. The dawn is breaking, Tristan.
None too cheerfully, Your Majesty.
No further news?
None, sire.
But that hammering.
Your gibbet, sire, for Villon. When and if he returns.
Your Majesty.
Oh, fair Catherine, you arise early.
I've been to Mass.
To ease your heart?
My heart is at the crossroads, sire.
With France, yes, I know. But all of France is a broad target for a little heart. It's time you narrow it down to, say, a Frenchman.
I have.
Since last night?
Oh, I've learned much since then, sire. I've learned the truth. I love him.
Villon?
But a pointless truth, since I doubt that I shall ever see him again.
Yes, it would be kinder far if he were to die out there than dangle on his gallows.
Gallows?
Well, it's the reward he gambled for. Your hand in marriage or the hangman's noose.
But how could you offer my hand in marriage? My rank forbids it.
Well, of course it forbids it. That's why I knew I couldn't lose, milady.
Sire.
Well?
Paris is saved, sire. Your Grand Marshal and his rabble return in triumph.
Oh, victory!
They're pouring into the square after him. Paris has gone wild.
Summon to the cross of the square. We receive Villon at once. Villon!
Here are banners for your carpet, sire. An hour ago they floated over Burgundy.
Speak to your people, Vion.
In the king's name. In the king's name, there will be gold for every man who fought, and a month's food for all of his family.
Ever generous with my treasury, Vion.
To the end, sire.
Well, for heaven's sake, speed the end before I'm bankrupt.
As you wish. You who have fought with me know me by two names. To some, I am the Count de Montcorbier. To most of you, Francois Villon. We've won a battle, and I lost a wager. As Grand Marshal, I declare the life of Villon forfeit, and that he be hanged at once on the gibbet that waits for him.
Sire, listen to your people. He saved your friends for you. Will you let him die like this?
Well, wait. My good people, you've heard Master Villon. Now, if there's one among you here willing to take his place on the gallows, let him speak and come forward. There is no one. No one.
We're wasting time, friend Louis.
Wait. Sire, I claim your promise.
Catherine.
Oh, but you cannot. You cannot marry him. Your rank forbids it.
I renounce my rank. Before you all, I'm Catherine de Vaucel, Grand Seneschal of Gascony. In my domain, I hold the power of life and death, which I now renounce with all my rank, that I may claim to marry Francois Villon.
A miracle. A star has fallen to me out of heaven.
A star! My dream. That was my dream.
Catherine, you would do this to save my life.
It's a life I love more than my own.
Now, wait. Keep your lands and titles, Catherine.
Sire.
Oh, have no fear. I'm through with jests and trickeries. My dream. Yes, it all comes clear.
Your dream?
The stars foretold me of this union. I have no will to question destiny. Francois?
Majesty?
You have my blessing, both of you. Now get her to the nearest priest and hurry. But first, a promise, Catherine.
Yes?
For heaven's sake, never let this knave play at king again.
Never, sire.
There are sweeter things than being king, friend Louis.
Are there, Francois?
They are told with lips, but without words. Like this.
Yes. I can see what you mean.
That was only the start. Shall I keep on?
Please do.
Only a rose you give me, only a song dying away, only a smile.
For their curtain calls in just a moment. Now there are all those dishes from Christmas dinner piled in the sink. Do you feel like this?
Oh, dear. Dishes. There's never any holiday for Mother.
Does dishwashing get you down? Well, there is a way to make it a great deal more pleasant.
I'd like it better if it took less time, Mr. Kennedy.
It can with Lux Flakes. Here's what you do. You put your dishes in a big pan full of rich Lux suds and just swish, and they come clean quickly. Then rinse in hot water and let them dry by themselves. Everything but the silver.
Even the glasses, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, even the glasses. Put them on a paper towel to drain. They may need a little wiping around the edges, but no more. You see, Lux not only dissolves instantly, never gets lumpy, But it rinses off completely, too. Doesn't leave soapy streaks on china or glassware. They dry beautifully clear without wiping. Of course, there's the other big difference Lux makes.
You mean how much easier it is on your hands?
Yes, strong soaps can leave your hands painfully rough and red-looking. Changing to Lux soon takes that rough red look away, and very thriftily, too. Here's why Lux Flakes are so inexpensive for dishes. Ounce for ounce, they will wash up to twice as many dishes as other leading soaps tested. Why not try changing from strong soaps to Lux for your dishes, to save time and to save your hands? Now, back to Mr. DeMille and our stars.
And now our thanks to Dennis Morgan, Catherine Grayson, and J. Carroll Nash for a most delightful Christmas present in tonight's performance. And since it's Christmas, I'm going to play Santa Claus and give away a secret.
We're in a very receptive mood, C.B. What is it?
Well, it's the reason why I have a tender spot in my heart for tonight's play. You see, 42 years ago, I was a member of the original company that first presented it.
You acted in The Vagabond King, Mr. DeMille?
Well, at that time, Catherine, it was called If I Were King. E.H. Southern starred in it.
What part did you play, C.B.?
I was one of Francois Villon's vagabonds, the worst cutthroat of the lot.
Oh, no, that doesn't sound like you, Mr. DeMille.
Doesn't sound like me. Oh, thank you, Catherine. But the actors who work for me say that that's how I got my start as a producer.
Did you sing, too, C.B.?
Did I sing? Why, certainly.
Good heavens.
Yeah. That's what the audience said.
Well, if we'd known this earlier, we should have had you in tonight's play, C.B.
Well, thank you, Dennis. Thank you. It's a little late for that, but if you'd like to hear me sing Marries...
what play do you have on Lux next Monday night, Mr. DeMille?
I said if you'd like to hear me sing... Well, as I was saying, for next week we have a brand new comedy, just released by RKO. It's Bride by Mistake, and our stars will be Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt. Miss Day and Miss Hunt will be in their original screen roles. Lorraine as the glamorous and wealthy heiress who, in order to test the intentions of the man she loves, poses as her own secretary, with startling and amusing results.
Sounds like an entertaining way to start the new year, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. That's a sweet music tonight. Another Christmas has come and almost gone. And I imagine it came differently to all of us. Here in Hollywood, it passed with sunny skies and summer warmth. Perhaps where you are, it's cold and white and sparkling. But Christmas 1944 has meant one thing to all of us. That for one day at least, the memory of peace on earth has come to men of goodwill everywhere. Peace on earth. For the present, it's a dream in our hearts and a prayer on our lips. But if we can keep our faith and courage through whatever darkness lies ahead, we can look forward with assurance to the day when peace on earth, goodwill to men will be a permanent reality. And now, wherever you may be, our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in wishing you every blessing of the Christmas season. And we invite you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt in Bride by Mistake. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
All of us have one thought in mind this Christmas Day, to speed the victory and bring our boys home sooner. You housewives of America can help in an important way by saving those waste fats and greases from your kitchen. Don't let up in this essential contribution. Strain your waste fats into a clean can, and as soon as you've saved a pound, hurry it over to your butcher. He'll give you in return 4 cents and 2 red ration points. Next week, we'll have a new Monday night neighbor. George Burns and Gracie Allen will be on just a half hour before the Lux Radio Theater. You'll hear George and Gracie at their usual time tomorrow, so listen then. It'll be plenty of fun. But next week, tune in a half an hour before we come on, and you'll hear George Burns and Gracie Allen. The Vagabond King was presented through the courtesy of Thames Whitmark Music Library in New York. Dennis Morgan is currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture Hollywood Canteen. Heard in tonight's play were Walter Bond, Jack Moyles, Beverly Brown, Charles Seal, Tyler McVeigh, Ed Emerson, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Bride by Mistake with Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt.
Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Better cook with Spry, 'cause you'll be a better cook with Spry.
Cakes, pies, fried foods, everything tastes better made with new Easy Mix Spry shortening. So for light, fluffy cakes, tender, flaky pastry, crisp, digestible fried foods,
Better cook with Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Bride by Mistake with Lorraine Day, John Hodiak, and Marcia Hunt. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I suppose one must consider Hamlet William Shakespeare's greatest play. Certainly it is the most famous. Was Hamlet, a young man, overwhelmed with a problem too large for him to solve? Did the tragedy of his father's death drive him mad? Or was he a politician who played for time and by accident lost not only the game, but his life? Why don't you judge for yourself? Our mystery drama, Long Live the King is Dead, was freely adapted from the immortal Shakespeare play, Hamlet, especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin, and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Hamlet, a graduate student at a distant university, was not even aware of the death of his father he loved and revered till long after the fact. By the time the news reached him, and he could make plans to return to the castle of Elsinore, it was to discover that his beloved mother had remarried, that now his father's brother, Claudius, was king and shared his mother's bed. Wrong? Right? Morality apart, this was a situation he had to face on his return home, listening to his new father and new sovereign speak for the first time in public.
The memory of our dear brother Hamlet's death is more than green. As all of you, I bear my heart in grief. Yet in this warlike state, our sometime sister, weighing funeral and rejoicing, has, in wisdom for all our better goods, taken me as husband, I, in return, her as wife. We hope you will forgive and realize that in our sorrow, still in the midst of death, we are in life. And now the business of the state has lagged too long. What petitions must we hear?
Dread, my lord.
Who speaks?
Laertes, son to Polonius, your counselor.
You have our immediate ear in all things.
I beg your favor to return to France, from where I came most willingly to attend your coronation.
Have you your father's leave?
Oh, he does, my lord. Wrung from me by such laborsome petitions, I pray you let the young Japonates go.
By all means, granted. But since I stand as foster father in this matter, let me in the same way treat you as my own. What of you, my nephew Hamlet, and my son? What can I offer you in kind?
A little less than kin, a little less than kind.
Forgive me, I lost what you said.
As well.
Dear Hamlet, I beg you, as my son,
Try to cast off the melancholy and the black of mourning. Forget your father gone to dust. We must accept the fact of dying. It is a common ailment.
In any case, in this case, aye, madam, it is common.
Yes, it is. We have all felt it. Why is it particularly so with you? Or so it seems.
Seems, mother? Oh, no, it does not seem, but is. It isn't only my inky cloak or customary suits of solemn black, or sighs or tears or frowns and all other common displays of grief that proclaim my sadness. I have that within which passeth show. The rest are but the trappings and the suits of woe.
It is noble and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to mourn your father. But we must mourn in reason. If I may serve in some sense, think of me as father. You, a poor substitute, but at least your father's brother. I would not ask you except what, Uncle? For many reasons, I would urge you not to return to school in Wittenberg, but to stay here for your mother's sake and mine.
Dear Hamlet, let me add my prayer to that.
I shall, in all my best, obey you, madam.
Why, there's a fair reply, and loving, too. I promise you that you are as myself in Denmark. Do you agree, Gertrude?
Of course, dear husband.
I cannot tell you, son, how happy your agreement with your mother's wish and mine has made us. Now, at last, perhaps Denmark can smile again, and we may bring some laughter back to court. Come, my queen.
That it should come to this. But 2 months dead. No, not even that long. So excellent a king and man, compared to my uncle, a god to a gargoyle. I remember how loving my father was to my mother, and how she hung on his every word and look with a hunger of love that never could be satisfied. And yet within a month... Oh, frailty, thy name is woman. 1 little month before the tears were dried, she married my father's brother, and with indecent speed crawled with him between incestuous sheets. Oh, this too solid flesh would melt and vanish, or that God did not forbid self-slaughter. How weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable all reason in life seems to be. So what has happened cannot come to good. But I must let my heart break while I bite my tongue.
Your lordship?
What? Oh, Horatio, what brings you here from Wittenberg?
Oh, tired of books. Decided to play truant?
Oh, not you, my friend. Come, speak out. What brings you here to Elsinore?
Well, I came to see your father's funeral.
Don't mock me, my friend. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my prince, it followed very fast.
Oh, it's sheer thrift, Horatio. The funeral meats serve to feed the wedding guests. It turns the stomach.
My Lord Hamlet, I think I saw your father last night.
My father? My father, the king, my father? Where?
Let me explain. I have 2 friends, members of the palace guard, standing their watch some nights after your father had been at last laid to rest. They were, both of them, shaken and terrified by the appearance of the figure on the battlements, armed head to foot, who did not speak, but seemed in some dumb fashion to implore their help. In desperation, knowing not what else to do, they sent word to me, and I came.
And did you see this apparition?
Yes, Hamlet, I did. I kept the watch with them a 3rd night, and he did appear.
And how did he look?
Oh, a countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
Did he stay long?
Why, one might count 100.
Oh, God in heaven. What brings him from his grave? I will watch with you tonight. Maybe he will walk again.
Well, Sister Ophelia, I am all packed and ready to depart.
I shall miss you, Laertes. It's been good to have you home from Paris.
From all the great occasions that have happened, I could scarcely have stayed away.
And I wish they had not happened. I wish I were going with you. Except...
Hamlet?
Yes?
Because he loves you.
We have exchanged vows which bind us.
My little sister, do not put too much faith in princes.
I will not let you put a slur on Hamlet's name.
My dear sweet one, I have no doubt that Hamlet, even in his grief, may love you now. But Hamlet's will no longer is his own. His royal rank makes him a prisoner of the state. You may give yourself to him willingly, but no matter how honest he is, he cannot give himself away as you can. Ophelia.
Yes, Laertes.
I speak only to keep you from being hurt. And I have stayed too long, for here my father comes.
Halt, still here, Laertes, aboard. Your ship is ready to sail. Oh, and my boy, my blessing with you.
I thank you,
Now,
Father.
just these few precepts for your guidance. Rein in your tongue, be familiar, but never vulgar. If you have friends, and they are tried and true, grapple them to you with hooks of steel, but waste not too much time on new companions until they prove their worth.
If I'm to go, Father.
Stay out of fights. But if you get in one, make sure you make the opponent rue it. Listen to everyone, talk to few, let others sneer, but reserve your own judgment.
Yes, Father, the ship is
This,
waiting.
above all, to your own self be true. And it must follow as the night today. You cannot then be false to any man.
I will obey,
Dear
but...
Father, you said the ship was
I urge
sailing.
you also to... Oh, yes, the ship, of course, my boy, of course. Farewell, then, and my blessing.
I humbly take my leave, Father.
Go now, go.
Goodbye, Ophelia. Remember what I said.
Locked in my memory, and only you have the key. Goodbye, dear brother.
Godspeed you, boy. Yeah. Now, where were we?
I think you were about to make a speech.
No speech, to the point. What is it between you and young Lord Hamlet?
He has of late offered me much affection.
Affection? Oh, fool. Do you believe his offers?
I do not know, Father, what I should think.
You're a baby if you think a young man is to be trusted.
He has offered me his love in only honorable fashion.
Fringes to catch woodcock, a trap for a pretty bird. When the blood burns, it lends the tongue vows. Now, do not trust his vows. I order you from this time forth, Ophelia, to avoid meeting him or seeing him alone. The air bites at the bones, Horatio. It is very cold. Aye. Colder even on the wind. What's the hour? It just struck 12. I didn't hear it. This is the time when the ghost will walk. Look, my lord. The spectre comes. Angels and ministers of grace defend us. Are you my father? King. Royal Dane. Oh, answer me. He beckons you to go with it. I'll follow. No, you shall not go. Unhand me, friend or not, I'll make a ghost of you. Lead on, spirit. I'll follow you. I'll go no further. Speak.
I am your father's spirit. If ever you loved me, revenge my murder.
Murder? Oh, my prophetic soul. My uncle.
My custom, you remember, was to rest by afternoon in the garden shade. While sleeping there, my loving brother stole upon me, poured the lethal heavenon in my ear. In one convulsive gasp, the poison strangled the breath of life and stilled my heart. So I lost and he gained in one twisted moment of my dying agony. My queen, my crown, and my untimely death. And I was cut off full of sin and sent to my account unshriven, unanointed, and unhallowed. Now, fare you well. My time in the glowworm's pale night life is fading fast. Adieu, my son. Adieu. Remember me.
Remember me. Yes. From the tables of my memory, I'll wipe away all trivial, fond records. And your commandment shall live alone in the book of my mind. A mother damned. I'm traitorous, murderous Claudius. Let me write it in my records, that one may smile and smile and smile again and be a villain. Lord Hamlet, is all well? No, far from well. A villain dwells in Denmark. It needs no spectre from the grave to tell me that. Aye. About this vision here, it is an honest ghost. Give me your word that you will keep secret what you have seen or overheard. Well, trust me. No, swear. Upon my sword. Well, I have given my word that I... Swear! God, what was that? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Swear.
Swear.
And so I will.
And rest, perturbed spirit. The time is out of joint. Oh, cussed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. So Hamlet now must trace his tragic quandary. Will he believe a ghost, a figure perhaps conjured out of his grief-stricken mind and his dislike of his uncle? Or can he accept the fact of a murder committed by someone in so high a place that no ordinary justice can bring him to trial? Is he mad or sane? For if he is sane, he seems to be the only one in this world. I shall return shortly with Act Two. Hamlet is not the only one assailed by doubts. Claudius' conscience is disturbing him, and he is afraid of Hamlet as a threat to his uneasy throne. He is more and more frantic to find out what Hamlet's thoughts are, and to this end, he brings to court two friends of Hamlet's from younger days, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, and using their venal nature and ambition for advancement, makes them spy. Nor is he above trying to use his doddering old chamberlain Polonius, and through him, his daughter Ophelia, as informants.
What is this of my nephew Hamlet that you wish to speak, Polonius?
My good Millie, that only yesterday he came upon her in the closet where she sat sewing, and with her face as white as his shirt, he seized her by the wrist, stared at her face as if he would memorize every feature, and then, with the look of a man who has gazed on hell, backed slowly out of the room, his eyes never leaving her face. Most strange behavior. Madam, your son is mad.
Mad?
Oh, yes, 'tis true. To witten by your leave, because, you see, I have a daughter.
As well we know.
A dutiful daughter who has given me this.
This is a letter from Hamlet?
Yes, to my daughter, as will be revealed. Doubt thou the stars afire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. Oh, dear Ophelia, I have no art to reckon my unrelenting sorrow, but that I still love you best, believe me, Hamlet. Now, this letter from obedience my daughter showed me.
And how does she receive his love?
Oh, Lord Hamlet is a prince above her station. Thus she must lock herself away from him, refuse his company, receive no token.
And do you think this has driven him mad, hmm? How can we try this further?
My lord, may I suggest we could arrange a meeting between my daughter and him, while you and I, or madam, might hide behind the tapestry that drapes the wall.
My God, we'll try it.
My poor sad son approaches.
Then we can make a first assessment. Now, quickly, your majesties, hide yourselves away, and let me intercept him.
Come quickly, Gertrude.
Well, God have mercy, look who's here.
Oh, you know he's I.
Oh, very well. You sell fish?
Not I.
Oh, it's a pity. I wish you were so honorable a man. Have you a daughter?
I have.
Oh, keep her out of the sun. Light is the father of conception, but not the way you'd like your daughter to conceive. Guard her.
Still harping on Ophelia. And you see the man of wit, my lord. What are you reading?
Words.
But what is the matter?
Between whom?
I mean, what is the subject of what you read?
Oh, slanders, sir. For here, this satirist says that old men have wrinkled faces, a lack of wit, and woefully weak legs, which is not fair, you see, since you could be as old as I am, if, like a crab, you could go backwards.
No, this is madness. There is method in it. Will you walk with me into the air, my lord?
Into my grave?
Yes, indeed, that is out of the air. But my lord, may I most humbly take my leave of you?
You cannot, sir, take from me anything I will more willingly part with. Except my life.
Fare you well, Lord Hamlet.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is better in the mind to suffer, or end a sea of problems by the sleep of death. To die. To sleep. Aye, there's the flaw. For in that sleep, when we have shuffled off this mortal shell,
the dreams that threaten to haunt our peace forever must give us pause. Thus conscience makes cowards of us all, and makes us bear the ills we have, afraid of others we cannot know, nor dare to risk. Oh, God. Here comes Ophelia. I cannot drag her down with me. Ah, sweet one, in your prayers remember me, and all my sins.
Hamlet, how do you feel today?
I humbly thank you. Well.
I have remembrances of yours I should return. Will you take them now?
I loved you once.
Indeed. You made me believe so.
You should not have believed me. I would have taken you unwed, but that's desire. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Would you want me to make you a breeder of sinners?
I beg you, sweet my lord.
I am sick of womankind. God gives you one face and you make yourselves another. I will stand no more of it. You've driven me mad. I would proclaim as prince, there be no more marriages. All those that are married already may live, save one. Save only one. You still here, Ophelia? Then I shall take my leave. But hear me, to a nunnery. Go.
Oh, God. Please help him.
Hush, child, and forgive him. He's not in his senses.
He's mad, raving mad.
I wonder.
Your Majesty and Father, to see such a noble mind overthrown, it breaks my heart to see him as he is.
Take her away.
Come, child. We shall weep our tears together.
Well, you see, my king, quite mad, quite mad.
But what I heard him speak was not like madness. I think his purpose different, although I'm not sure what it is.
I still think his grief is from neglected love. Can we not try once more?
Try what?
Well, the players are here, and all will be bustle for tomorrow's entertainment. But by the day following, if you hold it fit, let Hamlet meet with the queen, his mother, and let her chide him and entreat him to tell her what cast him down. I shall be hidden behind the curtain, unknown to them, and will report their conference.
Yes, it shall be so. Madness in anyone great enough to shake the throne must never unwatched go.
Polonius, I hear the players are to be here.
Right, so they are. Will you come to the play?
No. More than that, I would like to talk to them. They are old friends and might lift my spirits.
Well, then relief is not far away, for here they come.
You are welcome, masters. You are welcome all. I am glad to see you. You, sir. You are disguised in the face since I saw you last. Did you come to beard me in Denmark?
This beard is better covering than the wrinkles age has put on my face.
It suits you well. How good to see you. Let's not wait for tonight, but give me a foretaste now. Let me have, let's see, my favorite speech.
What one is that, my lord?
It begins, as I remember, the rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sabled arms, black as his purpose, did the
knight resemble?
Yes, that's it. Let's have it all.
Did the knight resemble when he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now his black and dreadful complexion? Unless things mortal move them not at all, would have made milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion of the gods for Hecuba.
Bravo. But you must make all ready for tonight. On to your quarters. Stop a moment, friend.
Yes, Prince?
Can you play The Murder of Gonzago tomorrow night?
But of course.
And you could, for me, insert a speech of some 12 or 16 lines which I should set down for you.
Give me only time to commit them safe to memory.
You shall have it. I promise. Now, leave me and make your preparations.
With all dispatch, good Prince Hamlet.
No. I am but a rogue and peasant slave. Is it not monstrous that this player here, all in a fiction, in a dream of passion, can create the emotion to distract himself to tears? And all for nothing. For what? For Hecuba. Was Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do if he had the motive and the cue for passion that I have? Why, he would drown the stage in tears, make the guilty mad, and terrify those still unstained by guilt. Yet I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, unable to face my cause, can only unpack my heart with words. Bloody, bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain. Oh, vengeance. I have heard that some guilty people, while sitting at a play, if the scene reflects their guilt, may be driven to confession, for murder, though it has no tongue, will out. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before the king. I watch him like a hawk. And if he only blanches, then at last I'll know the truth. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
At last, it seems, young Hamlet has, in the words of Lady Macbeth, screwed his courage to the sticking point. But if this last proof of the murder of his father is presented to him, he still must face a terrible problem: how to exact his revenge. I shall return shortly with Act 3. It is the evening of the play. About the dais where the play will be performed are seated Ophelia, Polonius, Horatio, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and all the nobles of the court and their attendants. An expectant buzz fills the hall. And beside the empty seats saved for Hamlet, his friend Horatio sits in some excitement, since, as a soldier, a play is a new experience for him. Now, as they wait, Hamlet turns to the player who will enact the king.
Speak the speech, I pray you, trippingly on the tongue. Don't mouth it, as some of our players do, or thaw the air with your hands. You have the words I wrote.
I have indeed, Your Honor.
Good. Be not too tame, though. Let your discretion judge that. Suit the action to the word to the action. The whole purpose of the actor is to hold the mirror up to nature. That should be the first and last end, for it overdone... Oh, here come the king and queen. While I take my seat, make ready. They do not speak. This is the pantomime. The prologue, which makes the statement of the play, Horatio. I am not well versed in understanding this art.
What is the play called?
The Mousetrap.
What?
Why, my king, 'tis an apt title. This is the image of a play done in Vienna. Gonzago is the duke, his wife Batista, and sure it's a knavish piece of work. Come, begin. The croaking raven doth bellow for revenge.
The croaking raven doth bellow for revenge. Thoughts black, hands apt, drugs thick, and time agreeing. Confederate season, else no creature seen. Thou mixture rank.
You see, my king, or will see, how he poisons him in the garden. Then later wins the love of Gonzago's wife.
Unwholesome life usurp immediately. So pour I the deadly poison in his ear!
Give all the play! Give me some light! Away!
This play was meant to fathom what might have been. Oh, yes. Did you see Claudius? Why, this is... Oh, my God, friend Hamlet, what have you started? Who knows as yet? Yes, what now?
Oh, dear, the Queen, my lord, is most disturbed and would like to speak with you.
Then go and tell my mother I will come to her by and by, and leave me all, even you, Horatio. It is now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn, and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood, I will go to my mother, and will be cruel, but not unnatural. I will Speak daggers to her, but use none. As for Claudius, his days are numbered. Lord Hamlet is on the way. I will conceal myself behind the curtain.
Is this right?
It is what the king commands. Now, mark you, throw him out. Be round with him.
Mother! Mother!
Don't be afraid. But I hear him coming. Hide yourself.
Well, Mother, why have you called me here?
Hamlet, you have your mother much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Have you forgotten who I am, my son?
You are the queen. Your husband's brother's wife. And, would it were not so, you are my mother.
If that is all you have to say to me, I will face you with others who can better defend me.
Not till I set you up a glass wherein you may see the inmost part of you.
What is in your mind? You will not murder me. Help! Help!
Help! Who? In God's name! Help! Help!
A rat in the curtained walls? Dead or a ducat?
No! No!
Oh, merciful heaven! I am slain.
What have you done?
I don't know. Is it the king?
A senseless, bloody deed to run him through.
A bloody deed, almost as bad, the good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
Kill a king?
Aye, madam, 'twas my word. Oh. God, Polonius. You wretched, rash, intruding fool. I took you for another. Farewell. Stop wringing your hands, Mother, and let me wring your heart.
What have I done that you treat me so?
Such an act that blurs the grace of all your life.
What act? What do you blame me for?
Look here upon this miniature around my neck, and upon the one you wear. My father, your husband, the counterfeit of two brothers. How could you step from this to this? How can you call it love? For at your age, wisdom should temper the body's urge. You lost a god and found a man so misshapen in his soul that even the most desperate old maid would turn from him in loathing.
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. You break my heart in two.
Then throw away the worser part and live the purer. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I will blessing beg of you. But go not to my uncle's bed. As for this meddling fool, I'm sorry. I'll dispose of his remains.
Hamlet, where is Polonius?
In the dust, and his soul in heaven. Send your messengers there to seek him, and if they don't find him there, why, seek him in the other place yourself.
Hamlet, you must be mad. For your own safety, then, we send you straight to England. The bark is ready, and your schoolmates, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, will see you safe.
To England?
Aye, where else?
Why, that remains to be seen. Will you wish us all safe return?
Of course we do.
You, Mother, perhaps? But tell the king he should not worry. I doubt that we shall all return.
Ophelia mad? She came to you thus?
It wrung my heart. Poor, pretty, lost little soul.
Oh, the poison of grief springs from her father's death. Gertrude, when sorrows come, they don't come in single file, but marching wide, like legions.
Oh,
Laertes! Oh, God! Oh, no, let him pass! My good Laertes.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by Claudius.
Let him demand his fill.
I'll not be juggled. To hell with allegiance. I will know the truth. I'll be revenged most thoroughly for my father.
How did you gain the news so soon?
My sister sent me word. Where is she?
I would not haste to see her.
Let all be revealed. Here she comes now.
Where?
As you can see.
That is my sister Ophelia?
Poor suffering maid.
She walks as though blind, her head atilt. Her eyes are as vacant as the grave. Sister?
You must sing down a down.
Ophelia, don't you know me?
no rose, Madge. That is for remembrance. Pray, love, remember. And pansy. That is for thought.
Why, she is mad.
There's fennel for you, and columbines and rue. I would give you violets, but they all withered when my father died, and I was abandoned by my love.
Do you see this? Oh, God!
Beatrice, I must talk with you alone. Come, go with me. Now Hamlet is returned. Would you, Laertes, undertake to show you are your father's son in more than words?
I'd cut his throat in the church.
Revenge should have no bounds. But why offer him sanctuary? Besides, for the common view, a passage of arms would seem more apt.
Unless I lost.
Suppose your rapier point bore an unction that upon a scratch ensured instant death.
Since my father had no defense, I see no reason to offer him more.
But trust me to shuffle the foils in such a way as they are presented that the poisoned blade will be safe in your hand.
And yet, it seems a crime on crime.
Excuse me. Yes, my sweet queen, what ails you?
One woe upon another heel must tread. Ophelia.
Yes? What of my sister?
Oh, give me Laertes to bring the news. But she is drowned.
Drowned?
Oh, God!
Oh, no, Horatio, not Ophelia. To return to Denmark still alive and find her dead. When is the funeral? Today, my Lord Hamlet. Then let us get there with all speed.
No. Hold your filling of the grave till I have caught her once more in my arms.
Whose grief can bear such emphasis?
Her brother. And you?
Hamlet, the Dane.
The devil take your soul.
He is mad, Laertes, mad.
Why, who is mad? I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not make up the love I had for her. But I will fight you, Laertes, if so you must.
By God, you will. I hope that much I can hold in trust.
Come, Hamlet. Laertes, give me your hands.
My hand to you, sir, and against no man.
My hand to you, and against this man.
I wish I could persuade you how little wrong I've done.
I wish I could be persuaded, but that's too late. Come, let us cross swords.
Why, this is foolish, friends. I know, Horatio, but there's no harm. Let him expel his agony. I can handle his sword.
Have at you, then. Here, a passable hit. Well, again.
Stay. Let us drink. Hamlet, take this cup. To your health.
I'll play the bout first.
Then I'll drink to you, my son.
Oh, no, Gertrude, no.
What is it, Mother?
Die, murderer, die. Your skilled swordplay shall not save you.
A thrust in my back. Why, damn you. Double damn. I'll wrest that vicious sword from you and return treachery for treachery.
Fear not. It's but a passing wound.
Not with the poison rapier you took from my hand.
Poisoned? Then we are both.
Oh, what was in that draught I took?
The draft I put by, but I can see it all now.
He put odious. He put the poison on my sword.
And the poison in the drink.
Oh.
So, die, villain. Die!
No, Hamlet.
No. And if that's not enough, give me the cup. Open your mouth, tyrant. Swallow your own death potion. No.
Hamlet, my prince, is it well with you?
No, ill, Horatio.
How is it with the others? The queen is dead. Laertes is fast upon. The king is writhing in his last agony.
So be it. Now, at last, I die. Horatio, in this harsh world, draw your breath in pain to tell my story. The rest is silence.
Now cracks a noble heart. Good night, sweet prince. And flights of angels sing you to your rest.
Prince of Denmark. The play Hamlet was staged in the first year of the 17th century, 275 years ago. It was a play of deep psychological insight, full of drama to excite an audience, and it has lasted all these years. The people and the problems are not so different from what we have today. Only the genius of one man has guaranteed that the play will last, as long as language remains our means of communication, and radio is one means of bringing that to you. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Ian Martin, Arnold Moss, Evie Juster, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Allied Van Lines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's Mystery Theater program is furnished by CBS Radio and was brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets. Stay tuned now for the news at 8 with John Scott on WOR New York.
The nation may have a record wheat and corn crop this year. Senator Mansfield tells Vice President Rockefeller to clear the air in his dispute with Senator Jackson. And Secretary of State Kissinger takes off for Africa. It's 61 degrees in clear mid-Manhattan. The man's is clear and cool tonight with a low of 45 to 50. Sunny tomorrow with the highs in the upper 60s. This is...
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever written. But right now, before we get started, I'd like to admit that I always get annoyed when folks go around sad-faced because summer is over. Why, what better season is there than fall? Yes, I'm strictly a fall man. I like that big roaring fire and a heaping bowl of popcorn and good tangy apples and plenty of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Why, fall is just one more season when a fellow can really enjoy those never less than 33 fine brews blended into one great beer. And listen, folks, if your dealer can't always supply all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, keep right on asking. After all, it's sure worth asking for, especially these fall days. For when you come home after a brisk walk in the crisp autumn air, you're going to enjoy more than ever that perfect Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. Yes, sir, you're going to want your share of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now let's raise the curtain on the Mercury Theater. Mr. Wells.
Tonight, for our last broadcast on this series, besides your obedient servant, you'll hear the following Mercury players. Miss Agnes Moorehead, Mr. Edgar Berrier, Elliot Reed, Mr. Serene Tuttle, Mr. William Allen, Norman Field, Miss Mary Lansing, and our narrator, John Brown.
Here follows a half-hour's radio production by the Mercury Theater of William Shakespeare's greatest tragedy. Scenes from King Lear.
Give me the map there. Know we have divided in three our kingdom. It is our past intent to shake all cares and business from our age, conferring them on younger strengths, whilst we unburthened crawl toward death. Tell me, my daughters, which of you shall we say doth love us most? Goneril, our eldest born? Speak first.
Sir, I love you more than words can wield the matter. Dearer than eyesight, space and liberty. Beyond what can be valued, rich or rare, no less than life. With grace, health, beauty, honor. A love that makes breath poor and speech unable. Beyond all manner of so much, I love you.
Of all these bounds, even from this line to this, with shadowy forests and with champaigns rich, with plenteous rivers and wide-skirted meads, we make thee lady. What says our second daughter, our dearest Regan?
I am made of that self-metal as my sister, and prize me at her worth.
To thee and thine hereditary ever remain this ample third of our fair kingdom.
What shall Cordelia do? Love and be silent.
Now our joy, although the last not least. What can you say to draw a third, more opulent than your sisters? Speak,
Nothing, my lord.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Nothing will come of nothing. Speak again.
Unhappy that I am, I cannot heave my heart into my mouth. I love your majesty according to my bond. Nor more, nor less.
Oh, Cordelia, mend your speech a little, lest it may mar your fortunes.
Good, my lord. You have begot me, bred me, loved me. I return those duties back as a right fit. Obey you, love you, and most honor you. But I shall never marry like my sisters, to love my father, or...
But goes thy heart with this?
Aye, good, my lord.
So young and so untender.
So young, my lord, and true.
Let it be so. Thy truth then be thy dower. Here I disclaim all parental care, propinquity and property of blood. And as a stranger to my heart and me, hold thee from this forever.
Good, my liege.
Kent,
Royal liege.
Kent on my life no more.
My life I never held but as a pawn to wage against thy enemy.
Out of my sight.
Yes, sir. To kill thy physician, and the fee bestow upon the foul disease.
Hear me, recreant.
I tell thee thou dost
All my
evil.
allegiance, hear me. Since thou hast sought to make us break our vow, which we durst never yet, take thy reward. 5 days we do allot thee for provision to shield thee from diseases of the world. But on the 6th, to turn thy hated back upon our kingdom. If on the 10th day following, thy banished trunk be found in our dominions, the moment is thy last. Away by Jupiter! This shall not be revoked.
Honest Kent, condemned to exile, disguises himself and stays on in England to watch over his beloved king.
Now, banished Kent, if thou can serve where thou dost stand condemned, so may it come. Thy master, whom thou lovest, shall find thee full of labors.
When old Lear, at the head of his small retinue of 100 knights, visits his eldest daughter, Goneril, Kent, disguised as a poor serving man, comes upon the king.
How now, what art thou?
A man, sir. A very honest-hearted fellow, and as poor as the king.
If thou be as poor for a subject as he is for a king, thou art poor enough. What wouldst thou?
Service.
Who wouldst thou serve?
You?
Dost thou know me, fellow?
No, sir. But you have that in your countenance which I would fain call master.
What's that?
Authority.
How old art thou?
Not so young, sir, to love a woman for singing, nor so old to dote on her for anything.
Follow me, and thou shalt serve me. If I like thee no worse after dinner, I shall not part from thee yet.
In Lear's train, the favorite of the king is a little fellow in a coxcomb, the medieval cap and bells. This is the court jester, the half-witted, sharp-witted fool.
The sweet and bitter fool will presently appear.
Sir! What fool? You had best take my coxcomb.
Why?
Your master hath banished 2 daughters and done the 3rd a blessing against his will.
Dost thou call me a fool, boy?
All thy other titles thou hast given away. That thou wast born with.
Huh?
Oh, nuncle. Thou hadst little wit in thy bald crown when thou gavest thy golden one away. Oh, faith, I had rather be any kind of thing than a fool, and yet I would not be thee, nuncle. Thou hast pared thy wit on both sides and left nothing in the middle.
My father?
Here comes one of the pairings.
Not only, sir, this your all-licensed fool, but other of your insolent retinue do hourly carp and quarrel, breaking forth in rank and not to be endured riot. Sir, I had thought, by making this well known unto you, to have found a safe redress. But you protect this course and put it on by your allowance.
Are you our daughter?
Oh, good my father, I do beseech you to understand my purposes aright. As you are old and reverent, you should be wise. Here do you keep 100 knights and squires, men so disordered, so debauched and bold, that this our court, infected with their manners, shows like a riotous inn. Be then desired by her that else will take the thing she begs, a little to disquantity your train.
Darkness and devils. Saddle my horses. I'll not trouble thee. Yet have I left a daughter.
Pray, sir, be patient.
Detested kite, thou liest. My train are men of choice and rarest parts that all particulars of duty know, and in the most exact regard support the worships of their name.
My father!
Oh, most small fault, how ugly didst thou in Cordelia show, that like an engine wrenched my frame of nature from the fixed place, drew from my heart all love, and added to the gall. Oh, Lear, 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 beat at this gate that let thy folly in, and thy dear judgment out.
'Tis the infirmity of your age. You hath ever but slenderly known yourself.
Here, nature, here, dear goddess, here, suspend thy purpose. If thou didst intend to make this creature fruitful, into her womb convey sterility, dry up in her the organs of increase, and from her derogate body never spring a babe to honor her. If she must teem, create a child of spleen that it may live and be a thwart, disnatured torment to her. Let it stamp wrinkles in her brow of youth, with cadent tears fret channels in her cheeks. Turn all a mother's pains and benefits to laughter and contempt, that she may feel how sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. I did her wrong.
The reason why the 7 stars are no more than 7 is a pretty reason.
Because they are not 8.
Yes, indeed. Oh, thou wouldst make a good fool. Oh, Nuncle, if thou wert my fool, I'd have thee beaten for being old before thy time.
How's that?
Thou shouldst not have been old till thou hadst been wise.
Oh, let me not be mad. Not mad, sweet heaven. Keep me in temper. I would not be mad.
After his cold reception at the castle of the Lady Goneril, Lear and his train march on to the other half of the kingdom he divided between his eldest daughters, to her second born.
I'm glad to see Your Highness.
Regan, I think you are. Beloved Regan, thy sister's not, oh Regan. She hath tied sharp-toothed unkindness like a vulture here.
Sir, you are old. You should be ruled and led by some discretion that discerns your state better than you yourself. Therefore I pray you that to our sister you do make return. Say you have wronged her, sir.
Ask her forgiveness? Dear daughter, I confess that I am old. Age is unnecessary. On my knees, I beg that you vouchsafe me raiment, bed, and food. She has abated me of half my train, looks back upon me, struck me with her tongue most serpent-like upon the very heart. What trumpet's that?
I know it. My sister's. This approves her letter that she would soon be here. Sister Goneril, Regan.
Art not ashamed, O Regan, wilt thou take her by the hand?
Why not by the hand, sir? How have I offended?
I prithee, daughter, do not make me mad. I will not trouble thee, my child. Farewell. We'll no more meet, no more see one another. But yet thou art my flesh, my blood, my daughter. Or rather a disease that's in my flesh, which I must needs call mine. Thou art a boil, a plague sore, an embossed carbuncle in my corrupted blood. But I'll not chide thee. Mend when thou canst, be better at thy leisure. I can be patient. I can stay with Regan. I and my 100 knights.
Not altogether so.
Huh?
I looked not for you yet, nor am provided for your fit wealth.
This is well spoken.
I pray you, Father, being weak seems so.
What?
If till the expiration of your month you will return and sojourn with my sister, dismissing half your train, come then to me.
Return to her and 50 men dismissed? Regan, said you so?
And speaks again, my lord. If you will come to me, for now I spy danger, I entreat you to bring but 5 and 20. To no more will I give place or notice.
I gave you all.
And in good time you gave it.
Goneril, I'll go with thee. Thy 50 at the double 5 and 20. Thou art twice her love.
Hear me, my lord.
What need you 5 and 20, 10 or 5, to follow in a house where twice as many have a command to tend you? What need 1?
Oh, reason not to need. Our basest beggars are in the poorest things superfluous. Allow not nature more than nature needs. Man's life as cheap as beasts. Thou art a lady, if only to go warm or gorgeous. Why, nature needs not what thou gorgeous wearest, which scarcely keeps thee warm. But for true need, oh, heavens, give me that patience I need. You see me here, you gods, a poor old man, as full of grief as age, wretched in both. If it be you that stirs these daughters' hearts against their father, fool me not so much to bear it tamely. Touch me with noble anger, and let not woman's weapons water drops stain my man's cheeks. No! You unnatural hags! I will have such revenges on you both that all the world shall... I will do such things. What they are yet I know not. But they shall be the terrors of the earth. You think I'll weep? No. I'll not weep. I have full cause of weeping. But this heart shall break into 100,000 flaws. Or ere I'll weep. Oh, I shall go back.
Lear will go mad. His daughters, Goneril and Regan, will die. But not till war divides them. Till Cordelia, now Queen of France, comes to do battle in the realm of Britain. Before the wheel has come full circle, Lear will find his sanity again and live to see Cordelia murdered. But first the tragedy takes us to a wind-swept heath.
Steeples, round the carts, you sulphurous and thought-executing fires, false couriers to oak-cleaving thunderbolts, stand my white head! And thou, all shaking thunder, might flesh the thick rotundity of the world, crack nature's mold, all Germans, hell at once, the bacon grateful man!
In and ask thy daughter's blessing. Here's a knight pities neither wise man nor fool.
Rumble thy belly full. Speak fire. Shout rain. Nor rain, wind, thunder, fire, for my daughters. I catch not you, you elements, with unkindness. I never gave you kingdom, called you children. You owe me no subscription. Then let fall your horrible pleasure. Here I stand, your slave, a poor and firm, weak and despised old man. But yet I call you servile ministers that have with two pernicious daughters joined your high-engendered battle. Think your head, so old and white withered. His power.
Gracious my lord, hard by here is a hovel. Some friendship will it lend you against the tempest. Repose you there.
My wits begin to tremble. Come on, my boy, fool. My boy, not cold. I am cold. Here is the place, my lord. Let me alone. You'll break my heart. I had rather break mine own. Good my lord, enter here. This tempest will not give me leave to ponder on things would hurt me more.
Who's in there?
What's he? Who's there? What is to seek?
What are you there?
My lord of Gloucester.
Ha! Goneril with a white beard. They flattered me like a dog to say aye and no to everything that I said. But when the wind came to wet me once, and the rain came to make me chatter, when the thunder would not peace at my bidding, there I found them, there I smelled them out. Go to. They are not men of their words. They told me I was everything. 'Tis a lie. I am not ague-proof.
Is not the king?
Aye. Every inch a king. When I do stare, see how the subject quakes. I pardon that man's life. What was the cause? Adultery? Thou shalt not die for adultery. No. The wren goes to it, and a small gilded fly does lecher in my sights. Tout luxury, pell-mell, for I lack soldiers. Behold yon simpering dame, whose face between her forks presages snow that minces virtue, and does shake the head to hear a pleasure's name. The fitchern of the soiled horse goes toot with a more riotous appetite. Down from the waist their centaurs. The women all above. But to the girdle do the gods inherit. Beneath is all the fiends. There's hell. There's darkness. There's a sulphurous pit, burning, scalding, a stench, consumption. Give me an ounce of civet, good apothecary, to sweeten my imagination.
Oh, let me kiss that hand.
Let me wipe it first. It smells of mortality.
Good friend, I prithee take him in thy arms. I have all heard a plot of death upon him. There's a litter ready. Lay him in. This way, my lord.
See how yon justice railed upon yon simple thief. Change places and handy-dandy. Which is the justice, which is the thief? Thou seen a farmer's dog bark at a beggar?
Aye, sir.
And the creature run from the cur? There thou mightst behold the great image of authority. A dog's obeyed in office. Thou rascal beetle, hold thy bloody hand. Why dost thou lash that board? Strip thine own back. Thou hotly lustest to use her in that kind for which thou whipst her. The usurer hands the cozener. Through tattered clothes, small vices do appear. Robes and furred gowns hide all. Plate sin with gold, and the strong lance of justice hurtless breaks. Arm it in rags. A pygmy straw is pierced.
Oh, matter and impertinence he makes reason in mad.
When we are born, we cry that we are come to this great stage of fools. There's a good block. It were a delicate stratagem to shoe a troop of horse with felt. Output and poof. When I've stolen upon these sons-in-law, then kill.
Lear, carrying in his arms the dead body of Cordelia.
Had I your tongues and eyes, I'll use them so that heaven's fault should crack. She's gone forever. I know when one is dead and when one lives. She's dead as earth. Lend me a looking glass. If that a breath will mist or stain the stone, why then she lives. This feather stirs. She lives. If it be so, it is a chance which does redeem all sorrows that ever I felt. Oh, my good master, plague upon you, murderers. Traitors all. I might have saved her, but she's gone forever. Cordelia. Cordelia. Stay a little. What is thus this? Her voice was ever soft, gentle, and low. An excellent thing in woman.
Sir, your eldest daughters have fordone themselves and desperately are dead.
And my poor fool's hanged. No life. Why should a dog, a horse, a rat have life? And now, no breath at all. Love come no more. Never, 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 never. Pray you, undo this button. Thank you, sir. You see this? Look on her. Look, her lips. Look there. Look there.
It aches, my lord. My lord!
Vex not his ghost. Oh, let him pass. He hates him that put upon the rack of this tough world stretch him out longer.
He is gone indeed.
The oldest has borne most. We that are young shall never see so much, nor live so long.
You have just heard the Mercury production of King Lear. Mr. Wells will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when occasionally these days he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And here again is Orson Welles.
My thanks to grand sponsors for a grand summer engagement. Our thanks to you, the audience, for joining us. Please look for us again. Until then, the Mercury remains, as always, obediently yours.
Yes, Orson, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer wish to extend their sincere thanks and appreciation to you and your entire Mercury company for a magnificent summer series of truly great drama. Starting Thursday, September 26th, Pabst Blue Ribbon is bringing to the radio the one and only Eddie Cantor with a brand new show. Remember the new Eddie Cantor Show. This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
65.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
I wooed my gal with music soft and finally won her hand when I got smart and switched right to that happy, lucky brand.
Throughout the South and up north too, most smokers will agree. For perfect mildness and rich taste, smoke LSMFT.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Friends, enjoy your cigarette. If you're not happy with your present brand, and a 38 cities survey shows that millions of smokers are not, switch to Lucky Strike. With every Lucky you light, you always get complete smoking enjoyment. That happy blending of perfect mildness and rich, true taste that fine tobacco, and only fine tobacco, can give you. And remember, LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So for all the deep-down smoking enjoyment you want and deserve in your cigarette, be happy, go lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Welton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take you back about an hour before the broadcast. At the moment, Jack is in his dressing room talking to Rochester.
Say, Rochester, the rehearsal went pretty good today, didn't it?
I guess so.
I thought the script sounded very funny, didn't you?
It was all right.
Rochester, what's the matter? You've been acting kind of blue all day. What's wrong?
Well, I'll have to tell you sometime, so I might as well do it now. I'm going to leave you.
Leave me? Why?
Well, boss, let's put it this way. You know that Bank of America down on the corner by your house?
Yes.
Well, I've been passing it for 15 years, and just once I'd like to turn in.
Oh, stop. You get everything you want. A nice home, food, clothes. Besides that, I give you pin money.
I know, but stick me a little deeper, boy.
Rochester, I'm hurt to think that money could come between us after all this time. Why, you've been with me for 14 years.
15 years, boss.
No, 14.
15. I came to work for you the first year you were 39.
Oh, stop bragging. I was 39 before I ever met you. Anyway, Rochester, you're not going to leave me.
Yes, I am. I got another offer.
Another offer? Look, Rochester, you do hard work. I have been thinking of giving you a raise, and, well, since this is the start of a new year, you may as well get it now. Tell me, how much am I paying you?
You mean including withholding tax, Social Security, deductions, and unemployment insurance?
Yes.
We break even and shake hands.
Well, that's all going to be changed. Starting today, I'm giving you a $10 a week raise. What have you got to say to that?
Oh, that's wonderful, boss. Wonderful. Excuse me a minute. Hello? I'm sorry, Miss Bankhead. The deal is off.
Now, Rochester, I know you're kidding. So stop making up a lot of things. Come in.
Hey, Jackson, I've finished rehearsing the band.
Good, good.
We're going to run through the script again?
No, it isn't necessary, Don.
Oh, I still have to rehearse my song.
We'll do it later, Dennis. Come on in and relax a while. You know, fellas, I was thinking that perhaps we could... Oh, Phil, for heaven's sake, watch what you're doing. You're mussing up my hair.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I didn't see it there when I sat down.
Well, be more careful next time.
Throw it up in the air, Phil. I've got my slingshot.
cut that out. I wish you fellas wouldn't upset me right before the show.
Oh, now, what's the matter, Jack? Why are you so nervous?
Don, you know I'm always on edge right before a broadcast.
Jackson, I can't understand you. What do you got to be nervous about?
What?
Why don't you be like me?
Like you?
Certainly. When I do a show, I just walk out and stand in the middle of the stage, look the audience right in the eye, and defy them not to like me.
I should do that?
Yeah, but first marry money, like I did.
I knew there was a catch to it. Listen, Phil, when I have to do... Come in. Oh, it's Mel Blank. Hiya, Mel.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Here's that $1 I owe you for the Rose Bowl game.
Oh, thanks, Mel.
Hey, Mel, you bet on California, huh?
No, I didn't bet.
Then why do you owe Jackson $1?
I watched the game on his television set.
All right. See you later, Mel.
Yeah, so long.
By the way, Don, you should have come
Oh,
over.
I didn't have to, Jack. I was at the game.
Oh.
And it was really exciting. But the most thrilling thing of all was when Michigan won and they carried Coach Oosterban out of the bowl.
That's right.
Well, say, Phil, what did you win?
Me?
Yeah, I saw them carry you out, too. I was the only one who cheered.
Look, Dennis.
Boy, was I proud. Phil's my friend.
Dennis, you can stop being proud. Out of the 98,939 people at the Rose Bowl, your friend was the only one who didn't know Michigan won till January the 4th. That's your friend over there. Now, Don, would you do me a favor? Oh, hold it a minute. There's the phone. Hello? Oh, hello. How are you? Look, I'm just trying to be polite. Dennis, it's your mother.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, yes, Mother. Well, Mother, you told me to take off the ornaments and then burn the Christmas tree, so I burned it. Well, you didn't say anything about taking it out of the house.
What?
All right, Mother. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Dennis, what happened?
Same as last year, our house burned down.
Oh, well, fortunately, your mother's a carpenter. Now, Don... I didn't expect that laugh. Now, Don... Would you go out on the stage? Don, would you go out on the stage and see that everything is ready for the broadcast?
Okay, Jack.
Oh, I'll go with you, Don.
Now, Dennis, while I'm taking care of the scripts, you see that the boys in the band have the music
I
for
beg your pardon, but could you tell me where Studio A is?
Well, yes, it's right around the... wait a minute. Aren't you Deborah Carr?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm certainly glad to see you. I'm Don Wilson.
Yes, I know. And this is Dennis Day, isn't it?
Yes. Dennis, you know Deborah Carr.
How do you do, Miss Carr?
Hello, Dennis.
Deborah, Jack's in his dressing room. I'll call him. Oh, Jack! Jack!
What is it, Don?
Look who's here!
Well, if it isn't Deborah Kerr. Hello, Deborah.
Hello, Jack.
Jack, her name is pronounced Carr. Isn't it, Deborah?
Yes, but that's all right. A lot of people make that mistake.
What do you mean mistake? It's spelled K-E-R-R, isn't it?
Yes, but in England it's pronounced car.
Oh.
Just like here in America you say Derby, and over there we say Derby.
Oh, yes. Well, that reminds me. Yesterday I was in the Brown Derby and I ran into Clerk Gable. That was good. You know, he was having borscht.
It's borscht over there, too.
Oh.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Miss Carr, but we have a few last-minute things to do before we start the broadcast.
Yes, go ahead, Don. Tell me, Deborah, what are you doing here at CBS?
I came down to see a television show. Some friends of mine are on it.
Oh, really? You know, Deborah, I did a television program.
Yes, I know, Jack. I saw it. That was about 10 weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yes, and now I'm going to do another one.
So soon?
Soon?
I mean, with your radio shows and all, how do you find time?
Well, it is difficult. But you know, Deborah, it's such a coincidence running into you today when only last night I saw your latest picture, King Solomon's Mines.
Oh, did you like it?
Yes, I saw it at a drive-in, and I thought it was just great, but I missed the very end of it.
You did?
Yeah, you see, the fog came up suddenly, and I couldn't see the last 50 seconds of the picture.
Oh, well, if you wish, I'll tell you how it ended.
No, it wouldn't be fair. I got my money back. But Deborah, King Solomon's Mines was really exciting, and you and Stuart Granger were wonderful in it. But I must tell you a little secret. For a while, the producer was considering me for the part.
Well, Jack, I'm certainly glad I got it.
No, I meant Stuart Granger's part. I think. I would have loved to have gone to Africa. I bet you got a kick out of it.
Oh, most of it was fun, but we had one horrible experience. We ran into a tribe of savages. They were so fierce-looking, so wild-eyed, and so completely uncivilized. Oh, I never want to see a sight like that again.
Then you better close your eyes. Here comes Phil Harris's musicians. Look out! What a gang.
Yes, the one with the clarinet looks like an anteater.
It is an anteater. Phil doesn't know it. Now, Deborah, getting back to King Solomon's Mines, and believe me, I don't want to sound like a ham or that I'm envious of Stuart Granger, because I'm not. But if I had played that part, I would have done it a little bit differently. I would have sort of changed things around.
But, Jack, you couldn't change the locale.
No, Deborah, I didn't mean that. I would have kept it in that same place, in the heart of Africa, in the same treacherous jungle with the savages constantly singing their chants and beating their native drums. Yes, I would have done it something like this. My name is Alan Quatermain. My business is leading safaris through the animal-infested jungles of dark Africa. For 12 years, I had lived among the savages in the Belgian Congo. I lived in a little village called Nairobi, Sekarnyanjo, Kenzo Boziga, Uganda, Watusi, Tanganyika. My friend stopped writing to me because my address was driving him nuts. They couldn't remember my zone number. That's why I decided to leave the treacherous life of the jungle and go back to England. In fact, I was in my hut packing, happy in the knowledge that I would soon stop hearing the monotonous beat of those infernal drums. Let me see now. I think I've got everything packed. I can hardly believe it. In 3 short weeks, I'll be back home. Gosh, I haven't seen a civilized woman in over... Ooga boogie. Yes, sir. It'll sure be good getting back. Ooga boogie. Doggone it, ooga boogie means come in. Those natives don't even understand their own language. I said ooga... Well.
Hello. Well, don't stand there staring at me. Aren't you going to ask me to ooga boogie?
Yes. Come in. Come right in.
Are you Alan Quatermain?
Her voice was so beautiful. Even the name Alan
sounded good to me.
Yes, I'm Quartermain. What can I do for you?
I heard that you're the best guide in Africa, and I want to hire you to lead a safari through the jungle.
Well, you're too late. I was just packing to go back to England.
But I've traveled thousands of miles to see you.
I'm sorry, miss. My mind is made up.
But you can't. You can't turn me down. It's a matter of life and death. Please, please, you've got to listen to me. I've come all this way to see you because you're the only one who can help me. So don't turn me down. Please. I beg you. I implore you. Please, please say you will do it. I need you. I need you. I need you.
As she lay there, crumpled at my feet. Exhausted from her dramatic outburst, I was confused. I couldn't tell whether she was after me or an Academy Award.
I'm sorry, miss, but I've had enough of the jungle, and I'm going back to England.
Oh, but Mr. Quartermain, I'm trying to find my lost uncle. He came to the jungle to write a book. His name is Sylvania Cartwright.
Sylvania?
That was his pen name.
Oh, yes, Pennsylvania. That writer I'm firing. So your uncle is lost, eh?
Yes, he came here 2 years ago to do some research on King Solomon's mines.
King Solomon's mines? Well, that's just a myth. There's no such place.
Oh, but there is. My brother has a map.
Your brother?
Yes, he's right outside. I'll call him in. Oh, brother, come in here.
So you're her brother, eh?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
It was then I decided to go on this dangerous trek through the death-infested jungle, if only to lose him.
All right, I'll go with you. But before we leave, you'll have to sign this register.
Certainly.
That's a pretty name. Deborah Kerr.
That's Carr.
Carr?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Not wanting to cheat a hungry leopard out of an hors d'oeuvre, I didn't lay a hand on him. The next morning, I formed a safari. With 22 natives carrying water, food, and supplies, we set out on our dangerous journey. For miles and miles and miles, the natives sang their tribal chant as we hacked our way through the jungle.
What's the matter?
Stay close together. This is very dangerous territory. There may be a line lurking behind every bush. Quiet, everybody. That bush, it just moved. The natives will circle it. Then after I shoot, they'll dive in and grab it.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, but if it's a lion, we'll skin it. If it's a gazelle, we'll eat it. Quiet now. They got it! They got it! Umba Kaloda Nuwamba!
Sanoya Lona Mawaka Kahona.
Well, at least the natives can eat.
What did you shoot?
Your brother. See that hole in his head?
Oh, he's always had that.
Oh.
But you did enlarge it.
Oh, I shot him all right, but I still couldn't get rid of him. Our goal was King Solomon's mines, and her brother was the only one who had the map. It was painted on the roof of his mouth. He did it himself. Of course, he had to buy the brush and the paints. He had his own palette. When I heard myself saying a thing like that, I knew the sun was hotter than I thought. But we had to trek on if we ever expected to reach our first stopping place, the village of Kalawana. As our safari pushed through the jungle, our natives sang their tribal chant.
wanna leave the Congo, no, 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 no. Now it's bingo, bango, bongo, we're so happy in the jungle we refuse to go. We must admit your video makes us giddy, so let's get this clear. Just as long as we have luckies, we'll stay right here. Oh, bunga, 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 you can have your Cucamonga, Anaheim, or a zoo. There is nothing in Kentucky like puffing on a lucky in your own canoe. No puff is ever rough, there's no rough puff in Luckies, you know. So don't forget to take along a lot of Luckies wherever you go. Safari, take a lot or you'll sure be sorry. Arganua Mawa means lucky strike.
When the natives finished their chant, I thought I heard people applauding. Then I realized it was just two Ubangis having an argument. For the next 2 weeks, we trudged onwards to Kalawana.
Quartermain.
Lakua!
What is it, Deborah?
Look at that strange little bird up in that tree.
Where?
There.
What's strange about that?
It's the first time I ever saw a woodpecker with a mustache.
You'll see many strange things deep in the jungle. Look out for that lion.
Oh, Quartermain, I'm frightened. How much further is it to Kalawana?
About 15 miles.
Gee, that isn't so bad.
Why, no, it's... What? Did you hear that, Deborah? Your brother talked, and I thought I killed him. I carried him for 2 weeks. He tricked us. The cur...
That's car.
Oh, yes. Come here, brother. Open your mouth so I can look at the map. Come on, open your mouth. Wider. Wider. Not you.
I'm sorry.
Now, brother, hold your mouth open so I can look at the map.
I looked in his mouth, and I was able to see the map very clearly now, because the light was coming through the hole in his head.
Deborah, according to the map, we must be close to the village of Kalawana right now.
Aganuamawa! Aganuamawa!
Quartermain, wait.
Nakua!
What's wrong, Deborah?
I can't go on. I'm so thirsty. I must have something to drink.
Well, I was saving this for myself, but here, you can have it.
What is it?
Snake milk.
Snake milk? How in the world do you get snake milk?
Oh, the usual way, but you need a very low stool. Don't throw away the bottle. I get 2 cents back. Let's go.
Aganuamawa! Aganuamawa! Nakua!
What's the matter, Quartermain?
We must be near the village. Look, there's a horse.
And there's a pig.
And there's a rabbit.
What's up, Doc?
We really didn't see those animals. But if you think I'm going to pay Mel Blanc just to do a lousy woodpecker, you're crazy. applause excitedly and said,
Lala Boogie Mala Kola Hananoya.
Huh?
Lala Boogie Mala Kola Hananoya.
Quartermain, this native is asking us something, but we don't understand.
I'll find out what he wants. Nula Magina?
Lala Boogie Mala Kola Hananoya.
Oh, Michigan 14, California 6. Tell me, Chief, where is King Solomon's Mines?
Maga!
I mentioned King Solomon's Mines. The whole tribe turned on us. Their frenzy mounted. They tied us to stakes and built a huge fire around us. Deborah became panicked.
Quartermain, help me!
Hurry, Deborah, hurry! As I stood there helpless, a native, painted in grotesque colors, grabbed Deborah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this exciting epic of the jungle will be continued next week. Will Jack and Deborah escape from the cannibals? Will they find King Solomon's Mines? Will Mel Blanc get paid? Tune in next Sunday for the closing episode of King Solomon's Mines.
With our special guest star, Deborah Kerr.
That's Carr.
Oh, yes.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first, let's join some winter sports at a mountain ski lodge.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
I run a winter sporting lodge for skating and for skiing, but the favorite sport of everyone is LSMFTing.
Good skiing snow reminds me of the cigarette I like. It's always firm and fully packed. You know it's Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Friends, are you happy with your cigarette? Here's why I ask. A recent 38-city survey shows that millions of smokers are not happy with the brand they're smoking. Now, if this is true of you and you want complete smoking enjoyment, switch to Lucky Strike. You see, fine tobacco and only fine tobacco always gives you that happy blending of perfect mildness and rich, true taste. Everything you want in a cigarette. And everybody knows LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So friends, really enjoy your cigarette. Be happy, go lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week we continue with the second episode of King Solomon's Mines, starring Deborah Kerr, through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Deborah, thanks so much for being on our show, and we want you to be here next week at the same time.
Well, do I get paid again next week?
No, you see, if you hadn't argued so much about the pronunciation of your name, we could have finished it tonight. Good night, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, when a fella needs a friend, he needs a helping hand. In the hands of the big brothers that help thousands of growing boys to find their way to useful life. Be a big brother yourself. All you have to invest is your time and your interest. Write Big Brother of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Be sure to hear Dennis Day and a Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Answer the phone.
Go answer it yourself. Can't you see I'm packing your overalls?
Okay. Hello? How do you do? This is the Take It and Go quiz program. Quiz program? Yes. Can you answer this question? Who discovered America? Columbus. Christopher Columbus. Right! And for answering that question correctly, you have won $15,000 in cash, a new 1951 Cadillac, an electric dishwasher, an 8-piece bedroom set, a cedar chest, your house painted inside and out, an 18-foot motorboat, a 16-carat diamond ring.
Henry, why did you hang up?
Look what time it is. I want to listen to Jack Benny.
those prizes they want to give you. Are you crazy?
You don't understand, Kelly. Today he's doing a second episode of King Solomon's Mines.
Oh, yeah, with Deborah Kerr.
That's gone.
Well, don't stand there arguing. Turn on the radio.
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the star of our show, that intrepid guide of the jungles of dark Africa, Alan Quatermain.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Alan Wait a minute. Don, why did you introduce me as Alan Quatermain?
Well, Jack, that's the character you play in King Solomon's Mines. Aren't you going to do the second episode tonight?
Yes, of course, but not right now. Everybody isn't here yet.
I'm here.
Oh. Well, Dennis, I'm so glad you are. Believe me, I don't know what I'd do without you.
My mother said you'd kill yourself.
Your mother. By the time she realized that I'm the star of this show.
Oh, I know you're the star of the show, and I want you to know I appreciate everything you did for me.
Well, thanks, kid.
You gave me the opportunity. You guided me and taught me everything I know.
Oh, Dennis, please.
Oh, no. I'm not the kind who forgets. You picked me up 12 years ago when I had nothing.
Oh, Dennis.
And now I have $38.
$38?
Which I save for my own show.
Well, you could save on what I pay you, too, believe me. Now, Don.
Yes, Jack.
Will you please call my house and see if Rochester left yet?
Well, what about Mary and Deborah?
Rochester's driving them down. Yeah, I hope they get here soon.
Is it too windy in the back, Miss Livingston?
Not for me. How about you, Deborah?
I'm fine, thank you. You know, Mary, I'm excited about being on Jack's program again. It was fun last week.
Well, you were wonderful in it, Deborah. But tell me something. You made the picture King Solomon's Mines with Stuart Granger, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
And on the radio, you did it with Jack.
That's right.
Well, tell me, Deborah, how would you compare Jack with Stuart Granger?
Well, Mary, I don't think comparisons are fair. After all, look at their ages. Stuart Granger is 32, and 7 years makes a lot of difference.
7 years? Did Jack tell you he was 39?
No, 25.
Oh, no. If Jack gets any younger, CBS won't have to buy him. They can adopt him. Deborah, how did rehearsal go yesterday?
Oh, fine, Mary. Jack is wonderful to work with. But we have one love scene where we're supposed to kiss, and I asked him to cut it.
Why?
Well, with his glasses, when you get that close to him, you feel like you're window shopping.
I know. On a clear day, he can see Big Bear. The Auto Club calls him for snow reports.
But you know, Mary, Jack really isn't a bad actor. It's too bad he never won anything.
It's just as well. His head doesn't fit his hair now.
Oh, Mary, you're terribly amusing. I don't know what Jack would do without you.
My mother says he'd kill himself. But Jack means well. Rochester, be careful.
Yes, ma'am.
Mary, a fender just fell off.
Yeah. I wish Jack could get a new car. This thing is awful.
I think it rides quite smoothly, considering that the rear wheels are so much larger than the front ones. By the way, what's that shotgun doing on the front seat?
This used to be a stagecoach. Mr. Benny still has a contract to carry the mail between Santa Monica and Malibu.
Rochester.
Neither flats nor blowouts nor dirty windshield shall stay this courier from his appointed round.
Rochester, stop being silly. There goes a hubcap. Rochester, we lost a fender, a hubcap, and a tail light.
I know.
Well, aren't you concerned about all those things falling off the car?
No, this is the molding season.
Rochester, please go a little faster. We're late already, and Jack must be worried about us.
This is awful. We got a program to do. I can't understand what's keeping the girls.
Well, maybe they went by my house to pick me up.
Oh, did you tell them to?
No.
Then why would they go to your house?
They're both nuts about me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dennis, how can you say such stupid, idiotic things? Both nuts about you. Mary thinks you're a silly kid, and Deborah doesn't even care.
That's Carr.
Now cut that out! Anyway, Dennis, since we can't start the sketch till Mary and Deborah get here, how about singing your song? Maybe that's them now. Come in. Well, I certainly didn't expect to see you, Mr.
Turn out streets of Rome.
John, what are you doing here?
I just dropped in to tell you the good news. I just got a job.
A job?
Yeah. I'm going to be an usher at Graham's Chinese Theater.
An usher at Grauman's Chinese, eh? Well, good.
I sure was lucky to get it. There was a lot of people there before me. They must have been waiting a long time.
Well, how do you know?
I could see their footprints in the cement.
No, John, well, never mind. Look, anyway, I know you'll make a very good usher.
I hope so.
Yeah.
They offered me the same job at the Pantages Theater, but I turned it down.
Why?
They're showing Born yesterday, and the smell of hospitals makes me sick. Oh, dear.
Well, tell me, John, how did you get the job at the Chinese?
Well, I'll tell you how it happened anyway. I was walking down the street. I wasn't doing anything. Just walking down the street. I didn't feel like doing anything. Just walking down the street. All of a sudden, a fella comes up to me and says, "Hey, you." I said, "Who?" He said, "You." I said, "Me?" He said, "Yeah." And can't you see I'm busy?
Busy?
I was counting the cracks in the sidewalk.
Well, mister,
You better watch me. I think awful fast.
I'm sure you... Well, good luck on your job, Mr. Zavoli. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Dennis. Come on, let's have your song. That was Tennessee Waltz, sung by Dennis E. Day and accompanied by a 3-star Hennessy orchestra. Hey, that was a pretty good ad-lib, wasn't it, Dennis?
Yeah, it even got a big laugh at rehearsal.
Dennis, you weren't supposed to tell. You know, sometimes you do...
Hey, Jack, we're here.
Oh, hello, Mary. Hello, Deborah.
Hello, Jack. Dennis, you're here. We went by your house.
You see?
All right. Now, girls, you got here just in time because we have to do our play. Now, Mary, in this episode, you're going to be a native princess. And Dennis...
Yes?
You're going to be Deborah's brother, the same as last week. Now, go ahead, Don. Introduce the play.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Jack Benny Jungle Art Players bring you the second episode of that thrilling saga of darkest Africa, King Solomon's Mines.
My name is Alan Quatermain. My business is leading safaris through the animal-infested jungle of the Congo. Last week, I had decided to give up the treacherous life of the jungle and go back to England. As I was packing a beautiful girl, as I was packing a beautiful As I was packing, a beautiful girl with flaming red hair came to my hut. Her name was Deborah Kerr.
That's Carr.
Carr. They come in late and give orders. Deborah was looking for her uncle, who never returned from King Solomon's mines. I refused to make such a perilous trip. She knelt at my feet and begged. She pleaded and cried, but I resisted her for hours. She offered me her lips. I remained stubborn. She offered me her love. I still resisted. Then suddenly, I became putty in her hand. She offered me money. 18 days later, with our food and water nearly gone, we arrived at the village of Kalawana. As we entered the clearing, the savage cannibal tribe turned on us.
Quatermain!
Courage, Deborah, courage!
Quatermain, don't let these cannibals torture me. Do something. Talk to them.
I will, Deborah. I will. Ogula Kanagu, Wagu Kanoya, Matula.
Umbage Waga Lamoa Atuna Sanako.
Quatermain, these cannibals are vicious. How are we going to get away?
Quiet, Deborah. I'll amuse them. I'll tell them a limerick. They love those. It worked. They've gone.
Oh, that's wonderful. What was the limerick?
I can't tell you. It's dirty. It really wasn't. But I like to drive the CBS censor nuts. The next day, Deborah, her brother, and I started out again on our search for King Solomon's mine. Aganuamawa! Makua! Why is your sister lagging behind?
Shall I go get her?
No, she's 10 feet away and you'd only get lost. You're always getting lost. I didn't see you all day yesterday.
Well, yesterday was Saturday.
Well, what about her?
I had to go back and do my own show.
I was glad he had returned because the map to King Solomon's mines was painted on the roof of his mouth. And I was the only one who knew which one of his heads it was in. Brother, you wait here. Deborah, you keep lagging behind. Here, let me help you.
Don't you touch me.
What?
I hate you, do you hear? Hate you. Hate you. Hate you.
But why? I'm trying to help you. Why do you hate me?
Because it happens in all pictures. I have to hate you first so I can fall in love with you later.
That didn't seem to make sense. In The Horn Blows at Midnight, they loved me in the beginning, but hated me when it was over. I couldn't understand it.
What are you mumbling about?
Nothing. Aganuamawa!
What's the matter, Quatermain? Why did the natives stop?
They can always sense danger. Careful, Deborah. There's a lion. Where's my shotgun?
I saw it on the front seat of your stagecoach.
But I brought it with me. Oh, here it is. I think Ooh. We were in trouble. The lion had a rifle, too. We must get away. Aganuamawa! Aganuamawa! Late that night, we arrived at the village of San Zimbalist. As we entered the clearing, a native princess came to greet us.
Aga Mala Yakanoa.
Yakanoa? Are you a native princess?
Yes, me native princess.
But your skin is so light.
Me not real native. Me daughter of man once lost in jungle.
Oh, are you the daughter of Mr. Stanley?
No, Dr. Livingston, I presume.
Oh.
You come with me. I take you to Valley High.
Valley High? At that moment, I was proud of my writers. They were now stealing from South Pacific. The princess not only befriended us, but her whole tribe showed us their hospitality. They realized we had been traveling for days and prepared a bath for each of us. As I sat there in the big tub relaxing, they even built a big fire under it to heat the water. But I became suspicious when I reached for the stove and found out it was a potato. This was a gravy situation. My writers were also stealing from Milton Berle. But I knew what to do to save us. I gave every member of the tribe a package of Lucky Strikes. You could tell they were delighted by the way they sang.
Aka-doo-a-mo-a-goo, Lucky Strike is a smoke for you. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo. Aka-noo-a finds a back, round and firm and fully packed. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo. We're so very dig-a-dig-a when we're puffin'. We all say, oh, dig-a-dig-a-doo, there's nothing better than a lucky sneak-a-wow-wow-doo-ma-guff. Means that there is no rough puff. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo. Men who say that native TV is a dummy often end by filling up a savage tummy.
Get the baking soda.
We eat man, and when we're through, we all smoke his lucky stew. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo. Bimawa, go on tea, Bimawa, go yambonga, Bimawa, go on tea, lucky strike do. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo-doo, dance.
When they finished singing, they went into the weirdest gyrations. We stood there spellbound, watching them do their native dance.
Woo-woo-wah, 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 woo-woo-wah.
Chugga-mugga-mugga with an element left, mugga-mugga-chugga with an element right, with a sashay right and a sashay left, and a bunga-bunga-boom with a hoo-hoo-hoo.
Gee.
That must be a tribe from Calabasas.
Yeah.
Princess, there's something I'd like to know.
What you like to know?
We've been watching your people dancing, and the one at the end of the line dances so much better than the others. Why is that?
Last week, him eat Arthur Murray.
For the next 2 weeks, we traveled onward on our
Quiet, brother.
Thank you. For the next 2 weeks, we traveled onward in our effort to reach King Solomon's mine. And the feeling between Deborah and I had grown to...
Uga mala nega.
Huh? Oh, yes. And the feeling between Deborah and me had grown... had grown to be more than friendship. We was in love. Each night we sat in the darkness of the jungle, anxious to show our feeling towards each other. But her brother kept coming between us. Twice I kissed him. During the day, there was work to be done.
Quatermain, what are you doing with that shovel? Where is my brother?
No, it isn't that. Tomorrow we start across the desert to King Solomon's mine. So I'm digging a Hudson trap to catch some food.
But that's just a hole. Why do you call it a Hudson trap?
Ask your brother.
Brother, why do they call that hole in the ground a Hudson Trap?
Because the animals have to step down to get into it.
I wouldn't touch that joke with a 10-foot pole. The next morning, we set out across the hot, blistering desert. For 12 days, the sun beat down on us unmercifully. Our tongues were getting parched.
Wait, Quatermain, wait. I can't go on. My throat is dry. I must rest. How far have we traveled in this terrible desert heat?
22 miles.
Only 22 miles in 12 days? Aren't we moving awfully slowly?
Oh, we'd have gone a lot slower if I hadn't lightened our load.
Lightened our load? What did you do?
I poured all the water out of our canteens.
My first impulse was to crush his skull, but I didn't want to wrinkle the map. And though we had no water, we still continued on our way. Aganuamawa!
Wait, please wait.
Makoa! What's the matter?
I just can't go on. We'll never reach the mines. This is the end, Quarterbrain.
That's Quatermain.
Oh.
I begged her to continue. We had to find out what happened to her lost uncle. And 2 weeks later, tired, weary, dusty, and bedraggled, we arrived at King Solomon's mine.
Gosh, Quatermain, look at all those diamonds lying around.
Yeah.
Stop kissing them and find my uncle.
Here comes somebody now. What you do here?
We're looking for my uncle. His name is Sylvania Cartwright. Was he here?
Sylvania Cartwright? Yes, he here, but he go away.
Away? When did he leave? Maybe we can still catch him. Tell me, when he left here, did he walk?
No, he went by car.
That's Kerr. Stupid native. Well, Deborah, we got to King Solomon's mines, and your uncle is gone. So there's no use of us going any further.
I know, but what can we do now?
There's only one thing we can do. We'll finish it like all pictures. Kiss me.
What?
Come here, baby. What do you say now?
Aganuamawa.
Well, tell that to Stuart Granger. I'm going home.
Jack, we'll be back in just a moment. First, let's visit our local movie theater.
Be happy, so lucky, be happy, so lucky, strike, be happy, so lucky strike today.
My girl is quite a movie fan. With Lucky's I will teach her that richer taste and mildness make a perfect double feature.
There's only standing room tonight, and that's a happy fact. The movie's like a lucky strike, so firm and fully packed.
Be happy, so lucky, be happy, so lucky strike, be happy, so lucky strike today.
Friends, are you happy with your cigarette? Here's why I ask. A recent 38-city survey shows that millions of smokers are not happy with the brand they're smoking. Now, if this is true of you, and you want complete smoking enjoyment, switch to Lucky Strike. You see, fine tobacco and only fine tobacco always gives you that happy blending of perfect mildness and rich, true taste. Everything you want in a cigarette. And everybody knows LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So, friends, really enjoy your cigarette. Be happy. Go lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, so lucky strike, be happy, so lucky strike today.
Thank you, Deborah Carr, and good night, folks.
The part of John L. C. Savoni was played by Frankie Fontaine. Be sure to hear Dennis Day and a Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The Graymore Friars Monastery is located on Atonement Mountain, near Garrison, New York. Adjacent to this famous monastery, one sees St. Christopher's Inn. Homeless men from all walks of life come to this famous inn. These men are fed and sheltered by the Graymore Friars, and no distinction is ever made of race, creed, or color. You are invited to listen to another chapter of the dramatized story, The Life of Christ, brought to you transcribed each week by the Graymore Friars, who offer this series with a prayerful hope that this vivid portrayal of the life of Christ will help to awaken in you a deeper personal love of God and a firm determination to strive to prove that love in your daily life. Now, Chapter 32, The Coming of the Kingdom.
Behold, the day of the Lord shall come, the cruel day and full of indignation and of wrath and fury, to lay the land desolate and to destroy the sinners thereof out of it. For the stars of heaven and their brightness shall not display their light. The sun shall be darkened in his rising, and the moon shall not shine with her light.
And now that it was officially decided among the leaders of the Jews that it be expedient for one man to die for the people, Jesus no longer went about openly, but withdrew to the district near the desert, to a town called Ephraim. And there he stayed with his disciples. And the Passover was now close at hand, and already pilgrims were going up to Jerusalem. But Jesus, knowing what awaited him in that city, decided to make a last tour of the cities and villages. And he rose in the desert and with his 12 took the road that led westward. And the day came when he was near a small town at the border of Samaria and Galilee. And off from the road stood 10 men who raised up their voices at the sight of his coming.
Here he comes.
Come, let's hurry to him.
Wait.
What is it?
They will scatter like flies if we rush out, or else stone us to death.
But he will pass us by.
Call out as is the law. Now.
Unclean.
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 Look, Master. Lepers. 10 of them.
Master, have pity on us. Pity on lepers. Pity, have pity on us.
Go. Show yourselves to the priests.
Go show ourselves to the priests. What good will that do?
Come.
Let us do as he says.
They'll hold their noses at the sight of us and order us away.
Have you no faith in the man? Come, let us obey.
Oh, very well.
Let us rest here, Master. There are many who would listen to you. Here is a man who wants to ask something.
Master, when is the kingdom of God coming?
The kingdom of God comes unawares. Neither will they say, Behold, here it is, or Behold, there it is. For behold, the kingdom of God is within you.
This is an obscure saying, Master.
Please, sir, the Master has spoken. Now excuse us. He wishes to speak to his 12 privately. Master, the man's question but reflects the minds of many, even among us. Constantly men pull at our sleeves to draw us aside and say, Ask the Master, when is the kingdom of God coming?
The days will come when you will long to see one day of the Son of Man and will not see it. Then if anyone say to you, Behold, here is the Christ, or there he is, do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will arise, and will show great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Behold, I have told it to you beforehand. If therefore they say to you, Behold, he is in the desert, do not go forth. Behold, he is in the inner chambers, do not believe it. For as the lightning comes forth from the east and shines even to the west, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. But first, he must suffer many things and be rejected by this generation.
And as Jesus spoke thus to his disciples, the 10 lepers were walking the road to present themselves to the priests. And upon seeing people from afar, they departed from the road and shouted their cries in accordance with the law.
Unclean! Unclean!
Unclean! Unclean! Look, my hand.
It's cured. Not a white spot on it. But look at my face. I can feel. Look, tell me. What do you see?
Your face is as it was 6 years ago. Glory unto God that such a man has come into the world. Clean.
We're clean again.
We're clean. We're clean.
And as the 10 hurried along the road to find the priests, Jesus continued to speak to those around him.
But immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give her light, and the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. And then will appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then will all tribes of the earth mourn. And they shall see the Son of Man coming upon the clouds of heaven with great power and majesty. And he will send forth his angels with a trumpet and a great sound. And they will gather his elect from the 4 winds, from end to end of the heavens.
Where, Lord? Where?
Wherever the body is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Pray, do not lose heart.
We will never lose heart, Master, and we shall pray.
There was a judge in a certain town who did not fear God and did not respect man. Now there was a certain widow in that town, and she kept coming to him, saying, Do me justice against my adversary. And he would not, for a long time. But afterwards he said within himself, "Although I do not fear God nor even respect man, yet because this widow bother me, I will do her justice, lest by her continual coming she finally wear me out. Hear what this unjust judge says. And will not God avenge his elect who cry to him day and night? And will he be slow to act in their case? I tell you that he will avenge them quickly. Yet, when the Son of Man comes, will he find, do you think, faith on earth?"
Now the 10 lepers went into the town and sought out the priests, who were amazed that they had become whole. And they affirmed that the 10 were cured, and prescribed the sacrifices they must make, according to the law of Leviticus. And the 10 rejoiced exceedingly.
Oh, what a joy it is to be well again. Now I'll see my family, my friends. They'll make a great feast for me.
Truly, it's like being born again.
Come home with me, all of you, come, and we'll celebrate our release from despair.
Aye, willingly. Aye.
And you, will you not come?
No.
But why not?
I must return to him who cured us.
What, return when you're here? You'll lose precious time and could be on your way to your family. Or is it you have no family?
I have a family, and I love them dearly.
Then why lose time going back? Right after the feast you can start for home.
It would not be right not to return and thank him.
Oh, don't think we're ungrateful, but he'll be nearby. And as soon as we see our families, we'll seek him out and tell him how grateful we are. In fact, we'll go tomorrow.
Yes. No. He may be gone tomorrow. I must go now.
Why do you persist? If you return alone, it will make the rest of us appear ungrateful.
Yes, it will.
Then come with me.
As I said, tomorrow. Surely when many of us have not seen our families for years, the Master will understand.
And when they ask how this miracle came to be, what will you say?
Why, that Jesus cured us.
And when your wife says we must run and thank Jesus, will you be able to say, "It has been done"?
And leaving the 9 companions, the man walked back to the place where Jesus was teaching.
And as it came to pass in the days of Noah, even so will it be in the days of the Son of Man. They were eating and drinking, they were marrying and giving in marriage, until the day when Noah entered the ark and the flood came and destroyed them all. Or as it came to pass in the days of Lot, they were eating and drinking, they were buying and selling, they were planting and building. But on the day when Lot went out from Sodom, it rained fire and brimstone from heaven and destroyed them all. In the same wise will it be on the day that the Son of Man is revealed. In that hour, let him who is on the housetop and his goods in the house not go down to take them away, and likewise him who is in the field not turn back. Remember Lot's wife. Whoever tries to save his life will lose it, and whoever loses it will preserve it. I say to you, on that night there will be 2 on one bed, one will be taken and the other will be left. 2 women will be grinding together, one will be taken and the other will be left. 2 men will be in the field, one will be taken and the other will be left.
Master! Master!
Who is it running toward us?
Clean! Clean! I am clean. Be not afraid.
The leper.
The Master has cured me and the others as well. I have returned to give glory unto God. your feet, Master. I, the leper, and the Samaritan, give thanks to you, Master, who bringest the glory of God to man on earth.
Were not the 10 made clean?
Yes. Yes, Master.
But where are the 9?
They have gone to a feast to celebrate this great day.
Has no one been found to return and give glory to God except this foreigner?
Master, they will come later.
But thou, Samaritan, did come at once.
Aye, to give glory.
Arise.
Yes, Master.
Go thy way, for thy faith has saved thee.
And having sent the Samaritan on his way, Jesus continued his words, that in the days to come, after he had been put to death, his followers would remember all that he had said.
Now from the fig tree learn this parable. When its branch is now tender, and the leaves break forth, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see all these things, know that it is near, even at the door. Amen, I say to you, this generation will not pass away till all these things have been accomplished. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away.
Good Master, what shall I do to gain eternal life?
Why dost thou call me good?
Why, everyone knows.
No one is good, but only God.
Yes, of course, but since
thou knowest the commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Honor thy father and thy mother.
All these I have kept ever since I was a child.
One thing is still lacking to thee.
What, Master? Tell me, and I will remedy it at once.
Sell all that thou hast, and give to the poor.
All? All I have? Master, I have a great deal of treasure. To suddenly sell it, why, I would be penniless.
Thou shalt have treasure in heaven. Come, follow me.
Master, gladly would I follow you, but it is too much that you ask.
Oh, with what difficulty will they who have riches enter the kingdom of God? For it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God.
Master, then who can be saved?
Very few, it seems. He asks the impossible.
Things that are impossible with men are possible with God.
Behold, we have left all and followed thee. What then shall we have?
Amen. I say to you that you who have followed me in the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit on the throne of his glory shall also sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And everyone who has left house, or brothers or sisters, or father or mother or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold and shall possess life everlasting. But many who are first now will be last, and many who are last now will be first.
Many times you have said this to us, Master, and still there are some among us who don't understand.
The kingdom of heaven is like a householder who went out early in the morning to hire laborers for his vineyard. And having agreed with the laborers for a denarius a day, he sent them into his vineyard. And about the third hour he went out and saw others, standing in the marketplace idle. And he said to them, Go you also into the vineyard, and I will give you whatever is just. So they went. And again he went out about the 6th and about the 9th hour and did as before. But about the 11th hour he went out and found others standing about, and he said to them, Why do you stand here all day idle? And they said to him, Because no man has hired us. He said to them, Go also into the vineyard. But when the evening had come, the owner of the vineyard said to his steward, Call the laborers, pay them their wages, beginning from the last even to the first. Now, when they of the 11th hour came, they received each a denarius.
But, Master, they had worked but a short time.
And when the first in their turn came, they thought that they should receive more. But they also received each his denarius. And on receiving it, they began to murmur against the householder, saying, These last have worked a single hour, and thou hast put them on a level with us, who have borne the burden of the day's heat. But answering one of them, he said, Friend, I do thee no injustice. Didst thou not agree with me for a denarius? Take what is thine, and go. I choose to give to this last even as to thee. Have I not a right to what I choose? Or art thou envious because I am generous? Even so, the last shall be first, and the first last. For many are called, but few are chosen.
Now there were many people about Jesus, and there were mothers with their children, and they brought their children to him, that he might touch them. And for this the disciples rebuked them.
No, woman. You must not bring your child to the Master. He is busy now. He is tired.
Begone, woman. There are many who wish to speak with the Master.
Peter.
Yes, Master?
Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them. For of such is the kingdom of heaven.
But, Master, there are many men here who would speak with you, and if we permit the children to come before them...
Amen, I say to you, whoever does not accept the kingdom of God as a child will not enter into it.
Very well, Master. Permit the children to come to Jesus.
And the mothers brought the children, and Jesus put his hands upon them and blessed them. And after they had left, he lifted up his voice and spoke this parable also to some who trusted in themselves as being just and despised others.
2 men went up to the temple to pray, the one a Pharisee and the other a publican. The Pharisee stood and began to pray thus within himself, O God, I thank thee that I am not like the rest of men, robbers, dishonest, adulterers, or even like this publican. I fast twice a week. I pay tithes of all that I possess. But the publican, standing afar off, would not so much as lift up his eyes to heaven, but kept striking his breast, saying, O God, be merciful to me, the sinner. I tell you, this man went back to his home justified rather than the other. For everyone who exalts himself shall be humbled, and he who humbles himself shall be exalted.
And all these things Jesus spoke, and all these things he did as he made his last tour. He led the 12 down from Galilee through Perea, and when he continued along the Jordan toward the crossing where John the Baptist had preached, they became alarmed.
Master, wait. Come, let's hurry. Master, whither art thou taking us?
Behold, we are going up to Jerusalem.
But, Master, thy enemies are there.
And the Son of Man will be betrayed to the chief priests and the scribes. And they will condemn him to death, and will deliver him to the Gentiles. They will mock him, spit upon him, and scourge him, and put him to death. And on the third day he will rise again.
And they understood none of these things, and the saying was hidden from them. Neither did they get to know the things that were being said.
Behold, the day of the Lord shall come, a cruel day and full of indignation and of wrath and of fury, to lay the land desolate, and to destroy the sinners thereof out of it. For the stars of heaven and their brightness shall not display their light. The sun shall be darkened in his rising, and the moon shall not shine with her light.
The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 1. The Vision of the King. Before the gods that made the gods had seen their sunrise pass, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was cut out of the grass. Before the gods that made the gods had drunk at dawn their fill, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was hoary on the hill. Age beyond age on British lands, eons on eons gone, was peace and war in western hills, and the white horse looked on. For the white horse knew England when there was none to know. He saw the first oar break or bend. He saw heaven fall and the world end. O God, how long ago! For the end of the world was long ago, and all we dwell today as children of some second birth, like a strange people left on earth after a judgment day. For the end of the world was long ago, when the ends of the world waxed free, when Rome was sunk in a waste of slaves, and the sun drowned in the sea. When Caesar's sun fell out of the sky, and whoso hearkened right could only hear the plunging of the nations in the night. When the ends of the earth came marching in to torch and cresset gleam, and the roads of the world that lead to Rome were filled with faces that moved like foam, like faces in a dream. And men rode out of the eastern lands, broad river and burning plain, trees that are Titan flowers to see, and tiger skies striped horribly with tints of tropic rain, where Ind's enamelled peaks arise around that inmost one, where ancient eagles on its brink, vast as archangels, gather and drink the sacraments of the sun. And men break out of the northern lands, enormous lands alone, where a spell is laid upon life and lust, and the rain is changed to a silver dust, and the sea to a great green stone. And a shape that moveth murkily in mirrors of ice and night hath blanched with fear all beasts and birds, as death and a shock of evil words blast a man's hair with white. And the cry of the palms and the purple moons, or the cry of the frost and foam, swept ever around an inmost place, and the din of distant race on race cried and replied round Rome. And there was death on the emperor, and night upon the pope, and Alfred, hiding in deep grass, hardened his heart with hope. A sea-folk blinder than the sea broke all about his land, but Alfred up against them bare, and gripped the ground and grasped the air, staggered and strove to stand. He bent them back with spear and spade, with desperate dike and wall, with foemen leaning on his shield, and roaring on him when he reeled, and no help came at all. He broke them with a broken sword a little towards the sea, and for 1 hour of panting peace, ringed with a roar that would not cease, with golden crown and girded fleece, made laws under a tree. The Northmen came about our land, a Christless chivalry, who knew not of the arch or pen, great, beautiful, half-witted men from the sunrise and the sea. Misshapen ships stood on the deep, full of strange gold and fire, and hairy men as huge as sin, with horned heads came wading in through the long low sea mire. Our towns were shaken of tall kings, with scarlet beards like blood. The world turned empty where they trod. They took the kindly cross of God, and cut it up for wood. Their souls were drifting as the sea, and all good towns and lands they only saw with heavy eyes, and broke with heavy hands. Their gods were sadder than the sea, gods of a wandering will, who cried for blood like beasts at night, sadly from hill to hill. They seemed as trees walking the earth, as witless and as tall, yet they took hold upon the heavens, and no help came at all. They bred like birds in English woods, they rooted like the rose, when Alfred came to Athelney, to hide him from their bows. There was not English armour left, nor any English thing, when Alfred came to Athelney, to be an English king. For earthquake swallowing earthquake uprent the Wessex tree. The whirlpool of the pagan sway had swirled his sires as sticks away when a flood smites the sea. And the great kings of Wessex wearied and sank in gore, and even their ghosts in that great stress grew greyer and greyer, less and less, with the lords that died in Lyonnesse, and the king that comes no more. And the god of the golden dragon was dumb upon his throne, and the lord of the golden dragon ran in the woods alone. And if ever he climbed the crest of luck, and set the flag before, returning as a wheel returns, came ruin and the rain that burns, and all began once more. And naught was left King Alfred but shameful tears of rage, in the island, in the river, in the end of all his age. In the island, in the river, he was broken to his knee, and he read, writ with an iron pen, that God had wearied of Wessex men, and given their country, field and fen, to the devils of the sea. And he saw in a tiny picture, tiny and far away, his mother sitting in Egbert's hall, and a book she showed him very small, where a sapphire Mary sat in stall, with a golden Christ at play. It was wrought in the monk's slow manner, from silver and sanguine shell, where the scenes are little and terrible, keyholes of heaven and hell. In the river island of Athelney, with the river running past, in colours of such simple creed, all things sprang at him, sun and weed, till the grass grew to be grass indeed, and the tree was a tree at last. Fearfully plain the flowers grew, like the child's book to read, or like a friend's face seen in a glass. He looked, and there Our Lady was. She stood and stroked the tall live grass as a man strokes his steed. Her face was like an open word, when brave men speak and choose. The very colours of her coat were better than good news. She spoke not, nor turned not, nor any sign she cast, only she stood up straight and free, between the flowers in Athelney and the river running past. One dim ancestral jewel hung on his ruined armour grey. He rent and cast it at her feet, where after centuries with slow feet men came from hall and school and street, and found it where it lay. Mother of God, the wanderer said, I am but a common king, nor will I ask what saints may ask, to see a secret thing. The gates of heaven are fearful gates, worse than the gates of hell. nor would I break the splendours barred, or seek to know the things they guard, which is too good to tell. But for this earth most pitiful, this little land I know, if that which is for ever is, or if our hearts should break with bliss, seeing the stranger go. When our last bow is broken, Queen, and our last javelin cast, under some sad green evening sky, holding a ruined cross on high, under warm westland grass to lie, shall we come home at last? And a voice came, human but high up, like a cottage climbed among the clouds, or a serf of hut and croft, that sits by his hovel fire as oft, but hears on his old bare roof aloft a belfry burst in song. The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gain. The heaviest hind may easily come silently and suddenly upon me in a lane, and any little maid that walks in good thoughts apart may break the guard of the three kings, and see the dear and dreadful things I hid within my heart. The meanest man, in grey fields gone behind the set of sun, heareth between star and other star, through the door of the darkness fallen ajar, the counsel, eldest of things that are, the talk of the three in one. The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gold. Men may uproot where worlds begin, or read the name of the nameless sin, but if he fail, or if he win, to no good man is told. The men of the east may spell the stars, and times and triumphs mark, but the men signed of the cross of Christ go gaily in the dark. The men of the east may search the scrolls for sure fates and fame, but the men that drink the blood of God go singing to their shame. The wise men know what wicked things are written on the sky. They trim sad lamps, they touch sad strings, hearing the heavy purple wings, where the forgotten seraph kings still plot how God shall die. The wise men know all evil things under the twisted trees, where the perverse in pleasure pine, and men are weary of green wine, and sick of crimson seas. But you, and all the kind of Christ, are ignorant and brave, and you have wars you hardly win, and souls you hardly save. I tell you not for your comfort, yea, not for your desire, save that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Night shall be thrice night over you, and heaven an iron cope. Do you have joy without a cause? Yea, faith without a hope? Even as she spoke she was not, nor any word said he. He only heard, still as he stood, under the old knight's nodding hood, the sea-folk breaking down the wood, like a high tide from sea. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and bleak, singing about some cruel thing, done by a great and smiling king in daylight on a deck. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and blind, singing what shameful things are done between the sunlit sea and the sun, when the land is left behind. End of Book 1.